Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Well, we'd like to welcome you again here to our TopstepTV for opening call. And congratulations. Yes, you're at the right place at the right time. Now, today, if you haven't joined us before, we have exciting, informative, and educational programming for you. Today and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even sometimes that flight attendant that says, here, have another free bag of pretzels. So get yourself ready for a top-notch, up-to-date market and trading knowledge with our good friend John, a.k.a. The Hoag, for opening call. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning to our team Topstep, our futures family. Yes, it's the opening call, Wednesday, September the 13th. Focusing on context, risk management, and patience. How are you doing here this morning?
I'm doing fine. Knowing that we had a number coming out at 7:30, Johnny, what happened there?
Well, I mean, there's some things to unpack with that. We'll take a look at those numbers here in just a couple of minutes. A little knee-jerk in the markets. Overall, I don't think it's necessarily good for rates. I think there's a little hint of an uptick in inflation in those numbers. We're going to have to see how these investors and traders digest that information.
Right. Well, the three major Wall Street indices closed lower yesterday, and that was because they had a sharp loss in Oracle, the computer software company, notching its worst day in more than 20 years, tumbling more than 14% despite heavy profits. So that's a little strange. The heavy NASDAQ composite dropped 1%. Dow Jones average 0.1% lower, and the S&P fell 0.6%. Another stock, Moderna and Pfizer, likely to benefit from the Center of Disease Control Prevention. This is once again with this COVID thing coming back again. So we're going to be watching those stocks. And of course, Apple. Apple will remain on the focus. Tech giant revealed 4, not 3 or 2 or just 1, but 4 new iPhone models in its annual hardware refresher yesterday. But that's what I'm going to be watching here. Oil prices edged higher today, and the highest level since November. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Yesterday, we had our American Petroleum Institute. U.S. crude inventories rose 1.2%, and we've got EIA today, and Johnny's going to talk about that.
All right, a couple of notes at the beginning here. Currencies are in rollover. You should switch to the December contract either today or tomorrow.
Do it.
We've got also crude oil in rollover. We've got our equities in rollover. We should already be trading the December contract in that. As far as crude is concerned, you can trade either the October or the November contract today. I think the volume will switch over into the November contract. But today seems to be, of course, all about the CPI numbers today. Always think risk management first. First things first, at 6 o'clock this morning, the mortgage rates came out. They upticked a little bit. They were at 7.21% last week. This week, the average is 7.27. Applications continued to fall. Last week, they fell by 2.9%, falling another 0.8% this morning. These are pretty low applications. So the housing areas continuing to slow. As far as the CPI numbers, the main CPI numbers, not the core PPI number or CPI numbers don't include food and energy. So the CPI month over month for August was expected to come out at 0.6%. That's where it came out. The one that we're, I think, going to be a little bit concerned about here is at a 14-month high, the year over year August CPI last month came out at 3.2%. They were looking for 3.6%. Today it came out 3.7%. So a little bit of an increase in Inflation, not good news for those that are hawking interest rates, of course. Core month over month for August, we're looking for an increase of 0.2%. It came out 0.1% higher than that at 0.3%. Now, that's not including food and energy. So a little bit of a increase perhaps in inflation, not going to be helpful to keep rates where they are next Wednesday during the FOMC meeting. We have to see what the talking feds, how they digest this information and what happens next Wednesday. We do have the EIA crude inventories due out today. They're looking for a loss of 1.9 million. The API actually had an increase in inventories of 1.17 million barrels announced last night. So sometimes they're way off from each other. Sometimes they're right on. We'll see how that comes out here at the EIA at 9:30 a.m. Central this morning. Also at noon, there is a 30-year bond auction that might have some eyeballs on it as well. And at 1 o'clock, the Treasury federal budget statement is due out. Probably not going to be all that impactful. There's a lot to read in that. And so a lot of the activity today by that point, 1 p.m. Central, will likely be done. So we'll have to see how all these things affect these markets. As far as the VIX jumped up to 2.5% after the number, 1457. It's down around 14.3 right now. Dollar index largely flat at 104.62 in the yield on the 10-year, up slightly at 4.3%. Of course, these markets are on the move and changing rapidly as we get closer to the equity open.
Okay. All right. Before we get to our charts, please keeping your thoughts and prayers, our friends in Libya, with the floods that are going on over there. Entire neighborhoods are being washed away. So be thankful and be blessed that we are where we are at right now. So keep that in mind throughout the day. And of course, it's time for charts. Johnny, you ready for some charts?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's take a look.
Let's take a look at our ES daily and see what's cooking.
So we've been in rollover. We've been discussing that almost ad nauseum for the last week or so. And we're still largely in the rollover range. We're centrally located between weekly kickoff high and low and last week's high and low. There's been very little change to the perception of value of the S&Ps. We're still in the teeth of rollover. Again, central and range, open interest is going to be moot. We added 67,000 in open interest, but a lot of that is due to rollover volume. You start to see the December kind of increasing, but a little bit of a loss in volume actually yesterday as we anticipated the CPI numbers today. The volume and liquidity is split between the December and the older September contract. So you got September contract and December contract putting up volume, splitting liquidity. There's likely to be a little bit more slippage in these markets, particularly in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is a much thinner market already. So if we do run into some volatility today, make sure you protect yourself because you're likely to see a lot more slippage on some of those stops. So if you're trading near a daily loss limit, you don't want to hit it. Keep that in mind. That slippage can put you right into your daily loss limit, and then you're done for the day. Take a look at the 30 now, Eddie. Let's take a quick look. Scaling. So here's our day yesterday. Okay. We had a pretty good recovery off the low here, which really kind of put us near value area low from Friday. Then a large bank CEO started chirping about he doesn't think that things are going that well, and the market kind of came off and finished relatively low in the day. Do we have any overnight inventory worth looking at? No, we really don't. We don't have any overnight inventory. We have our knee jerk from the CPI numbers, price coming right back into range, near value. This is going to take a little time to digest. Now, looking a little bit further out for any kind of visual targets that we can see on this chart. As far as upside visual targets, we've got yesterday's naked point of control that has not been rechecked yet in regular trading hours. There's also a small gap above that to another naked point of control, which puts us up near weekly kickoff high. So the targets, the visual targets I'm looking at are the 28, 45, 28, the point of control from yesterday, this gap, of course, and then this naked point of control up here and weekly kickoff high 45.58 to 45.60 area as far as visual targets. If the market gets some legs, those are the areas that I will look for the market to kind of seek out. There's some weaker structure up above, not a lot of weaker structure down below, but we do have some weak lows down here, weak low here, weak low here. We didn't close well yesterday, so as far as visual targets, I'm looking at to the downside. Basically, last week's low is the only one that I'm going to be focusing on for potential targeting by traders today. Now, markets are extremely visual. They are visual. Traders look at levels, and when they're looking at levels, there's a tendency to bring price to them. All right. As far as the profiles are concerned, yesterday was a normal variation day. We extended the range on both sides of the initial balance. We have a relatively weak high yesterday, weak low here. There's weaknesses all around this market. So when it does get away from this area, it's going to probably bring some larger opportunities. Remembering that it's in rollover, it's a little less likely for those larger opportunities to come to fruition until after rollover, which expiration, as we all know, quadruple witching is Friday. So we get a couple more days Friday to wait for a rollover to end.
Yes.
All right.
Friday. Let's what do we got here? Okay.
We've
Kick it into the
NASDAQ?
Yes, our NASDAQ. We're doing 30 or the daily?
Well, we always start with the daily. We got to get that further outlook, right? All right. So, I mean, what's different in the S&Ps than in the NASDAQ? I think this balance that we've been in has been a lot more organized, if you will, and we'll see that on the 30-minute chart. But again, I have to remind you, we are in the teeth of rollover. Directional activity is a little bit less likely to happen. Even with the CPI number today, the market has really just kind of eaten that number. And of course, we're going to digest it during regular trading hours when all of the participants are available. So we had a little bit higher volume yesterday, almost very little change in open interest. Yesterday's exchange from the September to the December contract was just about even. We only lost about 800 in open interest yesterday. And again, the liquidity is split now. That we've got, less liquidity in the September, less liquidity in the December. If you're near a daily loss limit and you've got to stop in that area, double think it, because if there a little bit of volatility comes in, these markets are going to get really thin, and the liquidity is going to dry up relatively quickly. Take a look at the 30 now.
NASDAQ 30.
NASDAQ 30. Oh, there we go. All right. So again, overnight inventory, we're right at settlement. We're right where we started the night last night. So no real overnight inventory with which to work with. If we were to open now, we'd be opening with a gap. That's a little bit of a nuance that says, all right, at least we're opening with a gap. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we're going to look for continuation to the downside. But like I mentioned, this is a much more organized area of balance. There's no naked points of control. There's weak low here, kind of a weak high here, but both of these high and low do have a degree of excess to them. So as far as visual targets are concerned, last week's low is the only visual target that I can see to the downside. Weekly kickoff high, which we got pretty close to on Monday, is the only other visual target that I'm looking at here. There's no gap up above, similar to what the S&P's left up there. And again, there's not a lot of unfinished short time frame levels to focus on here. So we're going to be focusing on, first, is there a gap or isn't there? If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities to continue in that direction. If we get in here, we close the gap, we start to reaccept value or range from yesterday. That changes things a little bit. The only, like I said, the only visual is the naked point of control from yesterday. Our moving averages are braiding here. The market has been in this area for a while, looking for some sort of change, but I'm not really looking for that change until we get a test of weekly kickoff high, which that number again is 15,720, or last week's low 15,352. Anything in the middle is short time frame controlled, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be possibly a bigger opportunity day because of that number, but as far as big time participation, not expecting to see that much of it.
All right. All right, it's time to move over to the wonderful Crude.
And for the daily.
Special day today with our EIA coming out today, so we'll see how this sets up. A little heavy right now.
Yeah, it's just opened up, so we've got traders just kind of probably positioning for the 930 number. But overall, I mean, this auction to the upside performed very well. We have an upside digestion here, and we got a breakout above weekly kickoff high yesterday that did bring forth some decent open interest increase. The volume, even though the September month here or the October month is moving to the November. You can do that either today or tomorrow. I'm thinking by the end of the day today, November will have more volume. So you got to remember that increase in open interest, there's a little bit of rollover information in that. If this were just a regular trading day, I would be very pleased with the amount of volume and the increase in open interest on this breakout to the upside, but we'd have to remember it's part of rollover as well. If I were just to focus on that, I would say that the auction to the upside yesterday got probably an A-. It did very well, a higher volume on an expiring month, adding a whole bunch of open interest on a breakout of a balance area. That's usually a very good sign. Again, the caveat is it's rollover. Anything can happen. ACH, we say that quite often. Right. So what are we looking at? Well, we've got what we would call an acceleration gap yesterday. Range bound, market opened with a gap and accelerated higher. This was an acceleration gap to the upside. Unfortunately, it did leave some weaker structure down below. We've got the gap down below, which would be considered weaker structure. We've got naked points of control all over the place down here. So, and then as far as visuals to the upside, we have to go way back. We have to go into the way back machine in honor of my hair yesterday, like Back to the Future, in order to find information with which to lean on. So we've got a lot of space up above if this market continues. And if you remember the measured move we talked about yesterday, takes us all the way up to about $96 or $98. And I'm hoping that does not happen. Right. So where you've got a market, then
I'm going to say, we talk about the gap a lot. We've explained the gap. What's an acceleration gap?
Okay, this is a great question, Eddie. So I'm just going to smoosh this down so we can see a lot more information on this 30-minute chart. $88 was our weekly kickoff high. It tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times on an up move. So if we were to look at the daily on this scale, so if we were to look at the daily on this, we have an up move here to here. We have digestion, an upside digestion market state. In other words, for a few days, the market just stayed range bound here. And then we have a gap to break out above that. That is an acceleration gap if it remains. That gap has to remain. If we take out that gap, that's going to change the overall picture of crude oil and probably take a little bit of that upside sting away from this move to the upside. And again, it has to happen during rollover because it's blurring all the information. So that increase in open interest yesterday, if this was a normal day, I would say, I'm going to be looking for opportunities to find a chance to buy into this. But because it's rollover, it may keep a little bit of a cap on this until after the rollover is over, or until we get more of the volume into the November or the X contract. That's a great question.
Right.
So the acceleration gap of the market was already in that direction. It balanced here for a little while and then opened with a gap above it. That's a continuation or an acceleration gap. Great question, Eddie.
Now, if you notice on the charts, the watermark is telling us what time frame it is. Right now, you can see John's 30 minutes. See the 30 on there? So that would be the 30 minutes. So just in case you're wondering what time frames we're talking about, the 1 day would be 1D. So gold, my friend, we got a little time here for gold.
Yes, good, because gold is looking more and more interesting as the days pass.
Oh, bully.
Yes, GC. Gold. All right, let's go to the daily. We always seem to start on that 30 because that's where we were. Look at where we have taken price after this number came out. Right to that 200 session moving average, right to this trend line that I'm viewing as an important inflection level. If it remains supportive, it allows you to limit risk on longs. If we break out below it and show signs of acceptance, this is something you'll want to go with. Basic balance to breakout rules. As long as it remains in balance, we fade the extremes. On an accepted breakout of balance, we go with that move, which is potentially a pretty large move. I mean, our swing low down to here is 1912. That would be basically a 200 tick move. Our swing low here, which is basically 1900, that would be from where we are now, a 38, a 380 tick move. That's a substantial opportunity. So I'll be watching this trend line here and seeing if we get an opportunity to limit risk in and around it. So far, the market has bounced off of it. We added 6,100 in open interest yesterday on higher volume. We know that volume has been falling off. We put in a little bit higher volume on that breakout below weekly kickoff low, and we added 6,100. That's new business. That's new shorts. That's new sellers in this market. If those sellers remain active, then we may see our breakout, our secondary breakout of market state down below this trend line, and a potential good continuation to the downside. If our sellers back off here and buyers get wind of that and they start buying into this, I'll move all the way back up to weekly kickoff high, or even this trend line could be in play. So either way, from this level, I'm looking for relatively bigger opportunities. This market has been coiling for months. It is now near one extreme of the coil that it has been kind of in, if you will. And we're looking at a potential breakout of that coil, and that would be enough to, sometimes selling begets more selling. Sometimes if we were to break out down below that, any longs that are sitting in this market might get the idea, this isn't right. We got to get out of this. And you can see all time frames acting in concert in order to move this market lower. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart now, Eddie.
Let me make this, we can sort of tag this real quick here. We've got a couple seconds here.
So there's our move down to that trend line. It happened, of course, after CPI. It's showing signs of rejection now. So even if you were looking to take a trade here, you're looking at 28.6, 28.7. So you're looking at maybe a 15 tick, 20 tick risk against this level, and you're already sitting in some pretty tidy profits there. So I'm watching this area all day long for a potential opportunity. I'm hoping that I haven't already missed it, but the market opened in range and value. We had higher volume, an increase in open interest on that move to the downside yesterday.
Right.
A move back to a weekly kickoff high could be a decent opportunity, and there is a gap above that level. So we had a kind of an acceleration gap in gold yesterday too that had us except below weekly kickoff low. Today, gold is going to be a fascinating market to watch, Eddie.
We'll keep an eye on that today. All right. Coming up next here, we've got Fast Market. We're going to bring on Michael Patak. And, of course, we've got our very own lovable Hoag with us. We're going to check out the markets. We're going to see if there's some opportunity. And we'll be right back with Fast Market.
Take your deep breath.
It is time for Fast Market. Of course, we got our Hoag. There's Hoag. Hello, Hoag, and Michael Patak. Hello, Michael. How are you today?
I'm a little chilly, but I'm going to warm up. Yeah, I'm going to warm up here in a little bit. But I like to go into my trading day very comfortable. So everybody to each his own. But yeah, I've had to tell Eddie to put a shirt on because he goes into it comfortable as well. But
I'm just happy to have my hair back.
Johnny has his hair back. What's up, Johnny?
Yeah, looking nice. Well, we're going to take some opportunity today. I know we've got some numbers coming out later. Crude, Johnny just talked about watching gold here. We've got 2 minutes here before we do see the open. So let's get ourselves prepared here for that. Game plan, Michael?
I got you cutting out, Eddie. Game plan on what?
I'm just asking if you got a game plan here today.
Oh, yeah, work with you guys and get myself back. Yesterday, I was up. I still ended up. But, John, remember I told you I probably won't take a trade?
Right.
Yeah, I did. So I gave away a lot of my day yesterday. I still ended up up 180, but I was up 7-something, 900 the day before. So
did you fight that rally?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Remember, I told you there was excess at the low. Be very careful being short.
I did not write that down.
Oh, we got a minute here.
Right.
Minute here on the open. All
right, John. What am I thinking about today? Besides gold being a fascinating market today. That's what you said in opening call.
Yeah, it is. And, the CPI numbers did not come out favorable towards slowing rates. And that's just my opinion. I'm not an economist, and I don't think any economist knows anything anyway, but some of it came out higher than expected. So that I think is going to be digested by investors and traders alike, like a higher risk of higher rates for longer. That's probably not going to be good. The knee jerk was to the downside, but here in the S&Ps, we just opened in range, near value, no overnight inventory. That usually puts me a little bit on my heels to be really kind of patient in the trading day. We're going to watch the opening range here to see if there's any good opportunity. We're opening below value in range. If this market starts to grow legs to the downside, I think that's my main hypothesis.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So let's take a look at your NASDAQ here on the 30.
Hey, talk to me about some levels real quick.
Okay.
Tilt right now, the tilt indicator that we have here at Topstep that I share, 60-40 to the long side, 60-40. And then the NASDAQ is like 45-55 to the long side. 45 being the first number I say.
This balance that we've been in the NASDAQ is very, very organized. There's very little unfinished business in all of these profiles and all of these trading days for the market to really target. So upside, yesterday's naked volume point of control right here, 15,561.62. That's an upside target. The only other upside target I see is, we just took out the overnight high, so this move to the upside seems to be somewhat likely. We've left the opening range at the low of the day, and the only other visual that I see, we got a relatively weak high here, all the way up to weekly kickoff high if this market gets legs to the upside. Now look at the moving averages, Michael. We're braiding them. It's been in this area for so long. It's likely to go looking for another area, but keep in mind, my good friend, it is rollover, and rollover
I know.
has a tendency to keep things relatively range bound. As we say, ACH, anything can happen. Mm-hmm. Don't forget to hit the lucky like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see everybody here. We used to call everybody out, but it's just it's great to see so many familiar faces, and glad that you're here, and you're hoping that you're really enjoying the show.
Closed some screens on accident. It's always annoying.
So here's our check to yesterday's point of control already.
Check for yesterday's point of control. Okay. I am watching right now because the NASDAQ crowd is about 80%.
Wow.
S&P's crowd's about, long. Everybody's looking long right now. I'm looking at this 100-period moving average. What do you got right up here in the NASDAQ?
Well, you've got the 100-session moving average, and you've got value area high, which is another kind of shorter time frame visual level. 627. It's a long ways away.
627 is a long ways away. Well, longs just took profits. Only up 50% of folks are long right now.
So they all bailed already, huh?
They all bailed already.
Hmm.
That's smart if you want to take profits off the table.
Let us know what your positions are, folks, here in the YouTube channel. You long, you short, what market you're at. Let's get some ideas here. And as John said, smash that like button. Subscribe if you like what's going on.
Yeah. Little action out of the gate. $33. 3 minutes into the day.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's a long day. We got lots of opportunities here. So the S&P just went to the naked TPO point of control from yesterday and has now come off. Opening range remains the low of the session. Let me get the NASDAQ profile.
So that means it's grabbing some legs to the upside. Opening range, the low of the session.
It is, and that's an indication of potential trend throughout the day. Buyers are in control so far.
They were on the tilt getting long, and then I just mentioned that they must have covered, and then you see this little pullback. So good job, traders at Topstep. And those that don't know, the tilt indicator is a bias indicator, a sentiment indicator, one would say, to everybody that has an open position here at Topstep in the sim environment. We don't share our live traders open position tilt. This is information. Just like your indicators, just like anything you got, use it as you please. Market give it, and the market take it away from those folks that are biased towards a strong direction, or a large amount of folks that are biased towards a direction.
There's nothing anybody can do to tell you 100% which way the market's going to go. There's no indicator that is right 100% of the time or wrong 100% of the time. Yeah. This is all about helping you get your ability to find good opportunities.
Right. Seeing a big wick in that NASDAQ, and looks like they're covering back here in the ES, sort of filling that wick back up here in the ES.
Out of the gate, what do you want to do? 200 period moving average in the NASDAQ right here, right now. John, can you make that wider or a little wider?
Andrew Bowden commenting here on YouTube, I'm staying out because my bias was to the downside. That's the smart thing to do. If your game plan is not what you're seeing, it's not time to fight. It's time to sit back and be a trader and be very patient and disciplined.
So you got Esteban saying ES long. Now, here's what I would be looking at for a long here. Opening range, the low of the session, volume accumulating, low volume in the opening range. We get down to that can be supportive. This is a rejection early in the session.
Rejection from the downside, right? From
the downside, correct. You have something similar here in the NASDAQ, a little bit deeper into the opening range. Here's the opening range in the NASDAQ. You've got volume accumulating higher, moves to the low bottom. I call these volume shoulders down here, where high volume gets to low volume. I call them shoulders. That's your entry area right there. Again, there's no guarantee of anything working. I've had some good experience in directional markets up against low volume nodes using those volume shoulders.
74. Okay. So what levels do you like up here? Again, just like.
Well, I mean, as far as visuals, you got that naked volume point of control from yesterday, where that's around 562. Then you've got the 100 session moving average above that, which is 577. And then up there above that, I mean, you got yesterday's high, which is, there is excess there. You got this high here, which is low excess, and then weekly kickoff high. I mean, if this thing continues to grow legs, I'm looking for it to get all the way up here at some point during the day. But, you got to remember, there's a lot of digestion going on. There's a lot of positioning going on for the expectation after that CPI number, and it doesn't surprise me that the market is initially moving against what everybody thinks it should do. There probably were some shorts in this market that aren't getting what they're looking for. They're unraveling, and then we'll see what the market does as it goes on.
So buying a little pullback isn't a bad idea.
No, it's just, where is the risk? So bringing this profile back up, if we can get NASDAQ down here, back down to this volume shoulder, this low volume node may just be rejection and may be supportive. So your risk is, from here, let's call it 520 down to, it's a 20-point risk.
Yeah. Speaking of, I just got long, taking heat. Got long from 43 half. I was waiting for this little pullback.
So you're down 10 points right now.
Down 10. Nice. Not the best entry. Don't know where I do know where my stop is. Stops are at 29, which I don't like.
Right.
Well, Sandstorm, a nice position here. Long ES 45.12 with one runner left.
Long ES at 45.12. Wow, nice.
It's a good one, Sandstorm.
That's pretty good. And then I'm getting long up here, so he's already long. So he's got a better entry. That happens in the great game of trading. I don't like the fact it's hanging out down here, John. I'm long for 43. This is where it does this little gotcha.
Well, you're closer to that little volume shoulder that we talked about. So as long as you don't get hit, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay. Long from 43 half, 15, 43, 15, 5, 43 half. Does this market have legs? Does it have legs?
I want to check on gold here for a quick second.
Well, I got some comments. Some gold traders are coming out of the woodwork here.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea on the meltdown starts at 1905 to 1910? It's coming from Mert. Mert's asking a question here in gold.
I'm looking for any sign of acceptance below this trend line. We rejected it earlier. Obviously, the market has grown some legs to the upside. There's lots of weak structure above. Naked point of control, gap. We could fill this gap and then turn around. So I'm not doing anything in gold right now. I haven't done anything in S&Ps because we're looking at crude oil or NASDAQ. NASDAQ. Geez, I couldn't find that. So you're hanging in there here, Michael.
I took 2 off. I had 4 on. I took 2 off around the 47 area.
Okay. So a little profit there.
Little profit there. If you say, I got in at the 43s, you see the price I got in at. If I took them off at the 47s, I start thinking about my break even is 4, 5, 6, 7, 39s around there because I already profited from that, and I'm going to take the next ones off. So I'm out now.
Yep.
Oh shit! I got double filled. Okay, I'm out now.
Okay.
Okay,
and
cool. Well,
that was a good trade. I mean, it took you right to that point of control we were talking about visually that price was likely to go to.
Yeah. Okay, so 38% are NASDAQ folks are long. Longs have been getting paid. I was just long. Did I get out early? Yeah, maybe I did. But if you're carving up the market and getting the edges of the market all day long, woo, yeah, that's pretty good. It's always fun when you do carve the market up, John. Like
Michael, your exit was perfect.
54.
Naked point of control. That's a visual target. That's a perfect exit.
Okay. That's working with you.
Golf clap.
Thank you.
Golf clap.
I was about 4 to 6 ticks away from my stop. So my entry, in my opinion, of course, was for a 15-handle stop trader, 15-handle target, 15-handle stop. That's 300 a one lot to the upside or downside. Yeah, I mean, now I did want to say I did get short in the morning right away. So no line. I'm still down like $400.
Speaking of short, Dan Trader, did you get short at your 24.5? If so, you're taking some heat here. Or I'm sorry, not taking some heat. Looking nice here. Yeah. You got short there.
So, John, while you were talking, I kind of went rogue, put a position on.
Okay.
So I was down. I was down before I got into that one, but I'm down just a little, like 420. Okay. Yeah. Eddie's favorite number, 420.
Well, I mean, this like precise target hit right here. Maybe we should have thought of selling that.
Oh, that's where I got double filled because I got double filled at the 58.
What do you know? Let me ask you something. What happens when you do that? Did you keep it? Did you get out of it?
I get out of it right away, and I still made 3 handles on getting out right away. But I don't even need to think about it. Like, I'm in the money already. I was already in the money by 3 handles. So I did that rip up to John's point of control area, and then I got double filled.
So you would have been short.
So I would have been short. I was short for a second. Yeah. Remember, I'm like, oh shit, I got double filled. So that was around the 58s. 61s was the high, of that move. But who knows? Like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't want to get into that trade. I was getting out of my other trades, covering, I should say. I was covering.
It was relief.
Paul Wright here is done for the day. Took 2 trades short on ES before the opening bell, up 522 and done.
Nice. Hey guys, today let us know. Yeah, Eddie, that's great that you're sharing that because I want also people to share. Let us know if you reach the end of your trading combine, so to speak, and you're on the graduation mode to the funded account. A lot of folks here probably will make money and lose money, but making money today. That was Paul, Eddie.
Yeah.
We
did a lot of that too, Mike.
Yeah. Let us know if you're like, hey, I just achieved my goal, my objective in the trading combine. I'm on my way to get funded.
We'll give you a shout out.
We'll give you a shout out for sure. We're a team here. This is traders hanging out. The only trolling we do here is
Each other.
font the bear.
Dan, we talked about Dan Trader. He timed out for a 2-point profit, took a long to break down. So,
All right.
I think that 2-point profit, man, sitting good. And our good friend Caesar says, smash the lucky like button. If you're here and you like what's going on.
It
right
is
now,
lucky.
Hit that like button, smash it. And if you're not subscribed, I mean, it doesn't hurt. It's not a COVID shot, or it's not a tattoo on a raw area. It's very easy. You just sort of click on it, and you'll be subscribed. You'll be part of the team. Part of the team.
Rawr. Eddie, do you have any tattoos?
I have none. No, I got a nun on my chest. I got a nun. Sister Mary Rosemary.
Sister Mary Rosemary.
Yeah, she was good in my school. She passed. No,
I remember you talking about her before, sort of God, right? Didn't you have one or something like that?
I was going to get a Blackhawk one. I promised myself if they win the 3rd championship, and my wife was like, when are you going to get it? So, I don't know. Maybe if we get 1,000 likes today, I'll get a tattoo.
Oh, come on, Eddie. Oh, it's bold as hell.
1,000 likes.
1,000 likes. All right. I don't want to put you in that spot, but can everybody start smashing the like button? Honestly. I'm sure there'll be some disclaimers in there we can do, like, it's a rub off, the fade ones or stuff like that. But
the WW on the butt cheeks. Yeah, we're not going to do that one. But Mike, you got some really cool tattoos, man. I like the card, the Jack of Hearts. Is it?
Oh yeah, you know what? While I do the position, I got these over the course of time. There goes my coffee. That one right there is the Jack of all trades, master of none. It used to be something I always called myself as like a cut. Like I'm a country kid. Look at this, it's dripping. As a country kid from Nebraska, I'd always be like, I'm just a jack of all trades, master of none. I came up to Chicago. I'm like, I can fix that. Oh, my neighbor would be like, oh, I can fix that. I can do this. So let me try. And I was always, after I'm done with that, I'm like, how'd you do that? I'm like, jack of all trades, master of none. But then I never went to focus on one thing as far as trading, outside of trading, and was like a scholar of any sort. Caesar degrees. That was my little quote in college.
Cool.
And then I always had that little cut on myself, and my buddy goes to me, we're on a flight to Bandon Dunes, going golfing, which I'm not good at. And he goes, you know what? The real line is, because I'm sitting there, we're drinking on the flight, and I'm like, I'm just a jack of all trades, master of none. He's like, you know what, Patak? Do you know the whole line? I go, what is it? He's like, jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. I'm like,
let's go.
Yeah, so I'm like, all right, I'm getting
Didn't know that.
I've been calling myself that for a long time.
Well, hey, we've got Les Collier. I'm a tattooer. I'll do it for you. And the way out, I'm a tattoo artist. So
hell yeah. All right. Well, I got some more to go on. I just got I don't know if I need to keep taking my shirt off.
Wait a minute.
But I just got a few more in Vietnam when I was there traveling with my kids and wife.
You weren't in Vietnam, but you just visited, right? Let's get that straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a veteran. Wait a minute. There's a poll here. Where should Eddie get his 1,000 like tattoo? And face is an option. Wait a minute.
Go entice it on us.
I haven't been in prison. I'm not putting it on my face. How about bottom of foot? It's not an option. That's okay. 1,000 likes. I have to do something, huh?
I got coffee spilled all over.
I don't have any tattoos either. None. No tattoos, no piercings.
I mean, Johnny, you should get your kids on there. I let my 4-year-old get a tattoo. On my arm. I let him put his name's Holden. I let him put an H. He drew a bunch of H's. I go, draw your first initial or first letter. Draws that, and I go, which one do you like? He's like, that one. I go, let's go. We went to the tattoo art, and he sat there and watched it just like that. Little bonding moment, if you want to call it that. I was never into
I thought that was really cool, man. I thought that was really cool. So in like 20 years from now, remember you did this? Remember?
Yeah. Well,
hey, we got some movement here.
Yeah, we do.
Let's watch this NASDAQ. NASDAQ taking a sky, and crude is starting to dry here. We're downside new lows here, daily lows here for the crude, 88.65.
Michael, you jump back in
that right now.
Did I jump back in? No.
No, I thought you said you did.
No, sorry. No, I did not.
Got it.
Loser winner, chicken dinner, because that's still a winner. Ooh, scratch days.
You're a poet, you don't know it.
Usually I'll say my scratch days are like plus or minus 200, plus or minus 300. I'm like, okay. I'm down 400. So teetering on the scratch day. All right, John. So he got this college try that it did. Pulled back now below the 200 period on the 30. At the 200 period. Sorry, NASDAQ below the 200 period. Right at it. Sorry, right at it.
Right at it. Right.
S&P is a little above it. And you got this gapper in the S&P of your low volume Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
You start calling your shoulders, I'm going to sell at the edge of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, that works too. You know, that's.
Hey, we got some heavy movement here again here in the crude. Can we pop that crude in real quick? And
Crude, here you go.
Yeah, jump that in there. That's a little more important right now. Hey, crude traders, check. Wow. Okay, John, help the crude traders out. Here we go.
All right. Well, you know, the movement to the upside yesterday brought in some volume and some open interest, but remember, it is in rollover. Rollover has a tendency to throw a horseshoe into any directional moves. We broke out above an important inflection level yesterday on decent volume for rollover in the front month, but again, the open interest is difficult to read. The market is currently pulling back towards a support level that may be, or a resistance level that may become support, but it might need to fill this gap before finding buyers again. We have to remember that at 9:30, the EIA petroleum status report comes out. And anything can happen. So we probably have some longs just kind of evening out before that comes out, and we'll see what happens.
Now, you mentioned that EIA. We got about 37 minutes before it hits the fan. The prior was negative 6,307,000. The expectations, it's just a little under negative 2 million, 1.912. So negative 1,912,000, and we'll see what happens. So I think that's gonna turn the blender on here for us.
Ooh, I like it. We have So Crude coming up, and those that don't know, it's a segment about crude oil. Eddie, what time's that usually go on?
Yeah, we're gonna have Danny here. So Crude starts around 9:20, so we'll get set. We've got some time before the number comes out, and we'll ask Danny what he thinks.
And Jack Attack, throw up our schedule. We have this little cool schedule that is just tons of time put into the design of it.
There it is. It's
tons of time we put into that design. Johnny, I figure you boys would like that one. That's what I did in the morning. I'm like, well, what's going on today? And then I was going to use this side of it. For those that don't know, I don't know if you can even see. It says sellers. This one says buyers.
Yep.
Right.
And guys, that used to be what, an old brokerage card or something?
Yeah, they used to give them out on the trading
freebies.
floor, just as kind of scratch paper. All the clerks used them to write down their orders. The traders actually had, printed cards like you did, Michael. You have your name and your badge and your clearing firm and your account number on them and everything.
Yeah, I still have your 300 lot right there.
There you go.
I used to draw cartoons on there. People would ask me, "Hey, draw a picture of this guy. Make him do this and then." So,
dude, Eddie, you were
probably
great
did hundreds of cards.
You were great at that. You had tons of cards. You had them kind of lined up too. You were very, very good at your artistic ability.
Cartoons, baby.
Cartoons, yeah. And then you do these cool like Muppet Baby or Muppet type puppets that just like, you should throw your link in there sometime.
I'll do that. But I was going through some stuff in the garage and I found some cards that I kept. So I'll go find those, bring those out. But people just, hey, draw that broker over there, and that cartoon him, big nose, big ears, whatever. Some were very insulting. Some were very others were very insulting also.
Well, you can bring those ones on as long as it's not certain type of insulting or the person's actually on here. No. Maybe you just don't bring on the just the ones you're proud of.
Let's put it this way: everybody saw their own picture, and nobody ever said anything bad. They laughed. Okay. It was all in fun jest.
Okay, had his card up there, Eddie.
Yeah, here's one. Here's a cartoon I did. There was a guy that looked like Tigger in the pit, so I drew this picture of Tigger.
Oh, that's a nice
one. Put his name on it.
That's pretty good.
So you guys had tradertainment even in the pits.
Oh, yes, we did.
We had to.
Interesting how that works.
Keep the brain moving. Tell you, when the market is dead, those that sat there doing nothing really lost the edge. But those that did crossword jumbles, things like that, they kept the edge. They kept that brain moving. That's the thing, too, that we need to remember as traders also. You're going to have downtime. Keep your brain moving.
Well, that's
all right. Maybe we go back to NASDAQ ES here. We did a little pullback in crude, 88.68 last. And we've got Danny going to be coming up here in about maybe a half an hour. But we're watching for that.
Eddie, that's why we did the TopstepTV concept. This came about, John. I think you helped foster the growth of this, or the impetus of this, or I'd like to say you started it, but I did buy the domain back in 2010 or 2011. So
did you really?
Yeah. We have Topstep.tv, and I think
you're the reason I couldn't buy it.
Yeah, beat you to the punch. Those that don't know, Topstep has been around since 2010, 2012.
Hey, guys. Alex L. just passed the 50K combine.
Nice.
There you go.
Love it, Alex. Love it.
Yeah.
Eddie, let's keep asking people each day, you and I, and then we'll just cheer these folks on because you're ready to, Alex.
Good job, Alex.
Was it Alex? So we said
Alex.
Do not change your mojo. Mick from tap you on the shoulder segment with our risk managers, which you guys saw the trading card come in. That's coming up here in about an hour and a half or maybe an hour or so. He talks about traders in the funded level that are coming up. So Alex, hopefully he talks about you and we all can learn from you. But one of the lessons that he shared with us yesterday is XYZ individual, don't remember the name, completely changed their trading strategy when they got to the live account. You don't want to do that when you get to the live account, because in an Express Funded account, we pull up the best traders from the Express, put them on live, because we professionally, want to be, we want to put professionals on our, that are producing on our live account.
Yeah. Hey, Scott Embry passed the combine yesterday.
Yeah. Keep it coming, gentlemen.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these stories
are good. If I miss it, I apologize.
These stories are good.
Always love to hear that. That's our goal here, right, gentlemen, is for your success. We want to see everybody succeed. The more we can see, the better off it's going to be.
Well, that's why we're here.
Yeah, and success is moving yourself forward as a trader. Whether it's, I didn't make money today and you filled up the think tank, or I made money today and I just got funded, I met the objective, or I made money today and I'm now triggered the ability to get a payout. I just got a call up from the risk manager guys. I'm now trading live, moving forward.
You got called up from minors going to Major League, doing some Pro Ball.
That's why we call it Pro Ball.
Well, Eddie, it looks like your tattoo's going to have to be on your face.
No way.
That's what the poll said.
Oh, that's what the poll said. I'm like, we hit 1,000.
They got a Polish guy deciding where I'm going to have my tattoo.
That's what the poll says. I wouldn't make you do it. I picked arm.
We'll get you something temporary, Eddie.
Yeah, I'll get the little licky Jack in the Box tattoo.
Little hentai henna tattoo. There you go.
Yeah, henna, not the other one.
Henna color you want.
I got my keyboard now. You know how many keyboards I've been through? Like 5. And it's not because I'm pissed. It's because I hit coffee on them all the time. And if Mac, if you're
sippy
listening,
cup.
Yeah,
Let's get you a sippy cup.
I got a shitload of those at home. I got a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old, and 1-year-old. I've been filling those things up for 4 years.
PBJ, I'm sending love to PBJ. Doesn't want that tattoo on my face. You have too nice of a face. Thanks, honey. Oh, did I just give a no?
Hey, Mac, if you're listening, I spilled a drink yet again. Mac, every time I'm with him, I've spilled a drink either on him or around him. Like every time. Because I get like this, like, blah, 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 and I talk, and then I hit, I don't know.
Even in Wisconsin, we did that.
We did it in Wisconsin?
It was water, though. It was just water, so that's good.
Yeah, just water. Yeah, I don't know why anybody complains about water being spilled all over them. All right, so we're up here, John. Mm-hmm. We're dancing. We know it's roll. We know it's choppy. We know it can be choppy. We know that try to choose a direction here from the what am I? CPI? No.
CPI,
yeah. Number. You can see the spike down, and you can see it firm up. You can see it stay above settlement. We're talking NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
It's right dancing with the 200. Above the melt through the 50 like butter. Came up to the open naked. Well, hold on, the naked point of control
from yesterday. Yep.
From yesterday. The tilt, guys, 50-50. Oh wait.
Ooh, okay.
50-50. So that's like just sit on your hands and look for something else.
Yeah, 52.48. Whoa, okay.
Gold and Q. We have to take a look at the S&Ps here at some point.
They're both hand in hand today. No real true total leader. I mean, their chart looks identical.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, we always talk about leaders and laggers, and we do this a bit, mostly with the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow, though we talk about it more, the NASDAQ and the Dow, because there's all your big, heavy hitter stocks in there. That's what's so great about trading the index is you don't have to trade stocks. I think it's asystematic risk or systematic risk. Elon Musk gets pulled over for a DUI, and you're trading Tesla. You know, you're affected. You're trading the index. It might move it a little bit because it's big, but or whatever. He does something really big enough that's gonna tank Tesla stock. Yeah.
Right. Hey, real quick, Mike. We had a big sort of 180 here in crude. What's the tilt in crude right now?
The tilt in crude is 54% of the folks are long.
Okay.
50-50.
50.
Basically, yeah, 50.
That's 50. A nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody's tilted over a certain direction. 803. No. Okay. Sorry, 903 to you guys.
Okay, so here's what we've got going on now.
John, I like getting long around here on this pullback.
It's not a bad idea. The volume is higher. The market has taken us back into the opening range. Low volume below. You can limit your risk. And if it does turn around and go higher, you're going to be in good shape.
All right. I'm short. Or sorry. Oh, great stuff. I'm short. I'm long from 515 evens. 4 lots. I'm long 515 evens, taking a couple handle heat on it.
Okay, why don't we look at let's look at your charts if you want to watch this.
Yeah. Let me pop that. Not really focused on 15 handle stop. 15 handle sure. Okay, hold on. I'm doing 2 things at once. All right.
Got it.
It's busted me out. And busted 2 lots are gone. There's your heat. It's like
we're going to take out the low of the opening range. That changes everything.
That changes everything.
We have not, however, taken it out.
We haven't taken it out. I just shared my screen. I'm down 1,400 right now with a 2-lot on, about ready to get stopped on the next one. I got it at 15s. There's my stop out. Stopped. Down 1,600.
Okay, we just took out the low of the opening range by 4 points, by 4 ticks, or a couple of ticks. Okay, now things have changed.
Okay. So I tried the pullback, and I'm not saying I'm done with it. The tilt's at 70% there. What numbers do you got down here?
As far as NASDAQ is concerned, there's no real unfinished business down here except for the low here, which is 452, and last week's low. I mean, that's really the only visual target that I see down here.
You know,
Other than,
our good friend
our
Sarah
overnight low
Hall.
down here.
Sarah Hall is short at 45.17. Good job, Sarah. And
Nice job.
she's looking for that 45.06. So
4506.
nice.
Oh, yeah. I like it. See, I got long.
Good job, Sarah. Let's keep
Sarah got
that
short.
moving.
Hey, 70% of folks are short right now. I am looking to get back long, just so we know. But John, I need a level down here that's helpful. And you were saying it's trading 88s, 87s, 86s, 85s.
Overnight low is right now.
Overnight lows. Okay, I'm getting long right there. I got long at 82.25. Another long at 82.25. Long 4 from 83 even.
Is that right? No, this is
if it doesn't, if it doesn't catch a little bit.
yesterday's low. I'm sorry, not overnight low. It's yesterday's low is right here.
Okay, if it doesn't catch a little bit right here, I'm gonna get out. This is a quick banger.
Yeah, I would time stop this instead of a full stop.
Yeah. Yesterday's low. Here's heat again. Damn.
Yeah. Coming up here in a little over 10 minutes, we'll bring Danny on. So Crude Dan, and we'll talk about what's going on over there. Don't forget, Crude traders, if you're just logging on here, joining us, EIA in almost about 20 minutes. Very important number for you Crude traders, and if you did just log in here, yesterday's American Petroleum Institute showing that U.S. crude inventories rose 1.2 million barrels last week. So that's a number we had yesterday. So let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, John, I'm out. It's like sitting there. I don't like it sitting there. Remember when we talked about when stuff sits there?
100%. That's why.
I mean, I bought I got long 83s, 78s. I got out.
That's you do the time stop. If it doesn't go right, if it's something you want to go right away and it doesn't, you get out.
That's why. Yeah, but I do like these. I do like your volume profile around here. I mean, it does drop off on a shoulder, doesn't it? A little bit down here on the 75s after 75, 72s.
Let's go back to NASDAQ.
Or am I not reading that correctly?
Oh, you're going back to NASDAQ.
Well, you're looking at the on T4, right? So that's the entire overnight. So we can look at that here. So here's the S&P, here's the NASDAQ 30.
All week, yeah.
So here's the entire overnight profile, volume profile, right here. There it is. So this is what you're looking at here is this little volume node here, right?
Yeah. Yes. Correct. That's good. Would you look at that as an entry, or what would you look at this?
I mean, whenever I'm looking for an opportunity, typically only in a directional market, I'll use the low volume nodes as either support or resistance. Look what just happened. You traded down to it, and we got a nice pop off it.
Well,
we're back inside the range from yesterday.
That's what I was looking for. 74s, 84s. I was long from 83s. We trade down to 74s. That's a 10 handle. It wasn't a bad entry. Now it's up to 89s. Now back to 83s. We're just dancing. It's just dancing.
Hey, Vincent, one of our coaches, joins us each and every day here. Vincent, filled at 1933. What was the take on that? Can you give us the other side of that trade, Vincent? Pop that in here in the chat. See what we got. See what we got out there.
Good call. Yeah, we like to talk about how the trades. That's the only way for people to really kind of learn too.
Yeah. Kirk closed my short 2 at 15,546 half.
Well, there's all the short folks. Yeah. All right, cool.
There you go.
Chop, chop, roll. Chop, chop, roll.
Let's keep that in mind. Vincent saying risking B period low cheap trade. Okay, something. Take what the market gives you. If it's a cheap trade, take it and be happy with it. Okay.
All right. So you
All right, let's 406, 407 on that like if you are here and you like what's going on. And you just like life in general. Hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. You know, the thing is, I think if we get 20,000 likes, I'll catch you. Topstep on my
moving the
forehead.
goalpost on us.
Topstep right here on my forehead. You know, people used to do that. Remember that?
Yeah, I mean, idiots.
Was it Golden Palace? Remember they used to do that?
Yeah, you get like a on the well, they Golden Palace.
$10,000.
Golden Palace also did the other thing. I don't. You remember what else they did?
I don't remember. Refresh
Yeah,
my memories.
Pay and 82% of folks are short right now, and we're down here at the 74 range.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's hitting hard.
So John, I like your 64 range. Still, but you know what?
I mean, its overnight value low is that 64.
I don't know if it has enough mustard to get down there. Seventy percent of folks are short now. Wow, look at the shorts they're getting paid now. He had a bunch of longs peel it off up there. Sure, God, yeah, that's pretty cool to see.
Richard Blake wants this like to go viral, so I get that tattoo on my forehead. Thanks, Richard. I'll remember who you are.
Yeah, Joe Drennan, my good friend, is only looking for shorts on a squeeze higher.
Is that what you
don't want to get short in the hole?
Well, is everybody talking about shorts and I'm looking to get long, John?
Long, John.
Because you're an innovator, Michael.
Is that what it's called in the trading world? It's innovation, huh?
You're an innovator.
Going against the grain. Hey, John, I got a question from our friend Fred. What did you think of the rally in the S&P yesterday during the H period at 12 o'clock? Now, there's a poor high on yesterday's profile. Do you think today's sellers are convicted?
Well, I don't know what their crime is, but we'll see if they end up getting convicted. No. Yeah. Yesterday, we were looking for areas for us to look to buy weakness yesterday in the markets. As a matter of fact, yesterday at the end of the session, fast market, Michael was looking for a short. I said, be careful. This is all excess down here. This is all excess. So the market did rally. It took out the high in the S&Ps. Oh my goodness. Here, let me put this up here. Hang on. Just using this because it's a little clearer than the other platform we're using. So the S&Ps took out the high, did leave a weak high. Was this a cheap short? Well, yeah, it was, but only because the Goldman Sachs CEO started chirping about the economy and how he thought that we were probably, I forget everything he said yesterday, but the one thing that stuck out in my head was inflation is going to be really sticky. So that was enough to take all of this momentum to the upside and take out the low of the session. So Was it a cheap trade? Well, it didn't take out the high in G, the high of H of G in H, or whatever these were. Would it have been a cheap trade? It would have. Was it one I would have taken?
John.
No, because I didn't. I wasn't probably watching the news at that time and didn't realize that this was going to be so impactful to the price. Right,
John, you got value low down here, 15,464. We're 10 handles away. Why? What's value low mean to you? I got long at 70s.
Overnight value low, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean as much to me as it does if it's regular trading hours. So here's your overnight value low is here. That includes this. Here, let's take a look at this. Let's go here. Overnight value low on itself is here. So we're now below it. We've taken out the low of the opening range. We've taken out the low of overnight value. We've taken out the low of yesterday's range. What's left?
Here, good friend Sarah has a very nice trade. She got out at her 45.06. Patience, discipline. Great job, Sarah.
Yeah, good job, Sarah.
Nice job, Sarah.
John, I got long down here, but it's going to be short-lived if it doesn't give me after this long move. 67.5. I like that value area that you just had up there.
Okay.
I'm looking for that move. I've been looking for a good entry on a long. It's got to go quickly or I'm out. I'm a little handle on the money, but if it comes down here and dances again around the 67s, then it gives every other long opportunity, and there's your rip down. And we're going to cover because we don't like the dance. All right. So took
we took out the low of the opening.
Yeah.
That changes things a little bit for us.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to try and be patient, looking for good trade locations on that.
Yeah.
Spending some time there. It's actually building some volume down here. So,
all right,
So I think the reality of the CPI numbers is sinking in on investors and traders right now.
Yeah.
Really?
That's inflationary.
70% of people are short NASDAQ, 68% S&P. I just really like the long side of this, just off the pullback, but I'm going to put just a small 2 lot on 61.75.
Patrick Whelan's with us here right now.
What's up, Patrick?
Looking at the 15.450.
Patrick, I'm getting smoked today. Not trading well.
Trepidity is asking, why does Michael like the long side?
I know.
And you're a perma bear.
Get out of here.
Bear.
They'll give away my secrets.
Whee!
See, I like the 64. We're talking about the 64s down here. If it's going to keep dancing around this level, it kind of grows legs to the downside. I'm like halfway to giving up on this trade, but I'm into it. Long from 61.5, 61.7.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it weren't for the number at 730, this would be the low right here. This would be the low of the day, which is 456, 457.
I just covered. 2 handle, 3 handle stop.
Okay, so.
I mean, I said if it's going to keep dancing, I'm gone.
Yeah.
This is where you're like, oh, I just got out of the trade and it goes your way. Those are the most frustrating trades, the ones that you are looking to get in, that you get into, feel really good about, and then you take it off.
And then it goes. Just checking gold.
Uh-huh. That's a great game of trading. I don't have it today. So I'm going to size down.
I mean, it all sort of comes together. It's like a recipe. You're
Yes.
baking a cake here. You've got to have just enough patience, just enough discipline. You got to have that management, and then you're going to see success. Fred, Michael, you got a good fan in Fred. Admire Nebraska. Now, Nebraska, meaning Michael, that's his nickname, for trading publicly and risking losses. I think that demonstrates integrity.
Thanks, Dagger. God bless it. This is why the game of trading gets frustrating. Long from 61, it shook me out at 58 because I did the whole, hey, Hoag, if it dances around here, it's growing legs to the downside. I know it's only 10 handles or more into the money, but I would have taken that. I would have taken some profits. But woulda, coulda, shoulda, if that was, what, candy and nuts?
Yeah.
I'd have diabetes or something. I don't know.
Stryker took a short at 15,548, killed it early, ran a couple grand. Stryker done for the day? Are you done for the day? Are you
15,548. Come on, hold on. 15,548. Hell yeah. You see where that's
it's a nice profit. That's a nice trade.
Yeah, I'd call it a day. I'm calling it a day, possibly here very soon because I'm getting crushed.
Well, one thing, Michael, today it might be your bad day, but you had Monday and Tuesday good. And we always talk about building up that cushion or building up something in case you do have a bad day. Mm-hmm. And this is a perfect example of what you need to do and what you need to look for.
You're right. There's 20 handles in the money. So there's a good lesson here to be learned. And I'm going to take losses, and hopefully you guys learn from my losses too. I like backing traders more than I like trading full time right now. That's the reason why I started Topstep in 2010, because I'd already been trading for 12 years. And I said, hey, you know what? There's got to be somebody out there better, smarter, more disciplined, and have a better strategy, and just all around the Michael Jordan of trading. I used to call it that. And that was always my goal, to build that group of traders. And that's how Topstep came about.
We were going to find the Michael Jordans.
You find great traders every now and then.
You do.
Yeah, and then you got solid traders, and then you got good traders, and then you got ones that aren't ready to be up at the funded level. It's really no different than Eddie and I and Hoag was talking about. Eddie said being called up to the majors. Eddie, there's probably in your history of watching people get called up, what percentage of them stay up? I know you don't know the exact percentage, but they roughly. And do ones get pulled down immediately, go back down the minors?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The thing is, too, we're talking traders, we're talking ball players, either one. You got to show that you're doing something progressive, that you're moving forward. All right. You're not spinning your wheels. And sometimes, I tell you, in professional sports, they bring the kid up just for a taste of what it's like, to get them hungry. Okay. And of course, they bring them back, and they're always on that list to come up again. I know there's a lot of rookies here, and especially towards the end of our baseball season, you're going to see that with baseball, where they bring the rookies up, especially if your team's doing crappy like our White Sox. I think they've brought up probably about 5 or 6 rookies, but it's to get that taste. And the thing is, some of these rookies, obviously, the All-Stars, they lock it in. They show the manager, the coach, the team that they belong. And that's you could even put, you could even put patience, discipline, and management on a rookie ball player.
Right? And consistency's got to be there. That's why I mentioned some people aren't ready to be at funded level, but then they get back ready because they go back to the trading combine and work on their stuff.
Yeah.
And by working on our stuff, man, I was long 15,461. You know, lower that move right there, John, was 54.
Yep.
6 handle.
Hey guys, we got Danny in the wings here.
And you know why I got so shooken out of that? Because I was already down on the day. So that's another lesson. If you're already down on the day, then you can change your whole trading, risk reward strategy.
Yeah. Well, you can remember that, unless the trade proves it's invalid, it's valid.
I know. That's why it would have been up 30 hand. I'm not saying I would have held it up here, but maybe it would look good. And I would always take profits off the table, John. If I had a 4 lot, it would have been down to a 1 lot by now. To ride a little bit more. And guys,
gentlemen, we're getting close. We're getting close to that EIA number. So let's bring in Danny. So Crude, dudes, about Crude, which will include some crude food. So we're going to bring Danny up here just right now. Hold on a sec.
What a home run.
Welcome, Danny. Welcome back here. We got about 5 minutes on EIA.
5 minutes remaining.
Yes, we do. How's everybody going this morning?
What do you stand for, Danny?
Yeah.
Well,
Danny, I'm
I'm
down 3.
that API number yesterday. They added some inventory into the marketplace, which feels good. I'll take that.
John, really quickly before we jumping the crude oil, go to there's your 30-minute. There's your spike down. Where's that low right there? That low of the bar.
454 quarter.
God, I'm so upset with myself, but I'm not.
Move
you gotta
on.
take it off.
Don't carry any venom around. Carry it
I
around.
know. I mean, we're talking 60 handles, 50 handles, 50 handles, and when I get out of that trade, 50 handles. And where's my okay? I got ended at 9:18. So less than 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago, there's 50 handles. So if anybody was playing at long down there, that's why I was looking at long down there. I didn't trade it very well because I got shooken out and I didn't even take 6 handles more of heat. So that's the frustrating part. So let my frustration be your education. Ooh.
There you go.
There you go.
I gotta
Danny?
ask, guys. I'm hearing like morning doves in the background somewhere.
Yeah, there's some I think sand cranes in the pond behind the house that are
I'm like over
chirping
here.
right
I'm
now.
like, my window's closed. Where am I hearing the
Yeah, I apologize.
Okay, no, you're good.
There's always something
Kinda
making noise
soothing.
around here.
Kind of soothing. Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw crude oil just continue to extend that rally. I said yesterday, like I need to see a bigger pullback for an opportunity to be long in this market. Really did not get the pullback I wanted to see. So I sat on my hands most of all day yesterday. This morning I came in and we started to see, a little rotation towards settlement price. I liked the opportunity of maybe catching a bounce off settles. But got to keep in mind that API number, right? So then we got to start to think about fundamentals. API was looking for a draw. We had a boost. EIA is going to be looking for a draw again today. We will find out in 2 minutes.
Now the deuce on the clock here. 2 minutes. 2 minute warning. 2 minute warning. Young Will Robinson.
Yes. So we got to keep an eye on that. So again, you have numbers coming out, sit on your hands, be patient, wait for that information to hit the marketplace. We looked at some of these trends the other day. Right now I'm looking at, got to turn my neck all the way around. Excuse me. I've got room down to 88.25. And then below that, I'm looking at, 87.60. And again, these are ranges. Don't lean on the finite level. They can swing by 20 ticks. But I'm looking for some ranges down below. Those are the areas that I'm going to start to pay attention to things.
That 87.60 is your trend line.
It is. What else is right there, Hoag? That red line right there?
200 session moving average.
200.
We also have a naked volume point of control in the area. So we got some confluence there.
There's a lot going on down at that price point. It's funny how my little trend lines lead into other areas to keep in mind. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on, right? If we see more inventory coming into the marketplace, which I struggle to see happening with EIA today, but I have been wrong many a time before. So we'll wait and see what happens. If they come in and they add some inventory, there's a potential that we see downside moves. there's a potential that we see nothing happen. And it's a pretty dud of a number. I think expectation, where'd my thing go? Expectation is a draw of just shy of 2 million. So numbers should be coming out any second here.
Mm-hmm.
Here we
There
go.
it is. Right?
There we go.
Ooh, look at that.
Coming in here, we've got crude oil.
There we go.
Refinery.
A boost to 5.5 million.
3.954 million.
I'm looking at gas. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Oh,
So
Carl
big
in
numbers.
the
This
back.
car's getting robbed.
0.9. So we got some inventory coming to the marketplace. What did we say that first level was, Hoag?
I think you said 25. That would almost be a gap fill.
25. And then we have that 87.60 down below. So I like seeing a boost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a change. That was sort of a curveball too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to close the gap, it's got to get down to 88.15.
We'll keep an eye on that one. That's what I'm going to pay attention to here. Please mind the gap for the OGs out there. Hope and I eat every afternoon.
Mind the gap.
Mind the gap. So
I quit, Danny.
why?
Are you still chopping it up over there?
I don't, dude. It was like 541s. I was long from 458s, 61s, almost 100 handles. I mean, it was the great part about this, John, is we had a good entry.
We did.
Michael, back in the Marine Corps, we used to have ways of holding each other accountable.
Yeah, what's that?
We can talk about that offline one day, and I'll teach you some of the ways we kept each other accountable.
I'm holding myself accountable with my loss limit. I have a $3,000 daily loss limit. I'm at 2905.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be an early retirement today.
Yeah, it's going to be for sure. Welcome to the game of trading. I'm going to be frustrated, but then I'm going to either go for a run to beat off that frustration. I don't know that.
When was the last time you went for a run? When was the last time you went for a run?
I had to go to my pick up my kids, so I was running pretty fast to get to that.
I know you ride a bike. I would have accepted if you said I'm going to go for a bike ride. The run, I'll call you
Or
on that
ski.
one.
I would go skiing right now. Like I'm 50 yards away from the lift over here, and I would go skiing. And I wouldn't leave my phone because I have to have Bluetooth to listen to Shred City. That's my playlist, Shred City. Yeah, I don't know. I'm frustrated.
Marcelo making 280 from 458 to 520. That's a good hold.
Hold on, what? 58?
Marcelo made 280 from 458 and got out at 520.
That is carving the market up damn well. 54s was a low, 454s, and I was long from
Good job,
61.
Marcelo.
So is it Marcello? Who is it?
Marcelo.
Okay, cool.
Ruiz Diaz.
Hell yeah, great trading.
Nice trade.
All right. So I'm going to say one last thing about crude oil. I'm relieved to see a nice little boost of inventory. Bring these prices. I had a fill with gas. Everyone knows I'm moving back to Chicago, and those gas prices in Chicago give me a heart attack.
Well, you come up to the burbs, a little cheaper.
I'm loving these Wisconsin gas prices, but man, seeing those Chicago ones, so knowing there's a little added inventory, maybe going to help my gasoline prices, makes me feel a little better today.
It's all about Cook County. I think we're the highest taxed county in the United States.
Well, you makes total sense. You got pension plans all over the place, but hey, I'm not going to knock on that. But that does weigh on the old budget. Oh yeah. And then you can't get out of the pension plans unless the city files for bankruptcy. We're talking about Chicago. I got a couple of properties there, and I put them on Airbnb since 2010. And Brian Chesky from Airbnb actually stayed at one of them. I'm making nothing on them. Actually, I bought a condo in 2007, which is a horrible time to buy a condo. When I first was trading well, it was $305,000, and I paid it off in cash with a check. After I already had a mortgage on it, so the mortgage was down to like $264. That was like when I was 28, trading really well. Went to pay off my condo in cash. I bought it for $305, put $25 into it, that's $330. I sold it for $317. 10 years later, 12 years later. I know. Come on. I'm down. Get out of here. All right. So, yeah. Hey, you know what?
Nice trade, Michael.
It was in Lincoln Park. Now, I got my
Hey, that's the only reason I met you was that condo.
Yeah, I know. You were neighbors. You were neighbors with a friend of mine, and then we'd always riff about trading. And then you said you're a Marine, and I said, you want to come coach traders because your discipline and your mindset is what Topstep needs. That was back in what, 2018?
No, it was way before that because I've been at Topstep longer than that. It was like 2015 I met you.
There you go.
Yeah. So,
Danny Hodgman's been around for a while. And he's been in the pits.
Nice reminiscing. I should let you get back to your trading the NQ.
No, don't.
Yeah.
We gotta see if Michael can recover from this $2,900 drawdown. Or if he
all right, I'm going down to one lots and I'm going to look for an excellent entry like I had.
Crude. Look at that bounce. We got a little rally action. Again,
yesterday's low.
Yeah, we got a nice little bounce off the low. We're still, I think, in that emotional state of this number of people trying to process. So I think, I'm going to still sit on the hands here. I'm not looking to be long on a number like that right now. Again, fundamentals come into play for me.
Well, they probably got a lot of people short in the hole on that number too. Like, oh my God, it's a boost, sell.
Yeah, exactly. All guaranteed. Everyone was ready to dump it pretty quickly, especially a massively unexpected number.
Mm-hmm.
Like the last couple, I mean, we were a draw of 10 million, a draw of 6 million, and then we were expected to be a draw of 2, and everything's been at least double or triple of what the expectation was. So everything said, expect another 6 million barrel draw, and then we get this boost. And a boost to a rally tells you there's a little bit of emotion involved in this one. And we got to wait for the to process what that number means and the implications behind it.
Danny, you can't guarantee anything.
Well, and just think about, my good friend Shaw Cunningham says, look at what didn't happen. We did not fill the gap. That is kind of friendly to the upside, if you ask me.
Yeah. That's why I love these things. Like Michael just said, you can't guarantee anything, and you really can't.
Oh, absolutely not.
You can have an idea. Fundamentals tells you one thing. Technicals tells you the same thing. You have two major things telling you something, and it does the opposite. It's all about the emotions within the marketplace and who is participating.
Exactly.
Michael, was that a White Hen coffee cup?
No,
White Hen.
I drove by
it's 7-Eleven. It looked like one of those old White Hen coffee cups.
Yeah, this segment of being down $3,000 is sponsored by 7-Eleven.
Get a Slurpee.
So
no, I know. I'd be tweaking right now.
Slurpee and some rum.
A little early for that one. All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let you guys get back to the NQ. I'll be watching closely to see what happens.
We're going to be watching the ES, Danny, because that's Hoag's market. The NQ is
the smart one.
I know.
Well, I haven't had the chance to do anything today. We've been watching the NASDAQ, so we'll see what we can find here in the afternoon or in the late morning session here.
The bar is set pretty low, Hoagland. Thanks, Danny.
Danny, take it, man.
Thanks, Dan.
You know what I love, Eddie? That was awesome. I like that. It made me feel cheerful. I love the fact that even if I have a frustrating day here, you have other traders that are like literally carving it. Marcelo at 458, 4 handles off the low, took it to 58s to evens is 40 handles, 60 handles ish.
You know,
and it
Michael,
continues.
here in the YouTube chat, Taurus Trader, Mike, it's time to trade for tomorrow. Today's not your day. Everybody's been there before. Just practice what you preach. Trade for tomorrow.
Very nice.
I love this because check it out. This is what I got in the office. Look at that. See that? What that says? Can you guys see?
Can't see it there.
Where are we
it's too
looking?
far for me.
I see a
God
bike
bless
in
it.
the
It says
doorway.
always trade for tomorrow, all the way over there.
There you go.
Hey, we had that in our last office too. Real big in the meeting room. Wonder if we have a
Yeah,
picture of that.
you know what, Eddie? I'm going to get that. I'm going to share that with Jack. You drew it.
Yes.
And I'm going to find it.
Brooksy's asking, you taking any positions in gold, John?
Not yet. We just looked at it. It's just not. It's not doing what I don't have an opportunity down here. Haven't really had much of an opportunity here. A weekly kickoff high since we've been on the screen here. So I'm just kind of watching to see what happens here. Very just kind of range bound since the 7:30 number this morning.
Yeah.
So we're just going to see what happens on that. Watching the ES here now. The ES is kind of bouncing up here against the high, against the 100 session moving average. This is somewhat of a cheap trade, but I'm not liking the excess from the 7:30 numbers, not liking the excess down here. So this is going to have to be a real cheap short if I'm going to take it. Thinking about just continuing to sit on my hands. I mean, I saw some opportunities. You were watching the NASDAQ, and so I missed a couple of things that I might have thought about taking today, but we can
The way the
think about
market's
this
moving,
one.
it's shaking a lot of traders out.
Mhm.
21 handle Dave said had a shaky morning, took consecutive losses, but back to green. Might be wise to call it here. So getting your head above water on a tough day, you might want to think that. You might want to just sort of say, okay, you know what? It was a tough one. I took a beating, a little stressed. I'll come back tomorrow.
Mhm.
Yeah, it shook me out. So I feel you. Come back tomorrow. Always trade for tomorrow. Always trade for tomorrow. I just showed you in this office. We're going to show you the old office shot here shortly. What used to be in the old, and we had a parallel all around it. I just sent the picture to our production team. Eddie drew it, and he also drew another mission, vision, values of Topstep. You always got to have a vision in life, and then the mission is like, why are you doing that? There's a guy literally outside with a drill. Yeah. Hey, 70% of folks are long crude right now. Nothing in the NASDAQ and S&P, 60-40 to the long
Speaking
side.
of crude, hoops up 14.75. Second day of
Nice.
this combine. Made a back loss from yesterday plus some. So yesterday had a bad day, coming back today, good day. Now here's a smart thing to do. If you got that itch to trade, Hoop's going to the sim. He's going to trade that practice
Yes.
account.
Mhm.
Yeah. Smart.
Yeah, nice choice.
There it is.
Nice job.
Trade for tomorrow.
Excellent work.
That's where we kept our swag.
That's where there you go. Hey guys, thanks. That was fast.
It is.
There's another one. That was literally about 10 feet tall.
Yeah,
We kept our swag all around. Anybody come in the office be like, take whatever. I got a
Good
bunch.
office.
Yeah. That was a great office.
Was.
What's that?
It was a great office.
Yeah, and then COVID hit. I literally signed a new lease on it, like an 8-year lease. They jacked up the price. We're like, well, we want to stay here. Jacked up the price, 8-year lease. Looking at it in January 1st. I'm about ready to sign the lease, and then the word COVID showed up. This is 2020.
Yeah.
And I go, let's just wait. Got out of that lease October 2020. And now we have what's called a trophy room on the 42nd floor of Chicago Board of Trade. Very small because nobody from Topstep comes into the office.
42, Jackie Robinson. What a lucky floor. What a great ball player.
And it's technically, Eddie, at the top floor of the CBOT, even though there is a 43rd, but the 43rd is not even being used. So it's the highest floor that individuals can lease from.
Right.
We do have someone in the office in the wings if we want to go to Mick.
Oh, yeah, he is in the office. And he probably will show that why we call it the trophy room. And he can probably explain it.
All right. Well, you know what? Up next here, we've got Shoulder Tap. We're going to bring Mick on and talk about bringing our risk manager on, talking about success and time to avoid failure.
Mick.
Oh, we didn't get the shot.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Mick.
He changed it up.
Oh, you guys changed it up.
The camera's down. I'm sorry.
All right. It's another layer of frustration I got today that I got to manage.
Yeah.
How you doing, Mick?
I'm good. I'm good. For those of you that have seen the last couple of days, I am here in the trophy room. I'm tapping Michael on the shoulder right now, telling him I am not nobody. We are here. I'm here with the other risk manager, Brett Goodwin, off to my right over here. But right now, that camera in the background's not working.
Neither is his microphone.
And all the sessions to come.
Here he comes. Let's see if
There he
it's
is.
Yeah, you know, yesterday, Mick, we're complimenting your mustache.
So,
you grew like
guys,
a full
can
beard
we
like
talk
overnight.
about some traders?
Oh, can't hear you, Mick.
see what we got here.
Bring in the lip reader.
I hope we can get Mick because I want him to tell me a couple pointers about my trading.
Having some technical difficulty here.
And he would be the one to do it too. I mean, he'd take a look and give you some good advice like he does for all our traders. And one of the things that risk manager does do is for our funded traders, if you're having a good day, he's going to give you a real good day. He might give you a call and say, hey, time to spend some of that money. Let's pay yourself out on a bad day. And that's what we call this for. The tap on the shoulder might give you some positive advice to maybe stop trading. So hopefully we can get Mick back on.
Well, we can get him out. I know their internet's better than anybody's. So
Yeah, this would have been an issue either way. I'm gonna tell him to disconnect and come back in.
Come back in. That usually.
I need some insight. They are watching, just so everybody knows, they watch everybody's P&L right now. They're watching mine, 2,905 down. I have a $5,000 loss limit that I put on the account, but I am stopping myself thus far at 2,900. And I bet you he tells me, Eddie, size down when you start because I didn't do that out of the gate.
You came out with a handful right away, right?
Came out with 5 out of the gate.
Yeah, handful.
Busted my hand.
Well, it's good to have a risk manager too, especially if you're in a situation with a funded account. I mean, he's going to call you up and ask you what's troubling you. You know,
Something seems to be troubling you. Won't you tell us all about it?
and he's going to ask you.
Oh, we got the inner circle back here.
Inner Circle Trader, ICT. Throw his stuff in there. I love following you. I love following you on Twitter.
There you go.
Your posts are they're just like right to the point all the time. And then you don't take shit from anybody. Hey, if you want to do this, get out of here. I love it.
There we go.
My coffee's cold. I'm frustrated. We can't get Mick to talk about my insights.
It rains, it pours.
When it rains, it pours. It's beautiful outside right now, Jack. That's probably why I should just shut this down. Actually, I probably will. When we get done with the show, I'll go take a break and I'll do a little walk. I won't do a run. Danny claims I don't run.
Well, if you can't walk, you can't run. That's like saying if you can't trade small, you can't trade big. So start out walking first.
Hey, Jack, if you want to go over to my screen, I can show you I'm down. I can show you that I sized down to 2 lot, and I can show you right where I missed it. And I can show you that I was long 4 right before at 65. I would have taken a 10 handle heat on that. It's just perfect entry.
Okay, Mick, you want to give it a try?
Hey, am I back, guys?
You're
Yes.
back.
All right, all
Nobody
right.
says
Sorry
anything.
about that.
Hello?
Perfect storm of technical difficulties this morning. Let's pick up where we left off. I've got a number of traders I want to highlight today. 5 of which are getting called up from their express funded accounts into live accounts.
Nice.
All right.
Called up to the pros.
Let's
So,
do it. Calling
let's-
up. That's like getting called up from the minor. Hey, Eddie, you've been pitching so damn well. We want you pitching for the Yankees now.
Minors to the bigs. Let's. I got
Pack
some
your
trading
bags.
cards for these guys. Let's
I'm
throw them up.
stoked.
Let's do a little talk.
Pitching for the Yankees.
Eddie, you ever get that phone call?
If I did, I didn't have my answering machine on. Missed it
Oh, back in the day.
back in
All
the
right.
day.
So this is Marson's first time getting a shout out on shoulder tap. What I love about Marson, base hits all day long.
Sweet.
No. Again? Eddie, you got
Goodness. Good base hits. All right. Needs to work on limiting losses.
there you go. Needs to work on limiting
Average.
losses.
Well, we can
Average losing day wipes out multiple winning days. That's
We-
something you got to watch.
go through these cards still. It seems
Let's
that
do it.
Mick, I'll take his frozen visage off of here just so it's not
Sort
the
of.
shame.
Maybe like
Yeah, just bring him in here. Marson, great trading. Just got brought up to, I think he said every one of these guys got brought up to the live prop
Right.
account, trading live orders and regulated exchanges like the CME, CBOT, NYMEX, COMEX, real orders going to real exchange,
Yeah.
backed by Topstep's prop firm.
All right. Next up is Reed.
Reed in a beautiful Cedar Hill, Texas. James is putting these together, right?
The production team, I think they're teaming it up, but yeah.
They got some beautiful pictures. I mean, and that makes me happy just looking at that.
I kind of feel like tubing down the river with a 6-pack with you, Eddie.
Yeah, I get it. Fish and pole and everything.
So Reed from Cedar Hills, short hold times. I'd like to know if Mick was on here, he'd tell us what the hold times are, but let's just speculate and say they're a few minutes. But I don't think
Average daily P&L over $1,000 trading at NASDAQ. Maybe you need to talk to Reed, Michael.
Well, that's a better average than I'm averaging this week. I know that, and that's why I love the fact that Reed is trading on our prop account. And my sub account right now, my P90X, Michael Patak P90X account that I call it, the P90X, because the accounts, it takes work to build. So I just titled it and tell the brokerage firm to do it. I'm down, but Reed is up, and Reed's getting called up. And that's a win-win as a trader that also works with all you guys, and we back traders, Eddie.
Yeah.
Right.
Michael's going back to AAA here.
I am
right.
going back to triple. Pack your bags, Skippy. Get out of here.
Skippy. Sammy G.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this average daily P&L, 15. Now, let me ask you something, Michael. You see those products traded? You think that's a little overkill? You think that's too many dates to have per week?
Yeah, I would say yes, but a lot of people would be on here. Well, he's making money. Lay off him. Well, yeah, he is, and he put up a $26,000 winning day, 3 5-figure winning days. Needs to work on limiting losses on losing days. So, I'm not one to trade that many products, nor do we ever recommend in the history that Topstep has been watching traders that we've seen people do well trading that many products. But everything can happen. Like the markets can take anybody if they're trading well with discipline. Maybe this is part of a strategy. It's very hard to gunsling on all those and be right. So I would say same with G Eddie is doing something right with multiple. And I don't know how many of these he actually has made money in and lost money in. That'd be a Mick question.
But, all right.
You know, one of the things here too is needs to work on limiting losses on losing days. I wonder if Sam G has a personal loss limit.
Would be
that
another
might be
great question.
something. A question for every trader is, do you have a personal loss limit? Either a tick or a monetary number where if it's negative and you're in the hole and you hit it, you're done for the day. We were talking yesterday on Coach's call in the afternoon on Squawk Radio about accepting losses. And I mean, hey, it's part of the game. Best quarterback throws the pick six. Best pitcher in baseball throws the grand slam. It happens, okay? You're going to have these days. It's just a matter of, like I said, you fall off the horse. It's not about how many times you get back on. It's how many times you get yourself off the ground to get back on. So
Exactly.
dust yourself off,
right.
move forward.
Because I'm a glutton for punishment. We're going to try this one more time. We're going to have Mick try and come in to talk about you, our next trader.
Oh, wow. Thanks, guys. I'm all ears now.
Let's try it.
Wow.
Super.
Mick, are you adamant? Animate? No. I think this is a frozen Mick who looks sad because he's frozen. So I will take him out and we can speculate about you.
I would self-diagnose myself. Self-diagnose. I started off with 5 lots, which I should not have. I always tell. I've been telling everybody that I like to build a cushion. Should have sized down a little bit out of the gate. That would have put me a little bit positive for the day. But all in all, I mean, I'm missing things. I mean, a perfect miss is the 61s I was just long on, which of course I'll keep talking about because that was the great trade of the day because it's trading 52s. 552s I was long from 461. So
this is going to happen too. I mean, comments coming off of YouTube. Michael, it sucks when you're down today, but I'll say it's really good to see an experienced trader deal with frustration. I mean, this is part of the business. We all do this. We don't get to see this very often from good traders.
Yeah, it's hard. I appreciate that. And then there'll be a lot of individuals that say, well, that's not good trading. He's not a good trader. That's fine. I mean, you guys can say whatever you want. We're also backing good traders. So we have the whole trading world where we're trying to be around the good traders, talk to good traders, share individual from Taipei here, and Samuel G and the other good traders. So we're going to learn from good traders. We're also going to learn from bad trading. Today was not good trading, and I'm sharing the why it wasn't good trading. But it's a $3,000 day. I'm down 29.05. I'm not going to make that a bloodbath because I can pick up a $3,000 day. And that's the nature of trading. You're going to have winners and losers. You just can't let the losers become ugly. Now you got a big problem if that's the case.
Yeah. Sky J says, hey, I want to say thanks for the stream. The chill vibes are keeping me calm and focused, and your insight into the market lets me cut some of my bad trades.
Yeah.
So it's perfect. I mean, it's as long as we're helping you guys and girls, anything that we can do to help, by all means, let us know.
Exactly. AE, that's me, said on The Office, Eddie, was that the Old Town office? No, that was our Jefferson office in one of downtown West Loop, Chicago. Our Old Town office used to be basically my condo, and that's where Topstep started in 2010. And now I'll share it if you would like to rent it. It's on Airbnb. So that is that is the origination of Topstep office in 2011. We started in 2010 as a prop firm, and and then 2011 or 12 we figured out we really need an evaluation experiential learning platform before they get to the prop firm, so we could really vet traders out. And that's where the name Topstep came about. And if you ever rent the places at the mezzanine on the top floor, that's
a place I've been there, correct?
You've been there. Yeah, we partied.
Wooden table.
Yeah, the wooden table. If you guys want to drop that into YouTube chat, that was the origination. And I was trading very, very well. And it was after 08, 09, and the market got so soft in Chicago. And I've grabbed this one, this property. And to me, that was very exciting. I told you about the condo before that I made no money on, but I bought that. I paid that one off, and then I was trading really well. And then I was able to buy this one. I was 29 years old, trading on the top step of the pit in the Dow futures pit in Chicago, Chicago Board of Trade. That's why the best traders stood on the top step. And don't get me wrong, I didn't get to walk to the top step on day one. Actually, I was told to go down to the bottom step because the top step's reserved for the biggest and best traders. True story that I'll talk about sometime. And Eddie, that's where I met Eddie.
All right, guys, we have one trader card left.
One trader card left here.
And
you were saying another $1,500.
Yeah, first live in the risk office here. We got the camera back up. Mick, do you want to talk? Let's see if it works.
Yeah, please. Hey, everybody. I'm back. Am I in frame? I can't see it right now.
Hey, everybody.
You're good.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a Harry Carey. Do it, Eddie. Do it, Eddie.
Everybody, it's Mick right now.
So who's the last trading card we've got? Because I've got nice things to say about all of these traders that you've been looking at and talking about that are getting transferred from XFA to live.
Well, we have Z Yang would be the last one.
Okay.
I love you guys. I love the shot. Mick, you have to tell us about the new shot that you have behind you because it looks like a trophy room. But go ahead.
Well, this is the shot we're supposed to have. So behind me, I've got a little financial artwork. We've got Patrick Bateman from American Psycho, and then we've got Wolf of Wall Street over there with Leo DiCaprio, and then behind me we have some various awards. Inc. 5000, Topstep's been one of the big names in the Inc. 5000. We also have Crane's fastest growing companies over here, and then
Chicago,
what's that?
Chicago, baby.
Yep. And then you got what, Mick?
And then we've got some miscellaneous best and brightest awards, Chicago awards that we've got there. And then FIA Innovator as well. So lots of good stuff. One of these segments, when we aren't having technical issues, I'll be sure to grab the reins on the camera and I can kind of show you guys around a little bit. And we'll let Michael talk a little bit more about
They did like an office tour. We did that once. Remember, Michael? We did that.
We did that once. This office tour is going to be a lot shorter because it's a pretty small office, and people are like, "Why do you have a huge office?" Because nobody comes in. There's like 4 people in that office, right, Mick? The risk managers.
Two currently right now.
Yep.
2 in the trophy room.
We have
But we are here at the anchor of LaSalle Street. Got a nice view looking up north out these windows, right behind the camera. As a matter of fact, can see up LaSalle all the way to the lake on a clear day.
Hell yeah. Okay, who do you have?
So who's our last one? Did I hear Z?
Yes.
Sang? Yeah.
Yeah, so Z.
Oh, Z Yang.
This is pretty standard trading, very good. You can see average P&L a little over $1,000. What I like about Z is he's good at paying himself. I will say I've seen him overtrade a little bit when he's down money. However, he's able to kind of claw it back a little bit to at least not end on his equity lows for the day. So good trade in there. As a reminder, he got called up yesterday from XFA to live. Took about $10,000 in payouts from his Express funded account, and we'll be starting with a little bit over $10,000 in his live account once that gets created in the coming days.
Awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome. I love again traders. You guys call them up. They got to get excited, right?
Tons of excitement around it. Of excitement around it. And we reach out to traders too before we call them up when we see good performance, and we shoot them an email and say, hey, we're keeping our eye on you. Many of you viewers have probably gotten those from us before, but even with those, just recognition that you're doing something well, we have our eye on you. It's very exciting for those traders, and it's fun for us to, be able to reach out and say, hey, we really like what you're doing. It's fun to let them know that we think they're doing well. It's feel good all around, but then, as they continue trading, that call up from express funded to a live funded account is where the real excitement is, because it's another step in your journey. You're going from trading simulated markets. You can take payouts in the express funded account, but once you get live, you're in the elite group of our traders here at Topstep, and the sky's the limit.
Elite. Nice.
So $1,000 a day average. If you can keep that consistent for the whole year, you remember average, winning days, losing days, all that kind of good stuff. That's $5,000 a week. That's $250,000 a year. And let's just cut that even in half. $125 a year, not bad. And doesn't mean like everybody's going to do this again, but you can get yourself to, I want to make $50,000 a year. It's about $1,000 a week. Okay, it's about $200 a day. Really, that's where you should all be focusing, and it's somewhere down in the lower your expectations type of world. But I love seeing this because these are traders that are putting it up, and we hope the best and on the live account. We have traders that kick ass on there and stay on there for a long, long time. And we got ones that can get up there. And like I talked about earlier, you talked about, Mick, one of the traders that changed their strategy completely when they got to the live account.
Yes, definitely. That can happen. You want to stick with the strategy that you brought, because that's what worked for you and got you to where you are. Michael, I'm happy you talked about the average dollar P&L over the course of the year. It's so important. I see a lot of traders swinging to make big numbers during the day. Yeah. They're thinking about only their daily performance, and there's a lot of traders who are, for some reason, unhappy with being up $400 on the day, $500 on the day. You have to play the math and say, if I can do that on a daily basis, with some flexibility, because you're not going to make money, every single day, but over the course of the year, what does that add up to? And it's those traders that can do that, that chip away, hit those base hits, that actually have something really nice to show at the end of the year for it. These trading cards, I'm going to share average P&L for the day. What I want to make a very clear note about is it's very important to look at your average P&L for the day after your trading activity. I have heard from a lot of traders that say, I want to average 1,000 a day. I want to average 2,000 a day. And it's not that realistic. What I find with those traders that are saying that is they force trades in order to get to that P&L. So instead of trading what they see in the markets, they're trading their P&L. And usually for those people that say, I want to average 2,000 a day, which is realistic. I mean, it's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 trading a one lot on a daily basis in these markets, especially. But usually when someone sets a goal to say, I want to average 2,000 a day, I found myself losing $2,000 on those days. So your P&L is going to be a byproduct of finding good trades. So only after you have a pretty good sample size of data in your trading activity can you say, okay, I averaged $1,000 a day trading 3 contracts. How do I get to that next level? What do I need to do to go from averaging 1,000 a day to averaging 2,000 a day? Well, if you have a consistent strategy that's consistently working, you can say, I'm consistently profitable doing this to the tune of 1,000 a day with 3 contracts, time to up my size a little bit. And if you go from 3 contracts to 6 contracts and keep doing what you're doing, that's when you get a little bit closer to making, the 2,000 a day. So be very, very careful saying I want to average something that you haven't already put up in your statistics. Get a sample. Go ahead, Michael.
What I had to do when I lost $30,000 real money trading accounts. I graduated from college and I already lost $90,000. You're like, oh, who's your rich uncle? Didn't have one. I had a vending company that I started when I was 16. I had like 80 accounts and it was bringing in a net of 1,000 a week. And as a 16, 17, 18-year-old sophomore in college, senior in college, I had blown all that money and more. But going to Chicago is how I learned to basically cut my teeth in the world of trading. And then that's really where you learn to manage your downside. It's really where I learned the importance of simulated trading, because I went with a prop firm right out of college and said, they're like, we're not going to pay you. You eat what you kill, but here's a desk. It's $1,500 a month for the desk fee. So anybody who says $49 to start in Topstep is too much, back in the day, we all know desk fees were thousands.
Yeah.
And then my point of the story is right before I got on there, my old man goes, Junior, you graduated college and you got a degree, I had an economics degree. And he goes, what are you shooting for to make? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm in my head, I'm like, I'm going to make $1 million. I'll make a couple $100,000 at the very least. I hadn't even shown an average of scratching or better. I hadn't even shown an average over a 3-month period. I was doing 0 daily average because that's your best, second best trades is scratch trading over a course of time. You know that. My old man goes, put a number on it. I go, well, I don't know. What is it? He's like, oh, a bunch of your friends are already graduated. It should be like $60,000. They're probably making $60,000 a year. I go, okay, 75. No, I said 65. That year I did 75. Then I was 23 out of college. And from then on, Mick, and I took 65 and I worked backwards. And I'm like, oh, what's that a day average? Now I had that in there. I wasn't shooting for that, but it was the big, hairy, audacious goal for the year. And then I backed it into it and said, all right, I got 4 weeks in a month. I got each day, roughly, I got to be here. That's about $250 a day and ish. And that's where I kind of put I lowered my expectations. I increased the standards of which I needed to live by my trading, which was a strategy that I was going to hold true to my downside, and I wouldn't blow out of shit. So that's how I got my feet back going. So it's kind of what we're talking about. Now, if there would be days that I'm down, I'm like, damn, I got to make 250. I'm down 900. I got to have it. No, I would see if the window of opportunity was already closed. And this is when I was really starting to flow in my trading. And then I went from like a $75,000 a year to $250 to $300 to $400 to almost a $500 or $500,000 a year. And that's where I was. I was a 6-figure a year trader. Now I sat around probably 750,000 or $1 million, $1.2 million type of traders. And these were guys that were 10, 15 years older than me. But the point of the story is we all kind of had a benchmark, kind of like this vision that we wanted for our P&L or end of the year profit to be. But as Mick said, we had a flexible, like we didn't get committed or married to, we had to hit that number. But it was a good thing to put inside your head. And I took a spreadsheet every single day. I didn't have a trader dashboard like you guys all have. And I'm like, okay, end of the month, man, I averaged $333 at the end of this month. The next month, I'm like, I averaged $200 a month, or not a month, a day. And then that's kind of how I put things. So I didn't freak myself out on these high expectations, which I think a lot of traders put on themselves.
I'm happy to hear that story. It is easy to set very high expectations, especially when you have your first $1,000 winning day. It's like, oh, I did it once. Why can't I replicate it every day? But the markets don't give that to us every day. I've got a good story. A trader I used to sit next to when I left the floor as the volume went to the screens, and this guy was a very large trader. He took a lot of risk, and I had a pretty good idea of some of his biggest winning days. And there was one day. At the end of the day, I asked him, I said, hey, how'd you do today? He goes, up $75. He's like, not bad for a day's work. And I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I know what you can put up on these winning days. He goes, any day in the blue is a good day. He's like, I just bought lunch for today. He's like, you can't force it. The market didn't give me too much. And someone who, could have 6-figure winning days or losing days in a single day, again, not in a year, 6-figure days in a trading session, was content making $75. And that kind of put a lot of things into perspective for me.
Nice.
That's
right.
That's what we're trying to explain here, putting things in perspective, lowering your expectations. Like, this is a business you can make work for you if you get, like, it's no different than starting a company. Again, like, you're going to build a business strategy or business plan. And you need to adapt the business plan. You don't go, hey, I'm going to make $10 million. I'm going to make $1 million. You know how hard it is to pass the $1 million mark in businesses? There's stats out there that to get past the $1 million in revenue, the $1 million in revenue a year. So think about that as a trader. You're starting your own business. Your trading plan is your business plan. No business plan has ever stuck with the same business plan. It's been flexible because as entrepreneurs, you would learn how to adapt your business plan to then get yourself to a point of, all right, this year I just want to break even my cost of goods, selling all this juice and soda in your vending company had to be, equal to or greater than my revenues and all that kind of stuff. So it's like starting your own business. You got to grab the broom. You got to be on the ground floor and sweep the floors. And then you grow up to knowing every role in your company and being able to be the subject matter expert of your company, AKA the product you're trading, because you're starting from scratch. And you got to build yourself up to that. These are all the things I kind of learned along the way. Mick, we've had these conversations 100 times.
A lot of times, yes.
As have we, Nick. As have we. Can I just mention one thing?
Please.
You're talking about placing goals and trying to achieve those goals. So often it has the opposite effect. You were trying to make $2,000 a day. You end up losing $2,000 that day because the focus is no longer on staying in process and strategy. It's on achieving that number. Ruined a lot of big days just because I wanted that last couple of ticks to say that I achieved that goal. The market doesn't care about your goals.
Or you.
Or you. The only thing you should be considering is, where is the next asymmetric opportunity where I can risk a little to make a lot? You do that with some consistency and you're going to be just fine. My goal for everybody that I've worked with is to get them to sustainability, to be able to maintain an account forever. That's step number one, because that buys you time to get better at what you're doing, knowing yourself better, knowing markets better. That's where you got to get to, and then just keep growing, learning, building the account, understanding markets, how they work, understanding how they will change on you in a heartbeat, being creative and accepting of information that's contrary to what you think. All of these things is what creates a good, successful, and consistent trader. Mick, couldn't agree more. Goals that way, financial and time-based goals, work the opposite.
Very well said, John. And I've actually adopted something and shared it with our traders that you shared with me many years ago, and that's money is a byproduct of finding good trades. You seek out the good trades, the money will come. Don't go searching for the money first. I know we're all in this business to make cash, but find good trades and the cash will come.
Say that again.
Guys, I know the segment's gone a little long today with technical difficulties, so sorry. Before I part, though, I do have a couple shout-outs for some of our traders that are up really well today. These are all traders in the Express Funded account. Shout out to Wang, up 15 grand. These are all trading the NASDAQ too, by the way. Wang's up 15 grand today trading the NASDAQ. I've got Anthony G up 10,600. Squawk Q up 7,700, and Joe K up 8 grand. Those are some of our top dogs on the leaderboard today.
Okay, well, talk about the bottom dog. I need some feedback here.
I think the biggest P&L, we had someone on with 15 contracts who got a little slippage. Michael, you're down 3 grand on the day last I saw before I hopped on here.
2905.
2905. Okay. You adding the fees and commissions there? I mean,
I haven't factored all into this thing, so I don't get. I make sure it calculates that. I don't want smoke and mirrors as my P&L.
But, down 3,000, that's not uncharacteristic for the size that you're trading as well as the winning days that you're putting up. 3,000, you have a $10,000 daily loss limit. You've got a pretty large account balance. And, on your good days, you're making more than 3 grand. So it's nothing I really balk at to see.
Okay, actually, while I got you on the call, it is 10,000 set at. I said to folks it was 5,000. Move me down to 3,000.
Okay.
And I want to trade on a $3,000 loss limit going forward. I'm not trading on a 10,000 or 5 until I start showing that I can put up those days. And you've seen me put up those days, and I've done it before, and we've done all this before. So, but I want to keep it down to what a 150K would be on a loss limit. So this is what's great about having a risk manager. Give them a call, say, hey, I need to go back to trading 101. Bring me down to 3K. I'm going to trade max 5 contracts. That's what I'm doing here, not 15. I know that 150K can do a 15 lot. It's pretty heavy to go into a position with, but you can build to that. You should definitely look to build to that as you're doing well.
Well,
Mick, thank you.
We're talking about this really quickly. Brett got you down to 3,000.
Yeah, I know. My status is disabled right now.
You're done for the day. Hey, I'm happy you brought this up and we're having this conversation on the computer, though. because it makes me think about like just, traders position sizing, what they can afford to lose. Depending on the market environment, someone might be someone who trades 100 contracts, but in a certain market environment that might be more volatile, that person who would normally trade 100 contracts in a clip, scale it down. Market environment changes. Same thing goes for your loss limit. You might be able to afford losing 10,000 in a day and not really, think much of it. But in certain market environments, you should be adjusting that. Just because you can do it 1 month in a bull market or a bear market doesn't mean that you should carry that over and have those always be your risk parameters. Be flexible, be smart, and make adjustments like Michael's talking about.
Be a trader. Be an athlete of the marketplace. Gut-wrenching, but it is what it is. Right when you guys change it to 3,000, thank you, Brett, for being Johnny on the spot, or Brett on the spot. It says loss limit. It says my status used to be okay. Now it says loss limit hit. And so you're right. My P&L that I'm looking at right now must not have commission and fees put into it, because that would probably mean I'm down 3,000. And why would it say like loss limit hit, right? So there's different total P&Ls you can look at and set. My P&L right here must not have my commission and clearing fees associated with it. But another P&L would. I just don't have it checked off in the filter box.
Yeah, you don't have the column up, and you haven't been too busy today. But for those of you that are very active and are doing a lot of round turns in the day, always be conscious of what your fees and commissions are. I like to think of it as, a blanket $5 a round turn, depending, apply that to all products, but it's give or take.
Good number. All right, guys, let's move on. We've got, remember, we've got Andre, and the meter is running.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Mick.
Thanks,
Never
Mick.
give up. Never surrender.
Never. All right, coming up next here, Talking Shop with Trey, and we'll get to him in just a few seconds.
Andre.
Welcome back, Dre. Talking shop with Andre. We're going shoe shopping. Maybe buy some shoes, or what kind of shop we talking here, Dre?
I don't know. How you guys trading today?
Get out of here. I know exactly what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. Hey, you know what I'm doing right now, Andre?
What was that? Another goal?
That's a red one.
Uh-oh.
Those are 2 W's and a red one.
Oh, what happened today, man?
It's like watching. It's like the Cubs when they put the WWW up.
I mean, I was going to come talk CPI, blah, 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 Fed rates this, but I want to talk about what happened today.
I pegged the bottom, but didn't.
I saw that. You're long. You got screwed. You were right.
I did not get screwed. No, yeah. Who screwed me? Who screwed me, Andre?
The market.
It's so awesome trying to blame somebody else. It's so awesome trying to blame somebody else. No,
dude, I do it all the time, dude. Yeah, it sucks. What are you gonna do? It's couch change for you, anyways. $3,000, whatever.
That's not how the hell I look at it. Are you kidding me?
How do you look at it?
I look at it. I hit my daily loss limit.
Yeah, it's manageable, so you can get it back tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
What size were you trading?
Like an idiot, went in at 5 lots right out of the gate.
Nice.
And it's while Hoag was talking, so I'm like, I like this. I can't cut him off. I can't cut him off and put it on. It was in the money for like a second, and then that was $1,000 loser. Then I put on a nice one, but it was only a 4 lot, which is fine because I was down 1,000 or 1,200. And then I made pretty much all that back, and then I just pretty much got chopped up after that. And then I was trading, I don't say on tilt, but trading with scared money towards the 15,461s. Eddie, what's the name of the trader? Steve?
That's a good, wait, you were long from there?
Yes, man.
Those are good prices. That's a good price to be long from. What's the problem?
Get out. All right, we're moving on.
I'm busting your shit,
right,
dude. I know. I'm just trying to put a smile on your face, man. That sucks.
Yeah, I know.
It's all right.
Who was that, Eddie?
No, what Andre is doing, trying to put a smile on your face, just trying to get you off the doldrums on the trading days.
Oh yeah, and that's why we do this. And we're saying, don't worry. I like to wallow in it for a little bit. This is forgotten. My lessons are learned. My think tank got smarter, but this will be forgotten. They tap a quarterback on the head when they get to the sidelines because they threw an interception. Coach will be like, "Hey, short memory."
For sure.
Short memory when it comes to the motions and all that, but they're going to look at their iPad and see what happened.
Right. This isn't the last time we're going to have a losing day. I'm down too. It's choppy. The CPI was a lame number. I mean, nothing really came of it. So we're just back to the same rat race we've been in for last couple of weeks. So I mean,
right.
I don't know. What was your takeaway from it? I didn't see anything of note.
I mean, there were a couple that I was kind of looking at, but we were focusing kind of on the NASDAQ, so I didn't take anything this morning. I'm short right now, but I'm probably going to get stopped out. But just very cheaply in a very small way, just seeing if we can hold the current high of the day in the S&Ps. But I don't see it happening. But I'm down a couple $100, so I feel really good about that.
No, that's good, Hoag. You've been very patient. Andre, Dan Trader in chats, because I like what he said.
Yeah.
My daily loss limit is 2 days of average profit. More than that, it might trigger revenge trading for me. I think that's great because I think you have to understand what your average profit is and then kind of put your loss limit, daily loss limit around that. And then here at Topstep, you don't get tripped up. Your daily loss limit isn't meant to trip you up, but it is meant to shut you down and deactivate your trading for the trading day. Mine's deactivated. If you're going to bitch about yours being deactivated, then you're not looking at it from watching your downside type of perspective.
Yeah.
So Dan Trader, he does 2 days of average profit. Call that average profit $800. Does that mean you'd have 1,000?
That's 2 days worth of trading.
2 days worth of trading. Then you have $1,000 daily loss limit. To me, that'd be smart. But if you're like 2 days average trading is $800 average, and you have a $3,000 daily loss limit, and you're hitting your daily loss limit, how many days is that you got to pick up before you got your? That's the problem.
That's the bitch of it. It's like, one bad day wipes out 2-3 days worth of good work, hard work.
Which you can make up. But not a whole month. Yeah, you can. Not a whole month of work.
It's you know what? It's probably not a bad lesson for all of us here and the audience. Losing days are what ordinary and necessary.
Losses are ordinary, necessary part of being a trader.
Well, I'd like to ask myself, if I'm having a bad day, what's the recent best day that I've had? If my recent best day is $1,500. And I'm getting close to that on a down day, do I really have the ability, or should I have the ability, or should I risk more than I've been able to make in one day in recent history? And the answer to me is no. If I've been making $1,000, $1,500 a day, I have no business losing $3,000 on one day.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's all good lessons learned. And Andre, that's kind of if we're going to talk shop, let's move on to we've talked enough about my trading, about taking losses.
Oh, you love it. You've been loving all this focus on you, dude.
No, I don't.
How about this, guys?
If there's lessons to be learned, then everybody should have a focus on them. Hopefully my lesson today was a big lesson for others. And hopefully, Andre, you've talked about this before. Misery loves company. So those are down money, hopefully you're looking at me and be like, I don't lose that much, blah, blah, blah. Or if those that are made money, I'm like, I'm smarter than that guy. Stay in their sweet spot of trading, but you're probably going to have that. I know I'd be around trading and be like, man, I just did better than Tim. And Tim was a big trader. And you can tell he's getting smoked for the day. It gives you a little bit of a high. It gives you a little bit of I got it.
It's competition. I mean, we're competing. Not only are we competing against the market, I know when we're sitting in the trading galleries, with other traders physically around you, I mean, you kind of notice what's going on around you. You notice who's up, who's down. You can tell by the pep in their step or if they're hanging their head down. So you kind of keep an eye on who's doing what. And you kind of compare yourself. That's natural. This is a competition.
It's human nature.
A lot of us,
human nature.
Yeah, it is. A lot of us are former athletes and stuff because this kind of gets our competitive juices back. So,
or musicians like John.
Real quick here.
John's
real quick.
Go ahead.
Goat just reached his 9K target on the 150K account.
Today?
He had a good day here.
Damn.
Just today, Eddie. 3 that got to the funded level.
3 that I've seen, but I imagine there's a lot more that I am missing.
I wonder what they're trading.
Yeah.
Most of them probably NASDAQ.
Maybe they got long the NASDAQ the same price as Patak.
Get out of here.
Who's talking about new highs in the ES?
Yeah, we're creeping higher.
Yeah, we're making new highs.
Go figure.
I mean, go. That's badass. Great trading.
Yeah, seriously, respect. All kidding aside, respect. Today's not
Straight
easy.
to NASDAQ.
No real guidance, I would say. I mean, watching the quote unquote experts on TV, they don't have
straight in NQ.
They don't have a good feel for where we're going either. So kind of wait and see. Hurry up and wait, I guess, is where we're at. So it's going to take ultimate discipline. Sniper-like. You got to be sniper-like in this. I don't think there's going to be any runners to really, per se. You're not going to catch any runners, I don't see anytime soon.
No, I mean, I hit my loss limit for today. Let's jump in.
The mountains were open. I know exactly. If the mountain was open right now, I know exactly.
You'd see these right here would be going out. These right here would be going out the door.
You got to get those suckers tuned up too.
What you got to do?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get them tuned up at. Here you go. Here's a plug. Sunset Ski here in sunny Snowmass.
They do good work.
They do
Not a sponsor, but what the hell?
Free plug. Free plug.
Hey, John Hoag.
Yes.
Paul Gonzalez is asking a question for Grandpa Hoag. He's not a grandpa yet, but can we trust the cumulative delta during this rollover week?
I don't really trust much during rollover week. And the reason I don't really trust the delta is because it's going to be skewed because the longer time frame are working their legs and working the spread. So, the 2 weeks during rollover, I try and not really depend on it. Will it work one time? Yeah, it might, but I think it's a lot less reliable during rollover because you have speculators as well as longer time frame hedgers and funds and everything working both months, both the front month and the second month. So it helps to blur volume. It helps to blur open interest, and it certainly helps to blur delta. So I don't depend on it a lot during rollover.
There you go.
Good question, Paul. Good question.
It is a good question.
All right. Well, Trey, you know what? Did you trade today?
Yeah, I got chopped up like Patak did trading the spoons. I thought we were going to be lower today after the news. I thought the bias said, I thought another rate hike coming in, so I figured we'd be going lower. So, but we didn't.
And you came in here with a good attitude. I like that.
You have to. I mean, hell, been doing this long enough. Losers are natural. You get numb to them for better or worse. You get used to it on days like today. I guess I was expecting more. I came into it all geared up because Monday and Tuesday sucked. So today I was getting all fired up, like, all right, we got something. Let's rock. And then, kind of a dud.
Yeah.
I mean, this week, if I was full-time trader, not doing Topstep, not doing Topstep TV, I would have been traveling. I would have been doing something for roll week. I always took those trips each year.
Where would you go?
One time I went and lived on the couch of my buddies in Lahaina. God bless that Lahaina place with the fire. I know. All that stuff. Yeah, not chemos. Chemos, or I forget what he was a bartender there. So on his couch, I took a big loser early on in my career when I was backing myself on the trading floor after the prop firm money I made. I took like $7,000 loser, and I was pissed. And as you guys knew, I was working towards like $75,000 that year. That was a whole month. So it was like I was already doing well for the year. I had a good trajectory going, so I'm like, I'm gonna go take a break. So I went and stayed on his couch. That was a long time, but that was the start of roll. I got smoked in roll, so that taught me going forward, don't trade the roll.
Yeah.
And then after that I was just wherever.
But I mean, you got supposedly these big numbers coming out with all the high. I mean, sometimes I read read the news clippings a little too much. The media hypes up these big days, and so kind of gets you amped up to trade and sling a little bit more size than you should. And then a dud comes out like today, and you're like, damn it, I should have just sat on my hands or been out, taking a walk, gotten the hell out of here.
I could totally be revenge trading right now if I didn't tell Mick to move my loss limit, which I did. If I didn't stop myself at 29.05, which I had a $10,000 loss limit, or 5,000. He had it at 10, but I was telling everybody 5 because I thought it was at 5. But then I just told him to move me to 3. And then I pegged the low with I think Steve or whomever I forget was a trader earlier that nailed it, the 58s, the 458s.
Yeah.
That's such a good price.
And then I was wrong. I was wrong from 61. So I've worn out the story, but I could totally be revenge trading right now, and I would be at 5. Guaranteed, I'd be at 5. There's your guarantee. If there was only a guarantee on, I know my mind wasn't there, then I would have, sure I would have taken a little profit on that next one, but then I would have, I don't know.
You'll be all right, man.
Yeah,
you're good. You're a good trader, dude. You're a good trader. It's a good lesson for everyone to see,
When you go into revenge trading, you're not even thinking about your strategy. All you're thinking about is the P&L. You're thinking about the money. It's not going to go well.
Chasing money. Exactly.
One of the reasons I think that we're moving the direction we are, costs put in here, NVIDIA is flying. Costs, where is NVIDIA right now? If you're watching it, post it here in the YouTube.
That stock kicks ass.
But, such an important stock to watch.
Yeah, it does. It kicks, yeah.
So, okay.
All right.
You got anything else? Words of wisdom to leave us with?
I'd give you a big hug if I was with you. Hit me up later. We'll chat.
No, this is in about 10, 15 minutes. This is forgotten except the lessons. And then tomorrow is a new. That's what I love about trading. Every day is a new.
PPI.
Great, another number.
Another reason to get in there.
Yeah, right.
Well, Dre, appreciate you being with us here today. We've got Stat Guy on deck waiting, and we can turn the meter off on Dre right now and send him a check.
Later, guys.
Yeah.
Dre, thank you, brother. Take care, man. All right. If you like numbers, yes, you're here. You're a trader. You like numbers. We got numbers coming up here in just a minute with Stat Guy, so we'll be right back.
In about 30 seconds.
In about 30 seconds. Got some more numbers, and welcome Robert, the Stat Guy, aka the Professor, aka Eagle Scout. How you doing, Rob?
I'm doing great. Welcome everybody. Sorry about the morning there, MP. We've all had days like that, and we don't want to trade around news. And there we go. There's a lesson, right? Good thing for that stop limit.
I'm not talking.
Gosh, I tell you, on my bad days, I wish this many people gave me sympathy.
Yeah, I know, right? I appreciate it,
getting
guys.
the love here.
That's why it's great to hang out with traders. But now I'm going to say to all traders, thank you. But how you doing? So, Robert, how are you doing?
We are doing very well. We're going to have hopefully some of my trades coming up here pretty soon, working on a few things behind the scenes. So
cool.
We'll keep you posted on that. But right now, let's focus on the traders in our program. Couple quick ones for you. It's a funded account. Rick J, 11th day winning streak. Congratulations on that. Excellent. 19 trades a day. P&L of over $500 over the 11 trading days. Average daily profit. Let's get our individual trader stats up here. Excuse me. While waiting for that, I do have a non-plug, but I am going to make a pro tip here. Do not have ghost pepper sauce on your eggs right before you need to be on television. It will come back at you.
Probably a bad idea.
Andre was running we were running a little bit behind there, and I wanted to make sure I'm not going to plug the company there, but there's a I took a little run out there and grabbed some ghost pepper sauce for my eggs, and I tell you, woof, I should have waited. But speaking of hot streaks, let's talk about some hot traders here. Dylan S. Dan is going to love this guy, Dan So Crude. One trade on crude oil. One trade, 100% win rate, $2,986. This is all express funded account, all 150K express funded accounts. Bought one trade. It was a 6-lot trade, 3-hour hold time, $3,000. Isn't that unbelievable? Dylan, hope you can keep it up, buddy. Really appreciate it. Average daily profit, $2,300 over 7 trading days.
That's good trading.
Yeah, I just want to see if anybody's going to comment on that, but there's some good trading right
no
there.
No average loser, nothing. No loss.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it
100%.
broke the spreadsheet. It came up with a divide by 0 error, so I guess I need to fix that.
Breaking spreadsheets. Wow.
That's crazy.
Well, when you have one trade and no losses, you divide by 0 and something happens to the statistics anyway. John G, average winning trade of $4,600. Losing trade 174, Hoag's favorite number, the ratio of win-loss, which we will get up on the screen here, but it is 2.7, so almost a 3-to-1 win-to-loss ratio. That's beautiful. It's not only that, he's keeping it over 56% win rate, the win rate percentage. You get those combinations of two, winners bigger than losers with a high win rate, over 50%. That is a winning day. Perfect. 25 trades between NQ and MNQ. Average daily profit of $3,600 over the last 3 days. That is just, they're killing it, guys. Unbelievable. Final one, George V. We have a $1,000 average trade. $393 average losing trade. That's 2.5-to-1 ratio. And because he's 2.5-to-1, he can have a win rate just under 50% and still come out ahead, just like we see here. It's no problem.
We said it yesterday. You can build an empire that way.
Absolutely. And the reason we do that, he's got his winning trades that he's holding on to them for almost 50 minutes, losing trades cutting off at 8 minutes. So holding on to the winners, getting rid of the losers, even though the winning percent is a little down, his win rate is his percentage is higher. Going to keep it in the profit column at that point. We have everyone's favorite stat before we put up a graphic here that John Hoagland asked me for yesterday. He asked me to look up 10 years worth of the S&P and see what the stats were. So we're going to pull that graphic up momentarily.
Yeah, let's see that.
Absolutely. Right now we had 325 traders pass to funded yesterday. We're up to 720 this week.
Hold on, Robert. We have 300. How many?
We have 325 traders passed into funded yesterday.
Wow. We added at least 3 today. At least they're sitting here.
Yeah, we saw them. They told us.
They told us.
Yeah, but like we tell everybody in the support group here, we need to wait till the end of the day trade reports to come up before it gets calculated.
Well, yes, you're right. If you hit it, stop trading for the day. Stop trading.
Absolutely.
Right. 100%.
Yeah, so 325 at the end of day yesterday. There were 325 added to the funded program, total for 720 this week. And remember that last week was 1198 total. We are creeping up on that number. It was a short week last week, so I assume that we're going to beat it. Now, John, yesterday you asked me to take a look at it's the month-to-month, September to October, how the S&P did year over year for 10 years.
Right.
Well, we do have that information for you. Of course, I said I was going to have it ready, so we're going to get that. And there it is. There it is right there. Every single year, if we just start going backwards, right? I'm not going to go through all of them, but on the far right-hand column, you can see the difference. 2022, September to October, it was a minus 0.5% difference. Went down a little bit.
Right.
2021 went up by 5%, right? Two ones I want to highlight there. We know 2018. 2018 was the year, the stock market, the housing, all that, minus 7.
Everything fell apart, right.
Exactly. So that's a little anomaly on that one I want to point out. And maybe I wasn't trading at this time in 2015. I started in 2017. But 2015, the difference was 10.9% increase. Anybody have any idea? Because I don't know the stats on that one. What happened in the market?
Well, that was, kind of after the financial crash, the 2008, 2009, 2010. I think the market was really just kind of recovering from that, or that's what it looks like to me. I mean, it takes a few years for those things to recover, but that was a good year.
Yeah, you can. It was, but this is all the difference from September to October in the same year. So the very bottom line, 2013, it went from 3.10% growth to 4.5% growth, and the difference is it grew by 1.4% from September to October. But every year over year, it grew. The next year up, 2014, it went up. 2015, the one we just talked about. Then we backed down a little bit. And the interesting part, I don't have it on this graphic because I was waiting for it. I did the math for you. The total difference on these is a 13.8% uptick. Now, that's right in line with what we always talk about for the stock market. You just year over year, it's about a 10 to 11% growth since day one, 1919 or whatever started. Year over year. This is like the Warren Buffett thing, right? Buy something, I'll check it in 10 years and see how it does.
Right.
So it's right on par. So right now, the last 10 years, growth being 13.8%. Well, if we slide that scale, we're going to see what happens. We even the COVID year wasn't extremely bad. It actually went up a little bit. So keeping that along the line for the investment side, I know we are intraday traders, but you can still kind of go into those long runs. maybe grab a micro, put it on, and check it 10 years, right? See how that works out for you.
So, Robert, this is a little bit, not really what I was expecting because like September and October, it always seems like if there's any kind of crash, if there's any kind of difficulty, it always seems to come in September and October. And overall, I mean, the performance of these last 10 years that we're looking at has been positive.
Isn't that unbelievable? Positive by 13.8%, which beats the 10-year average by a third, right? It's around 10%. This is 13. So
we don't have to be afraid of September and October anymore.
Oh, no, not at all.
I would say not. And again, the 2018 number there, I believe, was the anomaly because that was the whole housing debacle crisis, all that stuff going on. And that's the biggest drop, -7. What's the next biggest drop? -1.8. So it's, barring that catastrophe or something going on, it looks like, buy into it, hold on to it, check it in 10 years and see what it looks like.
Well, thank you very much for collecting and making this whole thing look so pretty.
I like it.
This is great.
Absolutely. I want to give a shout out to James, one of our graphic managers here. He put this together lickety-split for me this morning, and for God there to throw it in there.
Thanks, James.
Let me know if anybody else in the comments what you'd like to see for additional stats. I have a few more coming up, and so MP knows. We had our meeting this morning about getting access to all the information that I'm currently looking for. So now that we have it, we're going to get some more great information for you.
What are some of the stats you're looking to bring?
We're going to look at the percent of funded that are taking the payouts each day, the ratios of the funded. I actually do have one that I can just kind of spit out. That's really, really simple one. And this is the number of trade. We always say NQ is traded more than the ES, right? So I did a comparison. It's real simple. We don't need a graphic for this to understand it. But the funded account is traded NQ 2.3 times more. Oh, they got the graphic. Way to go, guys. I don't know how you stole that, but there it is. Funded account, we know the NQ is traded more than the ES, but I wanted to compare funded to combine. And this is a lot of what I'm going to do. There's a separation of databases, which is why I just need a little more info for those who are interested in that. Now we can combine them with the new information. NQ is traded 2.3 times more than ES in the funded account. The combine 1.8 before. What does that mean? To me, it may be a little more confidence, because we know that overall the NQ is more. Remember that stat from the other day where the movement of the NQ with the same percentage of movement grants you almost twice as much money. 20% increase, right? And almost 5 times the amount of money. So I can see where the funded group is doing this, and we can split this out even better, again, going forward, where we have the funded, we're express funded, in live funded, we'll be able to break that out in a nice graphical format for everybody to see going forward.
Awesome.
Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome. Glad we get it all for you. Hope everybody trades well. Mick had some great advice earlier about the trading. Everybody has the comment that trade well and always trade for tomorrow. We will see you tomorrow.
All right,
Hey, Rob, before you go,
Yes,
I got
sir.
one for you.
Go
Did
for
you
it.
know in China there are 600 bicycles for every car?
600 bytes, 600 to 1 car to bicycle
600 to
ratio.
1.
Well, is that because oil is so high, or because electricity is so cheap, or there are just too many people walking around? They need room.
John, how do you keep the math on your side on that one? 600 to 1. How many bicycles need to get to work? What percentage of those need to get to work to be efficient way of transportation? Huh?
That's just crazy. I mean, you see pictures. I mean, the roads are just full of bicycles.
I mean, it's smart traveling.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you go to LA and the roads are just full of exhaust.
Yeah. If I had to ride into work, I'll see you in 2 days.
Yeah. Now they got electric bikes now, John.
Well, yeah, or I could always ride a motorcycle. That's kind of a bicycle, isn't it?
You did. You had and we got to jump because I have to jump off here shortly. I want to thank everybody, but you had which I want to hear this week, your PCH drive on your motorcycle.
Oh yeah, that was something I recommend everybody does. It was a wonderful time. We'll talk about it another time, though. That's great.
Pacific Coast Highway for all those that aren't in the States.
Yes.
On the West Coast, from top of the States to the bottom. So basically, or Washington to
from Canada to Mexico.
Canada to Mexico. There you go. All right, Johnny, I'm out of here. Eddie, I'm out of here.
All right, let it go, buddy. Let it go.
Down 3, loser, winner. Chicken dinner. I had 2 winners and a loser this week. I'm okay. Thanks for all the feedback, everybody. Hopefully, everybody learned something from me. I learned something from you, and I'm out for the day.
We got nothing but love for you, Michael. We'll see you later.
All right, see you guys.
Take care, man. Be good.
Take care, guys.
All right. Johnny, my friend, Jack's coming up with top quiz, top of the hour.
Awesome. It's always a lot of fun. I like that.
And I think there's a surprise. Of course, we're going to be giving away the 150, 150K combine, but I think there's a surprise that Jack has that he's going to share with those that do participate.
Yeah, I'm in here right now. So we're trying to make this. I took a little flack yesterday for making the quiz questions unbelievably hard. So I thought we'd do something a little bit differently. I'm going to catch all you Googlers out there. I'm going to catch you. I'm looking at the stats. I can see how fast you answer. Just be on notice. Anyway, but more importantly, I think what we're going to do today, and the link is pinned to the top there, and I will go shortly. Well, I'll just do it now in case you want to see it the old-fashioned way. I hope that screen reappears. Yeah, if you want to go to Kahoot.it and enter it old school, that is the game pin at the top. Today, what we're going to do is we'll still give away the same prizes for first, second, and third. But then, if you participate, we're going to give away 2 random 50K combines to 2 random people to participate.
Random?
Yes. Now, you need to get 1 question right. And it's not because I'm an a-hole. It's so that people just don't enter over and over again with a bunch of emails to up their odds. That's the thing. When you're dealing with traders, I love it. Is they're always trying to find edge everywhere. I once worked with a guy who bought and returned 50 Patagonia jackets to take the spread on it. I respect the hustle, but trying to keep this as fair as possible up and down the board. I'll switch back to that screen shortly, but first I'll give an opportunity for Eddie and Hoag to sign off.
All right. All right. Johnny, you got something coming up this afternoon, right?
Yes, group coaching at noon. Looking forward to seeing you there. It'll be just me and you and asking your questions. We've got a special email address. I haven't been able to get in there yet, but that email address is groupcoaching@topstep.com. Email in your questions. Give me a chance to absorb the questions and for an hour, we'll just have some time to talk about trading, and I will do my best to answer any and all questions. I don't know everything. Of course, nobody does, but we're going to have a good time learning together. So I'm looking forward to seeing everybody there.
Awesome.
This could be fun.
Yes, I'm sure it will.
Yes, Jimmy, it is on YouTube.
So what time is that, Johnny?
12 o'clock noon
Central
lunchtime.
time. But coming up here after we do have our top quiz. Coach Rob's going to join me. We got Coach Jay joining us. Say that 2,000 times fast. So we're going to be talking too. We're going to be talking about the health of traders. What makes you healthy? So we'll be back. But
Yeah.
Awesome.
And one last thing, Eddie, I will announce, this is a new thing I'm doing. I will probably announce when you come on after top quiz.
Okay.
I will jump in and announce who the two random winners were, because I hesitate to try and do that in real time. My palms will sweat.
Okay. All right, Jack. Jack, you're doing a hell of a job, my friend. Give it up for Jack. Jack is doing a great job here.
I'll take it.
All right, we'll see you later.
Johnny, we're out of here. Let's go get a bite to eat real quick.
There you go.
All right. Take care. See you in a bit.
Have fun, Jack.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Wednesday, September 13th. I'm Jack. I am joined by Bonnie again. Bonnie, how goes it?
I can't wait to do better than last time today.
It's good. In case you didn't hear before, I took some flack for making the questions too hard. I think it's a little bit easier today, but it will still test your knowledge of general trivia. The biggest change today that I mentioned before is that in addition to the 3 winners, we will give out 2 random to people to participate and get at least 1 question right. I will let you know in the next segment who those people are. So, for those of you who haven't played, 8 questions, multiple choice. Answer them right first. Answer them fast second. You get more points for fast. There's an 8-second delay between me hitting the thing and us talking about it on YouTube. So look at your device to answer the questions. They will pop up there before you will see them on YouTube. So with that, Bonnie, are you ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay. Let's get this. Spoos R is the last person in. Let's do it. Question number 1. Which actor or actress has won the most Academy Awards for acting? Is it Jack Nicholson, Katharine Hepburn, Meryl Streep, or Daniel Day-Lewis?
Jack Nicholson. I have no idea.
That's one thought. Well, these people have all won several Academy Awards, but one of them has won the most. And it is 4 Academy Awards for Katharine Hepburn. Jack Nicholson, Meryl Streep, and Daniel Day-Lewis all have 3 apiece. So suck on that. Katharine Hepburn is our queen. Okay, after 1 round, HM on top, followed by Belligerent and Dan Trader. Hello, Dan Trader. Been active in the chat. Okay, 1 down. Let's do it, Bonnie. Question number 2. Which of these futures contracts has the highest nominal value? For instance, for oil, it's 1,000 barrels at $88, so 88,000. Is it Bitcoin, gold, ES, or the NQ?
Man, I am not good with these future questions.
Yeah.
Would it be gold?
Oh, so close. It's actually the NQ, which is 20 times the index value of the NQ. Second would be ES, which is 50 times the value, but NASDAQ is more than 2.5 times the value of the ES, so it is a little bit higher. Let's see who got that here. BK, Hattie, Kittler. Let me go to the YouTube comments real quick to make sure I'm not getting roasted. They're 8 seconds behind, so maybe I'll get that roasting later. Okay. Question number 3. In 2017, a painting by this artist sold for $450 million, the highest known price ever paid for a piece of art. Was the artist Da Vinci, Paul Cézanne, Jackson Pollock, or Pablo Picasso?
I feel like could be Da Vinci because his name sounds like it would be the choice, so we'll see.
Don't second guess. You were right.
Yay.
Yeah, one of our good friends in Saudi Arabia, some princeling, bought Da Vinci's Salvator Mundi for $450 million. So I hope he's having fun with that. Let's see who knew it. We got Kittler in first, Bush 23, and Belligerent. Hopefully not getting too belligerent here. Doing it. All right, that's 1 right, Bonnie. You got it?
Yay.
Okay. Next up. This quarterback recently became the highest paid player in the NFL.
I know this one.
Did Aaron Rodgers, well, don't say it right away. Aaron Rodgers, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, or Patrick Mahomes?
Can I say it now?
Yeah, you can.
Joe Burrow.
It is the Cincinnati King, Joe Burrow. He had a rough first time out there, and I really hope this delay is right, or else we just gave everyone the answer. It appears we didn't. Joe Burrow, I believe, signed like a 5-year, $256 million contract.
Crazy.
A lot of money. Most important position in sports. All right, Kittler's on fire. Won't try and pronounce number 2. Tacoma 95 in third. Next question. Thieves have been targeting Hyundais and Kias mostly because you can start them with a screwdriver and what? A hairpin, coin, a 9-volt battery, or a USB cable?
I feel like it would be either a USB cable or a hairpin. I'm gonna guess USB.
You are correct.
Yes.
You are correct. So this applies to Kias and Hyundais. I know we have a big problem with this in Chicago too. Made between, I believe, 2011 and 2021. I don't want to give too much away, but if you take off the steering column, there's something shaped like a USB that you can turn like the ignition. And so people are stealing those left and right. Don't cut corners when you're building the car.
I want to watch a video of how they did it.
So you're not supposed to see the real thing. If you go on YouTube, they blur out, probably for the best, a somewhat important section, but they do show when you turn the thing with a USB, and it's like, you really don't even need the screwdriver. You can just rip it off. It's a problem to say the least. So if you have a 2011 to 2021 Hyundai or Kia, good luck. Yeah. Hey, and if anyone tries it in there, I did not tell you this. I'm not going down for this. I'm not doing time for you. I don't know you. Okay. Leaderboard. Salistamo, I will say that. BK and Tacoma 95. A few more questions. We got 3 left. The northernmost point in the continental United States is located in what state? Is it Washington, Minnesota, Montana, or Maine?
I am not good at geography. I have no idea. I'm gonna guess Maine.
It looks like that on the map sometimes, but it is Minnesota. There's a little part of Minnesota that jumps up above the parallel that's usually the border. Once again, checking that I'm not. Everyone's saying Maine. It's an illusion. All right. Let's see what we're doing here. Salustimo still first. Random. He might win. He might not have to be the random person. Kittler. Belligerent. All right. 2 more. And 1 more trading question. Which of these futures contracts has the largest tick value? The ZB, the CL, the ES, or the BTC? That's bonds, oil, S&P, and Bitcoin.
I have no idea, but I'm gonna guess Bitcoin.
It is my old favorite, the bond. $31.25 for a tick there. They move slower, but it's a great market. Y'all should check it out. Yeah. Goat in the chat got it. ZB. Yeah. Where are my bond traders at? You're few and far between here, but I love you. All right. Going into the final question, we got Natalie, BK, and Solistimo. Now, if that is Natalie J from Topstep, we'll get you something nice, but we'll give the 4th place person 3rd place. Okay. You ready? 1 more question. Adjusted for inflation, what is the highest box office grossing film of all time? Is it Avatar, Titanic, Gone with the Wind, or The Lion King, the good one, the animated one from '94?
Oh man, Avatar is one of my favorite movies. Love Titanic too. I'm gonna guess Avatar.
Avatar does hold the record for the largest if you don't adjust for inflation, but it is Gone with the Wind, and it's not even close. Gone with the Wind has still sold the most tickets, like actual tickets, of any movie in all time. So great playing, Bonnie. You ready to see who these winners are?
Yes.
Okay. Checking the chat. Yeah, the inflation will get you. You know, gone with the winds from 1939. It's a lot of the, you know, depreciation of the currency since then. Okay, let's go. Who won? In third place, random exclamation point. Second place, BK. And in first place today, we have Solistimo. When I email you, maybe let me know how to pronounce that. I don't know if it's a combination of things. So, everybody, thank you so much for playing today. Bonnie, you were a champ.
Thank you. I got 3 right this time.
Yeah.
Last time.
3 right's good. And honestly, like I said to Alyssa yesterday, given how random these questions are, it takes a real person of character to sit publicly and answer them. So I'll extend the same thing to you. You can make your own quiz and I'll answer it sometime so I can look like I'm missing everything. Okay, well, thank you everybody for tuning in today. The random winners, I need to go to the spreadsheet that this generates and I will announce them in about 10 minutes. And once Eddie comes on, I'll come back in and I'll announce who the 2 winners are. If you want to know then, I'll send you an email either way if you do drop off, but it shouldn't be long. So Bonnie, thanks so much again. We're going to take a quick break while we get Eddie in here with a little charts and smooth jazz listening. And we'll be right back with Squawk Radio.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Bonnie. We'll see y'all later.
fans. And we got Jack. We got you with us here. Okay. What we're going to do here coming up here. Now, I know some of you were mentioning flash crash, and my good friend Ben Lichtenstein was. If you ever heard the famous on the floor call from him, it's fantastic. If you get a chance, YouTube it. Just YouTube flash crash. But I've got a archived podcast with Ben that joined me to chat about emotion plays in trading, how to identify if you're trading with emotion. And Ben's got some tips and tricks how to manage your emotions while trading. And you might have seen him on TD Ameritrade. Ben spent 25 years on the trading floor at the Mercantile Exchange. And I've known him for about 35 years already so far. And you might have seen him on CNBC, Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Radio. And we're going to have Ben here with that podcast coming up here in just a few. And we'll do that. So,
but first, Eddie, we promised. Okay, so here we go. There were 157 people that got one question right.
Wow. How many people played all day?
It was 240, something like that, but awesome. A couple zeros out there. Ooh. We got to do this quick because Eddie and I have to run somewhere at 11:30. But what I'm going to do here, as you can see, I'm on random.org integers, and I have this sheet right here that, okay, I hit everyone's emails. So I'm going to use the random generator here. And then we're going to use that to select the rank. All right. So this should work.
I hope it does.
Eddie, are you monitoring the YouTube comments?
I will right now.
Okay.
All right, you guys and girls.
Start the drum roll for the two random combines.
Beady, 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 beady. I don't got a drum roll of sound effects. Sorry.
You know what? I can generate two random integers. So I'm going to do this at once to quicken things up.
Okay.
You ready for that?
I'm ready. Who do we got?
66 and 36. So if I go over here.
Okay, number 66 and 36.
36 is, well, we start, because it starts with one. So we're doing rank. So 36 is get paid. I will bold that for later. And what was the other number? 66.
That's one of our winners. Get paid.
Get paid.
All right.
Is one of the winners. And here, I'll even share this tab instead so that you can see what I am doing. All right. You see rank 36 because we have a header here. And number 66
is
HM.
All right. So, get paid in HM. Congratulations.
So that is how we do it. I'm going to put you back on the Squawk Radio screen. Congratulations to both of yous. And expect an email.
50K combines.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Let me get you back up here, Eddie, and I will let you be. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Okay, and we're going to start the podcast with Ben Lichtenstein, so enjoy it, and we'll be right back with, don't forget, we've got coaching with Hoag right after this. So lots of good things here at Topstep, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
This is Limit Up, the place where we explore markets, strategies, and trading psychology to take your trading to the next level.
Hey traders, this is Eddie Horn from Topstep, and this is Limit Up. This is where we talk with traders, market participants, and trading psychologists to help you improve your trading. Today we have our host of the market forecast and senior performance coach, John Hoagland. John, how are you?
I'm good, Eddie. How are you?
Pretty good. Thanks for being here today.
Always a pleasure.
Now, John, if you remember back in the day when Open Outcry was the only game in town and when the trading floor was your city and that 12 by 12 square on the floor was your office, trading was much different. There's a lot more physicality. These are days that I'll never forget.
Well, anybody that was in that that realm and in that time period will never forget it. It was a unique space in a unique time, and we've had to move on since then.
And of course, the people who had jobs on the trading floor, those you worked with, and the good friends that you had. Besides you, my good friend, there was this kid named Ben Lichtenstein. All right. And I knew him as a real hard worker. He was always in the middle of some of the biggest pits the CME and the CBOT had to offer. You know, looking back, I think I've known Ben for maybe 3 decades, and I had the opportunity to ask him to join us here on our Limit Up podcast.
Yeah, between Ben, yourself, and me, we've got about 100 years of experience in trading. That's kind of scary.
That is kind of scary, isn't it?
So it's really cool that you had the opportunity to talk to him. You know, when we're not on the floor anymore, we kind of bump into each other here and there. It's good that you had the opportunity to spend some time with him.
Right. Cool guy. But, you know, I talked with Ben and I asked him to come on the podcast, and you know, he's pretty excited about it. We tossed around some of the ideas that we had back and forth, and then we agreed on one important topic. You know, the one that seemed to get left behind with a lot of traders.
Yeah, people seem to think it's all about just making money or technical analysis. There's a lot of things people miss.
You know, and today our topic is something that they miss, and the thing is too, it comes back to haunt me too. Does it come back to haunt you?
It's always something to keep in mind and something to work on and work with.
Right. Our topic today is trading with and without emotions.
And what a great subject it is, because no matter what, whenever you have risk on, emotions are going to be a part of your decision-making process and how you respond to that environment all the time.
You know what? That's key. That's key. Either the do or die, making it or breaking it. You know, John, I'm asked a lot about what are the secrets of trading, or help me, I need to become successful, or what are some of the time-tested methods that helped you out? Well, you know what? They all really rally around emotions. And I'm sure you hear a lot about this in your coaching as well.
Well, we're all human beings, Eddie. We all experience emotions. There are those that believe you can control those emotions through breathing, anything like that. There's also the school that says you can learn to use those emotions to your benefit. If you're feeling afraid, what do you think everybody else is feeling?
Oh, yeah. Completely agree. Now, John, are you ready for a fantastic interview?
I most certainly am.
All right, cool. Without further ado, trader, broadcaster, internet TV host, Ben Lichtenstein. Ben Lichtenstein is host of the show Futures with Ben Lichtenstein on the TD Ameritrade Network. After 25 years of working on the trading floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Ben decided to take his passion to the markets and the price discovery process to broadcast internet TV. Now, Ben's been a guest on many of the popular news shows, including CNBC, Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Radio, and has been published in numerous periodicals, including Futures Magazine, Stocks and Commodities, and as a member of the team of broadcasters and producers at the TD Ameritrade Network, Ben is able to bring market relevant and trade applicable information to traders of all levels of expertise. Would you please welcome Ben Lichtenstein? Ben, how are you?
Wonderful. It's a pleasure to be with you here today, Eddie. Really looking forward to the session.
Yeah, this is just for us getting together. Let me just sort of set the table for our listeners, for the traders out there. Now, Ben, I think I mentioned this before. We've known each other for probably 3 decades.
Yes. Crazy. It's been a long time, that's for sure.
Yes, and you know, we've seen historical events in trading. We've been part of historical events in trading. Later on, we're going to talk about that. But I just want to say thanks for being here.
Again, Eddie, really a pleasure. I look forward to being part of it. And, you know, we got a lot to talk about here today and some really important stuff, too. And you know, just in terms of reminiscing, as you're talking about, Eddie, I'm grinning from ear to ear. You know, I have a smile just across my face. It's reminds me again of, you know, back in the days of yelling and screaming at each other. We were just talking to the people in the office here about how it's sad that scene is gone. You know, it was what it was, and it no longer is. But it was great to share that with you. And it's interesting to kind of come full circle and be a part of this now as well. I always say good people in this business attract good people. So it's nice to come full circle again with you.
Well, you know what? Let both us good people go out for a good people lunch one of these days.
Look forward to it.
All right. Well, Ben, let's dive right into it. And you know, the topic that we talked about, we sort of ran back and forth some topics and so forth. And just from our experience, what would be the best topic that we could sort of break down, dissect, put under microscope, and at least give you the best advice we could possibly be? And what we're going to be talking about trading with and without emotions. And emotions is a very important perspective on, how you trade, when you trade, and how good and how bad you trade.
No question.
Now, Ben, emotional reaction, of course, that's human nature. We're all guilty of this, not saying it's a crime, but pointing to the fact that we all do it. We all have it. We all use it. And sometimes we could have thought things out before letting emotions grab the reins. Now, I, for one, was working for First Chicago, and on the desk, I was working the S&Ps, and I tried to play an order that turned into an error. Right. I still, you know how that works. But see, here, the thing is, it used to be like phone clerks and pit clerks. It was like, no, I'm right. No, pit clerk, no, I'm right. No, you were wrong. No, you're wrong. You know what that was about.
Right.
So the finger pointing. But anyway, I took control of the situation, which I made a bad decision with emotions.
Keep in mind, when you're talking emotions, oftentimes it is a bad decision. If it's an emotional decision, it oftentimes is a bad one. But go ahead, Eddie.
Right. No, and I tried to play the error. I tried to make better of the losing
situation.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I probably didn't have an error in a year or so. So I wanted to keep the string alive, but that was a bad choice. $16,000 later, I get a good talk from my floor manager, and it made me think this one out. Now, Ben, what's the least smart emotional trading decision you've made and you've experienced?
I think mine goes back to, I was going to say, Eddie, we all have one or two or three of those that really stick with us, that hurt real bad, and they're deeply rooted in our memories. But for me personally, it was one of my first trades that I ever placed back when I had opened up a small trading account. I was a runner, moving my way up to being a phone clerk on the floor. And I used to trade mid-am bonds. They were half the size of the big bonds. I think it was like $16 a tick, 16 and a quarter or something like that. And, back in the day, the bonds only ticked 10 ticks, roughly. It was a 10-tick range. You could basically bank on that. And a 30-tick range, Eddie, back in the day, was maybe once or twice a year, okay, in the bonds. And you're talking 1 point in the bonds. Nowadays, that's 1 point is the daily range, if not more than that, is the average range, I think, for the most part. But anyway, back in the day, I was basically trying to scalp 2, 3, 4 ticks here. And I got myself in a situation. I remember I was short, and the bonds were rallying, and they just kept going against me, and I held the position all day long, all the way into the 2 o'clock close, and basically throughout the evening session, and it did not get better. It was like, I had like somebody giving me a sucker punch in the gut, and you knew it going into it. The feeling was kind of like you said, I don't want to have an error. I want to keep the streak going. I was thinking along the lines more of, hey, I don't want to take a $250 loss, which turned into a $500 loss, and again, these were small, not large numbers here that I'm talking about. I was just getting started, but yeah, that's the memory that kind of sticks with me in terms of the decision that I knew I should have gotten out of, but just stayed in a trade, because I was emotional about it. I didn't want to have a losing trade that day. Sure enough, I didn't have a losing trade that day. I had a losing trade the next day, but it was twice as bad as it had been if I just taken it the day before. They say your gut instinct is often the right instinct, and this certainly was the case. It was a lesson learned in terms of, kind of going against your better judgment and how you don't make good decisions when you're trading emotionally based.
Right. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to put out the big picture. We're not pitting, no pun intended, pit trading versus electronic trading. What we're doing is we're trying to pull out the emotion factor of just making that decision. Mm-hmm. We've been in the business long enough, Ben, to recognize there are some things other than market direction, knowledge-based abilities to recognize market, the opportunity that can derail a trader's whole day, a week, a month, and sometimes, even more, and knock them completely out of the game. And consistent is something forever knocking at the door for us to let it in. Now, emotions. We're talking about that right now. That little voice in your head that's telling you something isn't right and you need to do something about it. Go away. We used to talk about that and goof around about that on the trading floor about what the little voice tell you to do now. But, in short, has it affected your journey in trading? You mentioned the pit trades and coming back the next day. Confidence. I mean, it could knock you off the horse. It could ruin the confidence. You come back the next day and you still might have that emotional trade that we wish we had mulligans.
Yeah, that baggage.
Right. Now, how did you get past that?
Eddie, there's a few different ways. Personally, I worked past it the wrong way. I tried to push through it. I tried to eliminate emotions from my trading. There are a couple things. One thing I thought of a minute ago before I get into what I was just thinking in terms of the emotions. You were talking about the trading floor, and the old saying is, you're only as good as your last trade. You talked about the voices on your shoulder. You're only as good as your last trade is the way I worked through it, Eddie. I kept saying, okay, I just got to have a winning trade next. I got to have a winning trade next. More winning trades, more. And that was the wrong way. I tried to push through it, basically. And, rather than embrace it and rather than kind of learn from it, because, it's not trading isn't about work harder. It's about work smarter. I know that's awfully cliche, but it's a very true thing. Emotions are a very necessary part of the decision-making process. But what you need to do is, rather than eliminate emotions, is you need to understand them, embrace them, anticipate them. So we can actually turn emotions, which are oftentimes, and for many traders, a very negative thing. We just talked about that. We spend the first, 10 minutes now talking about kind of the negative aspects of emotions, but there's ways to turn that around and turn them into a very positive thing. And rather than, turn that negative energy into a positive energy and constructive energy, because emotions are basically energy. They're the thoughts that go through your mind, your fears, your wants, your desires, your needs. And ultimately, through the years and through that individual trade and the years of continuing to repeat that mistake over and over again, repeating emotional trades that were working against me and thinking, I can just do better. I can work harder. That wasn't the case. What I needed to do and eventually did do was I learned how to manage and, again, anticipate and ultimately become a more mature trader. You're never going to remove the emotional aspect or the emotions from the decision-making process. And as I said, again, philosophers and higher-ups, trade coaches and educators say, hey, this is an essential part of the decision-making process and can be, turned and used and made into a very positive thing.
Ben, key word you said there, management.
No question.
Easy to say, hard to do. And that goes for a lot in trading. A lot of educators, psychologists, giving you a guideline, giving you direction. But when the situation arises, you're in a situation where it's like, oh, what do I need to do? Then just having the experience trading and being involved, I still have that emotion, not knocking on my door, banging on my door. And, sometimes I forget to keep the door locked and it does come in and, it's a little too late. But the thing is, from just experience, I can catch it before it really gets out of control. And I think that's part of the process that a lot of traders need to know is, when this situation arises, like you said, be ready for it. Don't let it sneak up on you. Look ahead. It's like driving on the highway. I don't watch the car in front of me all the time. Obviously I do, but I look 100 yards down, 200 yards down. If anything is, obstructive, I'm going to be ready for it. And that's how you sort of got to think in trading, with the option of maybe those emotions taking over your trades.
No question, Ed. What I'm hearing you talk about, you said, managing the emotions and the word manage. I think a lot of that comes from, and where a lot of traders fall short is a routine, a regular, consistent routine. I mean, we all spend time, Eddie, charting and looking at the graphs and the line charts and the RSIs and the moving averages, and we spend hours doing that. How many of your listeners are actually putting an equal or even a fraction of the amount of time into their emotional maturity and managing their emotions? You mentioned how your emotions, they knock on the door, they're banging on the door, they come in frequently. Now, less and less so frequently, or less intensely, it sounded like you said. But for me, what I think of as becoming a better trader is yes, the less that I let them in that kind of negative way, the more that I'm it's going to happen, Eddie. We all have emotions. It's going to happen. You're never going to be a perfect trader. The goal is to just slowly work to becoming a better and better trader all the time. There's no such thing as perfection. Part of what the process, again, along the lines of building a routine, is you have to kind of unlearn your old process before you can relearn your new. For me, I kind of equate this or take this back to when I was getting really involved in triathlons. And the worst thing for me was the swim. Most people struggle with the swim. So I took a class in swimming, actually. It's called Total Immersion. And basically it says, look, the old way you learned isn't the right way to do it. You've got to unlearn that and learn this new method. And that happens through the process. I thought at the end of this class, at the end of a 2-day class, I'd be in the pool just banging out effortless strokes. Wasn't the case. What I was given was a set of tasks, of drills. And that helped me with the muscle movement and the muscle memory. So I relearned a new stroke, basically. The routines, for example, a routine that I like in terms of managing emotions and not letting them in the door as often in a negative way. I look to turn that negative energy into something positive, as I mentioned, by journaling throughout the day. What a great way. Keep a pad of paper right there at your desk and write down the thoughts and the feelings that you're having. For me, Eddie, these feelings, as I mentioned before, they're deeply rooted. They come from my childhood, as yours, and every one of our listeners right now. These are feelings that come from your childhood, ultimately, in my opinion, and what I've learned through my counseling and the teachings that I've, in terms of the study as far as emotions go. But mine, personally, are going to be different than yours, and yours are going to be different than anyone else's out there, because your childhood, you as a person are different, and that's why trading for everyone is so different, and so in getting back to the routine, my personal routine was I tend to overtrade, because when I was a kid, my mom, she had 5 of us, we were all tugging at her, I jokingly say her skirt and saying, Mom, 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 Mom. She'd go, get out of here, go play in the backyard, go do something, go hang out with your friends, go do this, go do that. She's trying to make dinner and manage everything, single mom. So for me as a trader, I want to go do stuff. I want to go put a trade on when I shouldn't. I want to go move a stop or a limit order or, over-manage. And so I need to put a pen in my hand instead of a mouse. And I need to write, hey, I feel like I should move this stop. But what I'm doing there, Eddie, I've planned the trade out already. There's no reason to move the stop. It's coming from that feeling that I need to do something. Instead, I'm turning that thought, the energy associated with moving right through my arm, into my fingertips, and onto through the pen and onto the paper. Instead of through my mind and through my arm, my fingertips to the mouse, and then I'm clicking and changing the plan, and all of a sudden I'm doing things that I didn't intend on doing originally. Now, don't get me wrong. If these are legitimate feelings, and you can see that in your journaling, are these reoccurring thoughts? And as you look back at your journal entries, you'll see, hey, I overmanage trades, or I have fear that I should be doing something, or I have, fear that I'm missing out, or there's a lot of emotions that you'll see, but you'll see reoccurring ones. And that, the process of the routine helps you kind of expose those, identify them, anticipate them, as I mentioned before, manage them, and ultimately it's just one step to kind of, handling emotions. Actually, Eddie, back in the day, one thing I used to do is I took an old mouse, a broken mouse, I cut the cord on it and just put the thing right on my desk there. And I'd get fidgety and futzy, and I'd want to move a stop. I'd be watching the book and all the orders moving in trade, and I'd grab that mouse and just start clicking it with my finger. And it was just a way to release the negative energy.
Oh, yeah. It can be a game. It can turn into gamification. It's just so easy to click that button. It's like playing slots. Just, you put in $20 and tap, 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 nothing. Damn. Right? Put another $20 in. Tap, tap. I know this because my wife is a professional. She's the queen of slots. But anyway, we talk about that. We talk about one of the things you mentioned is being positive. Okay, sure. Positive mental attitude, PMA. Mm-hmm. You've got to have that as soon as you step out of bed, before you turn your computers on, before you start looking at stuff, before you check your previous day trades. You got to have a positive mental attitude. You got to come into the game, clear thoughts, not leaning either way, left or right, buy or sell, and you got to do that. Another thing you mentioned that is gold is having that journal and using it.
It's huge for me.
It's huge because what it is a diary of your trades, your emotions, your actions, what you were seeing. You might even jot down some fun stuff, what you're going to do with the kids, or, go see my parents, or whatever it is. It's a positive use of your time between trades, and highly suggest that is a tool that we should all be taking every day, using it every day. Ben, talking about mature traders, what are some of the characteristics emotionally that mature, experienced traders possess?
Well, Eddie, one of them is the ability to see the bigger picture. I think as newbie traders or not as mature emotionally traders, we tend to kind of see the trees, not the forest. And some of that, I think, comes from not having confidence in your system. I mean, as a new trader, you don't really have the ability to show, or the positive expectancy, the confidence in the positive expectancy and the results that your system is going to provide you, and the method that you're using is going to provide you. And so I think we tend to sort of forget or get sucked into what we had talked about earlier in terms of, hey, you're only as good as your last trade. That's not the case. In fact, your last trade is very random in terms of the reflection of your ability to trade, or your ability to manage trade or do it properly. I mean, I've made money on trades, Eddie, that I've managed really poorly. I've made money on trades that I had no reason even being in, and I've lost money on trades that I managed really well. But ultimately for me, it's, as a trader, I think a mature trader, one of the characteristics is the ability to kind of to say, hey, look, I may be in a bit of a rut right now, or in a period that things aren't working the way I would like them to be. Or if I'm trading with the trend, for example, it's every time I get involved, the trend breaks, or it discontinues. Or if I'm a counter trend trader, for example, hey, every fade that I've made continues in the direction of the trend, so I've gotten stopped out, or I've had to take a loss. But to be able to look at that and not have that kind of stir up those emotions, those insecurities, those things that are going to make you either put on revenge trades, or mismanage trade, or overtrade, or add to a loser, for example, do the things that you're not supposed to be doing. So the idea that, hey, even though things don't feel good and this is really a difficult time, I'm going to continue doing what I do because I know in the long run it works. Eddie, I like to think of it a lot like, I think trading is a lot like baseball. My son's big baseball. I won't get into details in terms of him right now, but I've learned over the years in terms of watching his experience that they're very similar. They're both games of failure in many ways. I mean, you look at a 300 career hitter, you're in the Hall of Fame. 330, 350 career hitter, you're in the Hall of Fame. That's considered very good. Most people don't think about 30% winners trading being very good. But if your risk reward is properly aligned, that's again, your Hall of Fame. Those are really good results, right? A lot of people think, I need to have 70 winners, 30% losers. Not necessarily. You can still lose money having 70% winners and 30% losers. We're not going to have, I won't get into the math, but we all know what it is. And so long story short, again, the ability to kind of say, look, to go to the plate and strike out and walk back to the dugout, Eddie, and go, hey, what did I do wrong there? And then next time you come to the plate, to not necessarily make major changes every single time, because they small little tweaks here and there, but to know that ultimately the core, what you're doing, it provides the positive expectancy is where I gain a lot of my confidence from. But ultimately, knowing that what you're doing is the right thing to do, it's just not working out right now the way it should, but in the long run, it will continue to. Because as traders, we tend to get so caught up in the here and now, and we want things yesterday, more, faster. And so I think it's important just to kind of to see the forest, not the trees. And I think that's an important part of being an emotionally mature trader.
Ben, I tell you, if we don't fail, we don't learn.
That's for sure.
One of the stories that I like to tell is was watching an interview with Willie Stargell from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Hall of Famer, 500 home runs, fantastic baseball player. Interviewed, they asked him as he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, Willie, how did you hit so many home runs? And his answer was, I struck out. a lot. Okay. Sort of, it's a spin on it. But the thing is, they asked him, what do you mean by that? And he goes, well, when you hit a home run, you round the bases, you get back to the bench, shake hands, pat on the ass, whatever. When you strike out,
no one wants to talk to you, right?
Well, I mean, you just sort of go back into the dugout and you sit down and you break it down. Hitting the home run, sure, one pitch. I don't even remember what he threw me before that. I don't remember. I was, I'm in glory. But the thing is, he would break down his strikeouts.
Yeah.
What did he throw me that first pitch? Could I have hit that? What was the second pitch? It was an inside pitch. They called the first, and then I struck out. So as a trader, learning from our failures, our errors, our mistakes is only going to make you stronger. So, I mean, Ben, we were surrounded by a lot of locals on the trading floor, and failure for them. Let's put it in perspective. Now, a local, that was his job. Trade each and every day, try to make money, no matter what the value or how much you made during the day. A lot of traders, paying mortgage, sending the kids to school, putting food on the table, a car payment, whatever. There was a lot of stress there. And, some of these traders on a losing day, they showed emotion. All right. Some of them you wouldn't know left or right if they had a good day or a bad day, And I mean, it sort of goes hand in hand with electronic trading. One of the things that electronic traders might be doing, cussing, swearing, stressing out, maybe even punching their monitor, breaking their keyboard, whatever it was. In the pit, what would happen was you just punch the guy next to you. I mean, it was emotional. We'd see those fights. We'd see emotion. Most of the guys really never held it in. You'd know somebody had a bad day. So what we got to do is we got to sort of, once again, talk about positives. And learn from these. And as Ben said, put them in your journal. Put them in your journal so you know about them. So if they do come up again, if you do have that same situation, what did I do last time? How did it play out? You might use it for reference. Use that for reference. Get yourself better. And totally got to agree with what you said there, Ben. Now, I want to ask you, what did it take before you understood importance of controlled emotions? Controlled emotions.
It took, many failures, like you were just saying. It took the, Eddie, it took multiple trading accounts for one. No shame in that. I think anyone who doesn't admit that they blew out an account either hasn't been trading long enough or is just not being honest. For the most part, very few haven't. There's no shame in that. And learning what not to do and also lining up with the right people, Eddie. I mentioned at the top of the hour here that good people in this business attract good people. And I was lucky enough to actually have good people, the resources and access to. And one of the people that I started working with helped me out a lot in terms of coaching and eventually getting me in touch with a trade therapist, or it started out as 30-minute sessions. It was very similar to a sitting on the couch type situation. The only thing is it was over the phone, but we would talk about wants, needs, fears, desires. She got to know me, and through years of working with this woman, and many dollars later, which every penny was worth its weight in gold, but certainly, I learned and realized how important this was going to be and how necessary it was for me, and started to actually see the benefits. You had talked about kind of some of the emotional aspect and getting riled up, and the physical, where you either kind of pound your hand on the desk, kind of from one end of the spectrum all the way to, as you mentioned, punching a screen, to the other end of the spectrum. And it sort of made me think when you were saying that in terms of professional athletes, because that's what we were just talking about in terms of sports. And you never see a guy, I don't want to say never, you never say never, but you rarely see a guy, hardly ever see a professional athlete, throw the bat down into the dirt in the batter's box, or, whip something, his helmet on the ground. You see that, but these guys manage their emotions. Professional elite athletes, professional elite traders do the same through not only journaling, like we've talked about, but the ability to have focal points, like the ability to kind of slow things down before they get to that level. One thing that great hitters do actually, and pitchers as well, is they have these focal points. They have these places on the field that they can look to kind of bring them back to that Zen moment, that inner sort of that reset. And this helps them avoid getting to that point where they kind of lose it and they go rogue or they go on tilt, as I like to think of. And so, for me, focal points, like I used to have a trading card that at the beginning of the day, I would write down and I would say, or at the beginning of the week at times, but if need be on a more regular basis, I'd write down lighthearted things like it's not over till the fat lady sings. Just sayings that kind of got me back to a less intense kind of spot and a reset, as I said before. And it would help me remember, hey, this trade's not going in my favor right now. It's against me, but I'm not stopped out. And I've got my level that's my invalidation point. If the market gets to that point, I don't want to be in this trade anymore, but I'm going to look at my focal point instead of moving my stop or adding to a loser or doing something that I shouldn't be doing. I'm going to remember, hey, it's not over till the fat lady sings. I got 20 ticks left until I get stopped out. That's if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, And, getting back to what we were talking about earlier real quick, Eddie, I know I get off on a little tangents here and there, but about what you notice when you become a more emotional trader is one of those things is, again, the ability to sort of avoid getting to that point, to anticipate that it's coming your way and see it sort of coming down the pipe. And through the process of that, you set achievable goals, you're able to manage your money more properly. There's a lot of benefits to managing emotions and learning how to do that. And again, as I said, for everyone, it's a little different, but I think it starts with some of the very basics. Like you mentioned, when I come in every morning before the trading day, at the top of my journal, I would always write down on a scale from 1 to 10, where I am emotionally, where I am in terms of just my mental psyche, sort of. What's my psychological capital, I used to call it. What level do I have? Because there's some days you had an argument with the taxi driver or your significant other or one of your kids before school, and you come in and you're just not in the right mindset. So I'd be a 3 or a 4. Hey, I want to avoid trading when my mind's like at a 2, 3, or 4.
Gotta agree.
Or the other days,
completely.
Yeah, the other days where you might be at a 9, you're on cloud 9, you're euphoric. I'm in a great mood. I'm in the zone. I want to be a little bit more aggressive today, maybe. I'm dialed in, and I've got nothing, on my mind that's worrying me or weighing on me. Let's just focus on trading. So I would have that rating, that psychological capital rating that I would really use in a big way to kind of base where I was and how aggressive I can be. And just another sort of thing, Eddie, giving us a heads up in terms of, what is your psychological position right now and where does it stand? Because ultimately, it's going to have a major impact on some of the decisions you make, And lastly, in terms of this thing, I think it's really important, Eddie, in terms of how you treat yourself away from the screens. Ultimately, it is going to be a reflection of how you treat yourself in front of the screens and directly the results you get. If you're sitting out there, every night, staying up late and bellying up to the bar, what are you going to expect when you belly up to your desk the next day? Continuation's more likely than change. Don't get me wrong. All work and no play, makes Ben a dull boy, but, and all of us, but you've got to be taking care of yourself physically, mentally. If you expect to get something out of this machine, what are you putting into it? Diet wise, not only nutrition, but it's important to unwind.
Right.
We all are so tightly wound as traders. You got to take vacation. You got to, read a book here and there, slow things down a little bit because otherwise it wears on you. This is a really difficult, it's no wonder why 90% or 90, I think it's more like 97% of the people that try and trade actually fail or lose money,
Ben, you're not only the driver of the race car, you are the race car.
No question.
You've got to look at it. You've got to look at it
Great way of looking at it, yeah.
Good emotion, bad emotion. How am I set up for the day? The professional, successful trader will be the one, like you mentioned, having an argument with your significant other or seeing a bill in the mail, tough to pay, or something that's holding you down. And you actually being true to yourself, being honest with yourself and saying, you know what? My mental capacity right now is probably not good. I'll sit back a little bit. We'll let the dust kick up. Maybe I'll catch the market a little later in the day, and I'll check. I'll go through my checklist, and I'll check on myself. And once again, you really got to be honest with yourself, because I stress the point that as traders, this is your business. This is your storefront. You want to see success.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to put going out of business sale. Nobody wants to see it. I tell you, I drive past a place and I see that, and I don't know, it's me, but I get sad, and I'm like, wow, there was somebody's dream that has failed, and all the best to that person. I hope something kicks back. But if you look at it the same way, you're gonna play on your good emotions. You're gonna know where that red flag is when you start having the bad emotions, making bad decisions in trading. Good emotions, bad emotions, putting themselves in front of our rules and trading executions. Now, Ben, has this ever been a factor in your career?
Care of yourself physically, mentally. If you expect to get something out of this machine, what are you putting into it? Diet wise, not only nutrition, but it's important to unwind. We all are so tightly wound as traders. You got to take vacation. You got to, read a book here and there, slow things down a little bit, because otherwise it wears on you. This is a really difficult, it's no wonder why 90% or 90, I think it's more like 97% is where I was, and how aggressive every trader is an individual, and their wants and needs and desires are.
All right, my friends. We're going to put that on pause right now, podcast with Ben Lichtenstein. So we'll put that on pause, and we're going to be coming up with Hoag and coaching, and we'll be doing that. And then we're going to get back to that. We'll re-enter the podcast a little later on after that, towards the end of our broadcast, but putting it on pause here right now. Did we get that? Okay. All right, coming up next, group coaching with John Hoagland.
Oh,
all
hello.
Right. Hello. How's it going? All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Topstep's group coaching. We used to do this in a Zoom meeting. We're now doing it on TopstepTV. Probably have a much bigger reach, and we're looking forward to having the opportunity to talk to you as traders, as a trader, and answer as many questions as we can. Just to start off here, this is me. My name is John Hoagland. I'm one of the senior performance coaches here at Topstep. I've got 40 years of industry experience, more like 31 as an active trader. After trading on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, I have migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since really about 2011, been part of Topstep and had the opportunity to talk to, work with, and hopefully help thousands of traders from all over the world. This is one of my favorite things to do, ladies and gentlemen. I absolutely enjoy the opportunity to talk to traders about trading, and we're going to do as much as we can in the time that we have. One thing, I don't know everything. Nobody knows everything. I don't claim to know everything. We're gonna have an opportunity during these sessions with me and with other coaches to learn a lot together. It's one of my favorite parts of doing this. This is the CFTC disclaimer. What we are talking about today is purely for educational purposes. We won't be discussing the purchase or sale of anything. We just have to know that there's a lot of risk in futures trading. We should only be using risk capital. To me, that's money that I can afford to lose. There's no possible past performance that can ever indicate future performance. Just keep that in mind. So I'm going to go into the questions now. The email that we have set up has not quite yet been set up, so I don't have the benefit of seeing the questions, any of them, that were emailed in, except for one that was emailed in to me personally from our good friend Fred Decker, who has always got some really good and interesting questions. All right. So it's good to see everybody. And, there's a lot of folks that have been coming to these sessions for a long time. And I'm hoping that a lot of you are going to also be coming to these sessions for a long time and hopefully getting a lot out of it. It is my goal with these sessions. It is our goal at Topstep to help you get to the level of execution that you're trying to get to. We are looking forward to your success. So what I'd like to do is we're going to take a look at Fred's question here, and basically I'm just going to read it, and we're going to go through it piece by piece and see if we can't see what he's got to say here, and see if we can't come up with some good ideas and some good suggestions. So Fred, this is yesterday in the S&Ps. So here's the 30-minute bar in the S&Ps. The regular trading hour session is right here. Fred is saying, on watching the S&P 500 on Tuesday, September 12th, I saw buyers test the overnight high in H period. So let's see here. This was the overnight high. Here's the overnight high. So this would be H period if you're looking at this through the lens of the market profile. The H period is the 12 o'clock bar, okay? So when price came back down below the overnight high, I thought the opportunity for a short trade was a cheap short. Would you agree? And Fred, yes. One of the things that one of our good friends, Ben, always told us was he always looks for the overnight high and the overnight low to see if the market can extend beyond it, or if it sticks out above it and comes back inside, that's an opportunity to limit risk. So I would agree that idea was a cheap trade. Here's for the overnight high, the market pushed up above it and then pushed back. It came back inside, the bar closed. The second bar, the I period, looked up, didn't take out the high of the H period. That was also an opportunity to look for a potential cheap trade, because the market looked above the overnight high, came back inside the overnight high, looked above it again, but didn't take out the previous high in H period. I period stopped short, didn't put in a very strong high, but it didn't take it out. So that still represents a potential cheap short. So if we're looking at the overnight high, which was 45.3775, the high that was put in was 45.36 quarter, 35.75, 38 quarter, it's 2 ticks. The market looked 2 ticks above the overnight high, came back in, tried again, came back in. Certainly an opportunity for a cheap short. Complete transparency, I did not take this trade. I was probably doing something else at the time, maybe stepped away for lunch at that time. Something just kind of had me away from the ability to take this trade. But there was also an extenuating circumstance. I think there was a CEO from a major bank that just commented that inflation is going to be really sticky. He thinks it's going to be sticking around for a while. And that was, I think, enough to throw a chill into some longs, into some investors, to see this market pull off and put in a new overnight low. Selling the high, now back to Fred's question. Selling the highs on Tuesday, September the 12th worked well for me, but buying the lows didn't work well. He tried 3 cheap longs, one at 928, the C period low, one at 146 and 140 and 151, and K period. None of the long trades worked. The first long was a cheap long following the test below the prior low from Monday at 45.1950. right here, 1950. So he starts to look for potential longs down here, but late in the day, after we'd put in the high, we had taken out now again the opening range, but at this point is largely moot. But he's looking for cheap longs, which in a range bound day, I would say that would be okay. I probably, Fred, would have waited for the market to test the low of the day before I would do that. Okay. Now, the fact that they didn't work, the fact that they were cheap trades, I think worked in your favor. We're not going to have all winning trades. We're looking for cheap trades. You felt confident taking the late day longs because the profile was well developed, and I felt that I was buying below value for the day. And you were. Value low was at that time probably even a little higher than this. So you were looking to buy value low, which in a range-bound day is not an unreasonable thing to do as long as you can limit risk. He also says here, he said he saw range extension below the initial balance and above the initial balance, which does have a tendency to create range-bound days. So everything you were thinking in this regard, Fred, I agree with. It just doesn't work. Was fading the move lower in K period a cheap trade in your opinion? KLM? Was it a cheap trade in your opinion? It was, because you had the opportunity to test against the previous low of the day. The previous low of the day. This was an area, especially in the NASDAQ, that left a lot of excess. As a matter of fact, in the NASDAQ, it never even went into that excess. In the S&Ps, however, we got a little bit more aggressive to the downside, and you took a small loss because it was a cheap trade. It's okay. It was not a bad idea. It just didn't work. So your logic of all the trades that you mentioned here, Fred, make sense. They make sense to me. And doesn't mean that they make perfect sense, because nobody knows what the outcome of anything is going to be. Your short up here was a wonderful opportunity for you to really kind of take advantage, because look, I mean, we had higher highs and higher lows. We started putting up lower highs and lower lows at this point. The fact that we couldn't hold above our overnight high was a pretty good opportunity for us to look for that cheap trade. So I think that's the one that played for you, I think, was the highest probability and the best logic, because we'd started putting in lower highs and lower lows. The market state change in very short time frame had changed. We're still putting in lower highs and lower lows. We've got a whole lot of effort to continue to push this market higher here with our highs today. Well, that's another story. So the trades you took, I don't think there was anything wrong with them. They were cheap trades. If they didn't work, they didn't work. Now that's only a 4-trade sample, he says, but do short cheap trades work better than long cheap trades in your opinion? I feel like you take both long and short cheap trades. He's thinking of the trading saying, it slides better than it glides. Should I focus on cheap shorts in your opinion? Well, it depends on the context, right, Fred? The context in yesterday's movement, we saw overnight inventory to the short side. We saw an overnight inventory adjustment that stopped short of where it could have. Then we saw the market pull back. We saw buyers come in. We said, we're thinking we want to look for opportunities to buy weakness. Buying weakness paid the day before. The market is putting in higher highs and higher lows. But as of the open on Tuesday, yesterday, the market had started putting in lower highs and lower lows. So while the idea that we might want to buy weakness paid off at some point to some degree, where did we trade to? We traded to this naked point of control before we attracted buyers that put in the high of the day. Now, the high of the day was the overnight high. It couldn't hold above it. Something else came out that scared people. And that was, I think, where we ended up, really being able to dig our teeth into this short. Where did it trade to? It traded to, this is actually a different point of control. I think it's the TPO point of control, if I remember right. But here's where that point of control was, right here on that low. Where did it trade to? Well, it traded to the opening range from the previous Friday. Say the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You have Friday's opening range, not necessarily a level that I look for opportunities. But the market finished, it ended the day, and it closed relatively weak. So is there a preference for trading cheap shorts or cheap longs? The only thing that I would say is, what is the bigger context, Fred? If the market is in an upward trend, be it short time frame, medium time frame, long time frame, you're definitely going to want to take the cheap longs, because the market has shown you already where too cheap is. And if it remains too cheap and you get the opportunity down there, your opportunities will be greater on longs in an upward move than they would be on the shorts. Okay, so I don't think that there is a preference that I have for cheap shorts or cheap longs. It depends more. It depends greatly on the current context of the market. We were somewhat looking for opportunities to buy weakness. We got to our point of control. That weakness, that move to that level, provided a pretty decent upside move. The high here, basically almost to the point of control, but overnight high couldn't hold again. You take that short because it's cheap, and you may have an opportunity to profit handsomely. We don't know this. I was wondering what happened when the market turned like this. So I looked on Financial Juice and I saw what this bank CEO was saying. So I said, okay, well that seems to make sense. There was just enough to scare the buyers off of this market. So again, Fred, if you're here, I don't have a bias for trying to look for cheap longs or cheap shorts. I'm probably going to take them both, just because I'm a glutton for cheap shorts, and some of the best trades I've ever made were largely because they were just cheap. So you don't want to cut yourself off from one opportunity if the context is in your direction. A market moving higher, you find cheap longs, you take those cheap longs. Markets moving lower, you find cheap shorts, you take those cheap shorts. Okay, so again, the email that you may have sent questions into already has not. I haven't gotten the logins or something going on with it, but we will get to it. So if you do have questions, please feel free to put them in the YouTube chat, and I will answer as many as I can. Like I said, I don't know everything. I'm not a psychologist. I've had the benefit of working with a number of different trading psychologists through my tenure here in trading, and what I will be providing to you is my experience through them. And I find that a lot of folks have very similar experiences, even though we're all different people. On the inside, we all have some of the same barriers to success. We all have some of the same fears, some of the same motivations. We're all a little different. I get that, but when it comes to putting yourself in a situation of duress, those situations tend to bring out those fears and those barriers to success. And I think to some degree, we all have a very similar experience in that, unless you're, the man of steel or somebody who, really doesn't have emotions. I don't know anyone like that, but a lot of, people feel like if you are going to be a trader, you have to be able to control your emotions or ignore your emotions. And I couldn't disagree more. I think the emotions that we're feeling they're telling us something, whether they're telling us we're right, wrong, whatever it is. Being able to use those emotions in your favor is going to, in the long run, be able to help you a lot. Here's an example. For me, if I start a trading day, and I'm not a very active trader, if I take 5 trades in a day, that's probably a lot. I'm probably over trading. I'm a little bit longer time frame than somebody who's going to be trading 10, 20, 30 times or more in any given day. It's become a bit of a challenge for me on TopstepTV because a lot of, there's a lot of expectations for me to be taking trades, for us to be taking trades, and we want to provide that, and we're well aware, and I'm well aware that I may have to adjust my decision-making process to a little shorter time frame in order to be able to participate in trades during that period of time. There are times when I see things, quite quickly and have to respond quickly, and there are times when I don't see things and I may not respond to the markets until later on. Anyways, going back to emotions, I found that if I have 3 consecutive losses in a row, that's enough to really kind of flip my switch, right? I'm thinking, okay, I've had 3 straight losses. How does this happen? I start to maybe get a little bit emotional, maybe a little bit angry. And that's when I know that that emotion that I'm feeling is warning me to step away. Okay. So in one way, just having those emotions is saying, okay, now it's time to back off. Take your mouse, put it somewhere else, take your batteries out, or go do something else. Go take the dog for a walk, go have a ham sandwich, a glass of milk, go do something. Because as long as you hold that venom, and you're going to think that venom is for the markets or for, something outside of trading, but that venom that's in your veins is going to bleed into your decision-making process, and you cannot think clearly when you are in an emotional state, in a state of anger, because that anger that you're placing into the marketplace is only going to affect you. My dad used to say, it really doesn't pay to be angry. Let's say you're angry at a group of people. Half the people you're angry at don't even know you're angry, and the other half don't give a shit. It only affects you. Forgiveness isn't for them. It's for you. You have to let it go in order to be able to re-engage in reasonable cognitive trading ideas and decisions. So knowing that emotion says to me, okay, you're probably going to get emotional in your decisions. They're not going to be good decisions. Back off until you find a way to let that venom go, and then you can re-engage in the marketplace. So there's a number of different ways that I've found that emotions have pushed me into action, but always the wrong way, always the wrong direction. The market's screaming higher, and I'm finally pushed by emotion to getting into that move to the upside. 8 times out of 10, I'm buying the dead ass high. I know this. So when I'm feeling that emotion, I have to find a way to look for an opposite move to be able to help limit risk. I'm not suggesting that when a market is highly directional that we try and pick the highs, but I had a very good knack of picking the highs when the market was moving in a particular direction and then scrambling my way out of it. So using that emotion and the mental, physical, and emotional changes that are occurring at that period of time is information that I have learned to use most of the time to my advantage, I feel like. So it is of ultimate importance that not only do you understand markets, that you understand yourself and your emotions and how those emotions guide your decision making. Now, I know that there's probably some questions, and I'm going to go through all of this, but I'd just kind of like to start this session on YouTube talking about one of the things that I have found that is mostly true for all of us. When I first came into trading, well, some of the old guys on the floors, they didn't say, "Hey, good luck, hope you make $1 million." They said, "Learn how to take a loss," which to me was preposterous. I'm not down here to take losses. I'm gonna make money. But it didn't take too long for me to figure out what they were talking about. Most people that come into trading, most people, I think, in many things in their life, are hardwired in their brains to not succeed at this. Why? Nobody likes to take losses. Think back to your first trade, your first live trade, sim trade, what your stock trade, whatever it was. If that trade went against you right away, I would have to say that most of you would agree that your default thought or idea was to wait. All right, well, this trade is going against me. I'll just wait. The market will come back, make me whole again. Maybe I'll even make money on it. Well, after a few times where the market takes you to a point of pain that you have to get out, you might start to realize, this isn't working. I've got to learn how to control my risk. After a couple of losing trades, that first winning trade, maybe you just lost $500 on 3 different trades. As an example, you get your first winner on and it's $50 and you're like, it's a winner, I got to take it. So you're expanding your losses and at the same time cutting your wins. So you're going to have to be right on an awful big percentage of the time to even break even with that. Professional traders have learned to rewire their brains to the idea that I'm going to be trading close to points of invalidation. I'm going to be trading where the market is telling me this trade is wrong, or where I'm postulating or hypothesizing that the market is telling me this trade is wrong. And I'm going to try and get into that trade as close to that level as possible to help limit my risk. I don't want to lose a lot on any particular trade. Never want to lose a lot. You want to trade close to the point of invalidation. Where is your legitimate stop supposed to be? And it's not a static 10-point stop or a 5-point stop. It's based on technical analysis where a price is showing you that the trade is wrong. You're going to get out. You do not move your stop. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200. You just take the loss. You take that loss and you learn from it. Okay. Then you start to, recognize that some of these opportunities that you're cutting real quick are worth a lot more. So the professional trader cuts losses and understands when they have a good beat on the market and when a trade that they're taking, a particular trade that they're taking, may be worth a lot more than they originally think. There's a lot of schools of thought about this. There are traders that risk 5 points to make a point, but they're going to have to be right 85% of the time in order to stay profitable. And there are traders that are capable of doing that. Not me. Not me at all. My thing is I'm always looking for asymmetric opportunities where I can risk a little bit and the potential profit is going to be worth a lot more than the risk I have to take. And then I can depend on being right about half the time. That's about anywhere between 49 and 55% winning trade percentage is where I'm at. I'm not right all the time, not by a long shot. But when I'm right for a lot more than I'm risking. So you have to kind of get your idea wrapped around something that is unnatural, I think, for humans. If I'm walking down the street and I see a $5 bill on the sidewalk, first thing I'm going to do is put my foot on it, look around. If it doesn't look like anybody's missing a 5, I'm going to pick it up, put it in my pocket. But as a trader, you're going to have to learn to step over that 5 to see if maybe there's a 50 further down the road. It's completely unnatural. So, but it's necessary if you're going to be a profitable trader for a long period of time. And, I have been profitable. I have been not profitable. I have been up. I have been down. I have been through the freaking ringers when it comes to trading. If it's happened to a trader, it's happened to me. And I'm still here. So I call myself a survivor. I don't feel like I'm successful. I feel like I'm lucky to still be here, and that I am just a good survivor. I've been able to survive for a long period of time. But it's because cutting losses, knowing when you're wrong, admitting it, letting it go. You cannot internalize losses. If I internalized every loss, I would probably believe that I am the worst human being in the world. Not only that, one of the worst traders in the world. And I'm neither. And learning to expand profit targets is a muscle that takes time. It takes practice. You've got to be able to recognize when opportunities are bigger than the risk you have to take on the charts, whatever chart you're using. So think about that inside yourself. If you are feeling like when I put a losing trade on, I don't want to take the loss, because then it's a loss. Then it exists. There's nothing I can do about it. The money's gone. But if I wait, maybe the market will come back and make me whole again. But 9 times out of 10, the market's going to take you to a point of pain where you're like, all right, I can't take this anymore. I got to get out. Inevitably, that's going to be the low, or so it seems. So, and we all have the same things happen. I'm trading close to the invalidation. I get in the trade and it ticks me out by about 2 ticks, and then the trade goes my way. Well, that's something to learn from. Was there something in the chart that told me that I may be kind of in an area where a lot of shorter time frame traders have that position on, and their stops are stacked right there with mine? You don't want to be that. There's ways to hypothesize those types of situations. With Topstep TV, we're going to spend a lot of time together, I hope, and I will be able to point some of those out to you, and some of them are going to work, and some of them are not. But when I see a spot on the chart that says, this is easy, this is a layup, then I'm thinking there's something wrong here. I'm probably going to be looking at that layup entry. I'm going to be looking at where the stops are for that layup entry, and I'm going to try and get in when everybody else's stops get taken out. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. It's all under risk management. All right. So I've been kind of pontificating. I want to come in and say hello to everybody. All right. Yes, you can put questions here, John, Ocean. I don't know why, but I know I love you too, Douglas. Good, Sarah Hall. Thank you, Matthew. Learning every day with TopstepTV. Excellent, great. Good to have group coaching back. Dan Trader, thank you very much. I'm glad that you're here. Jimmy, good to see you. Michael Aronson, hey coach. How do you think, is it worth getting a CFA certificate? What are you going to use it for? It kind of invites regulators into your life. If you're planning on managing money, it's something you're going to have. But you don't have to get that. You get a chartered market technician, CMT certificate. There's other things you can do that you don't have to necessarily include regulators into your life. The monthly fee for the trading combine, you do not have to pay. Once you're funded, there are other fees like data fees that you do. Yes, in Lupo you can. Hello, Bill. Hello, Chris. Hello, Douglas. Arson. Good day. What is a cheap trade? Michael Halstead. Hello, Anissa. Dante. It is good to see you. Can you take a buy and a sell trade on the same instrument at the same time? No, Avi, you cannot, because that's just going to flatten your position. This is not Forex. I know on Forex you can do that, but you cannot do that in futures unless they're different contract months. But we don't allow hedging or spreading here at Topstep. Okay. Michael, a cheap trade is anything that you're basically trading close to invalidation. All right. Now, look at the high here in the S&Ps. What is holding this market from continuing to push to the upside? Are there sellers up here that are doing that? Okay, that might be, but this is a mechanical short up here. If you take a look, this could be a cheap trade. 100% it could be a cheap trade, but I'm not taking it, and here's why, Michael. It's an even high, and every time the short time frame traders have taken this short, they've been paid less and less. They've got paid down to here. They got paid down to here. They got paid down to here. They got paid down to here. I don't want to take this trade because even though the risk is small, I see it as a small opportunity for profit. This market seems to be compressing here. And if it does pop, you're going to see a boatload of stops above. You're going to see the market pop really quickly. And if it continues to hold price above the previous high, then you may see new buying come in and take this market higher. Okay. This is a cheap trade. What about the low here? Is that a cheap trade? Well, it happened before the regular trading hour session. It took us down to, why is this moving? Oh, this is a naked point of control that has not been visited in regular trading hours. There's a little bit of a gap down here that we just kind of filled on this move to the downside. This would not be a cheap trade. This would maybe be a cheap trade because it happened in regular trading hours, and our overnight low technically is that low. That's an anomaly. That's a anomalous behavior because of the release. I was looking more at this as the overnight low. The market took a look below it and did not hold below it. So that makes this somewhat of a cheap low, a cheap long. But a cheap trade is anything where you're looking at an opportunity close to a point of invalidation. If we never put a new high on the day at the high here in the S&Ps, this would definitely be a cheap trade. I don't like it because of the compression, the fact that it's a short time frame mechanical short, and the short time frame traders are being paid less and less for it, but they keep coming to the trough. Eventually, they're going to get all their stops hit, and the market is likely to continue the push to the upside. We've got a weak high up here. Where's the next cheap short? we're a ways from it, if at all. We're a ways from it, if at all. Okay? I know that there are going to be a million opportunities for us to be able to see cheap trades in play, and just keep watching, keep paying attention, because I'll call them out. I mean, I'll call out, I'm taking this because it's a cheap trade. If it wins or loss, if it's a win or a loss, I don't really sweat it, because I know over time I'm going to come out okay. Anissa, it is good to see you. What else do we have here? Tony, Joshua, good to see everyone. Ocean Blue. Amateur Genius, good to see. Brian, it's our pleasure. Amanda. AANNKK, Ankh. Tell it to you straight. Yes, Jay Kent, the market does move to liquidity. Always. It always moves to the point of greatest aggravation, where it can inflict the most pain on the most traders. That's what the market does. So, Ankh, how many contracts with a 50K account, 2,000 drawdown, how many contracts or micros should we be trading? And with a 50K account, I don't think that there's any real reason that you need to trade more than one contract, one mini. Once you build the account, maybe add a second mini if the situation is right, because we're not asking you to make a boatload of money. To make $3,000 in futures, I mean, you can do that on the right day and with the right situation. So the traders that really impress me aren't the ones that are putting up $15,000, $20,000 days, because they also have very bad streaks as well. It's, to me, the trader that can make 500, 1,000 on average every day by managing risk. If you do that, if you make 500 or 1,000 in the 50K account, you're gonna achieve your funded account in 5 or 6, 7 days. And to me, that's reasonable. That's a reasonable expectation. You're not risking too much. If you want to use micros, the commissions are considerably higher, but a good trader will get there. And that's the goal, right, Ankh? Okay. Super Abound, another question about cheap trades. Cheap trades can be longs or shorts. I think we kind of went through that. You probably heard all of that, or hopefully most of it. But a cheap short is anywhere where the market has proven or left excess on a high, right? So we have the market leaving excess on the high here. The market comes up to it, doesn't take it out. That's a cheap short. Unfortunately, it's the end of the day. We're not going to get much opportunity to profit on that. But here's a cheap long. The market trades to the point of control from a couple of days ago. Those are visual levels. It looks below it, can't continue to trade below it. It turns the other way. This is a cheap high. The market put in a high, shows signs of excess, comes up, can't take out the high of that excess. There's your cheap short, and the market moves lower. It's really not that simple. It's easy when we're sitting here looking in hindsight. Taking the trade is much more difficult, but important, because that's the way you're going to learn the best. And taking those cheap trades allows you, to not lose a lot on any given trade. There's market profile, which is something when you guys have questions about, we can talk about. I'm going to suggest to all of you, get a copy of Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton. Even if you don't want to use market profile, the first 100 pages of that book opened up my eyes to what these markets really are. And they are just auctions. Price is going to auction higher until it's viewed as too expensive. Sellers will take over, price will move quickly away off those highs and rotate lower until it's viewed as too cheap, where sellers won't sell it anymore. That'll attract buyers, and the whole auction system just kind of rotates back and forth. It can rotate higher and higher and higher. It can rotate lower and lower and lower. Anything that is bought or sold is part of a never-ending auction process. And these auction processes occur in multiple time frames, if not infinite time frames. You can look at a 30-second chart, 1 minute chart, 2 minute chart, 3 minute chart, 5, 15, 30, hourly, 4 hour, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. That is the span of information that we're looking at. Say we just took out that high in the S&Ps. We just ran the stops. Now we'll see what happens as we continue to go through our hour here, if you don't mind. Okay. Thank you, Torres. Can you take trades over to the next day? No. At Topstep, you are required to flatten your position by 3:10 p.m. Central Time, and you can reopen positions at 5 p.m. Central Time, and you just got to be flat for an hour and 45 minutes. Thank you again, Taurus. Jim, does the ES reflect the NQ in movement or vice versa? Both. We've had a lot of conversations about that lately on Topstep TV, and whether the NASDAQ is leading or the S&P is leading. The correlation between them is very tight, over a long period of time. The daily correlation is sometimes a little bit more challenging because, as you watch the opening call, there are going to be things that I'm pointing out in the S&Ps that look completely different in the NASDAQ. So my suggestion for you, Jim, is focus on what you're actually trading. If you're looking for validation or a move in the S&Ps by looking at the NASDAQ, maybe it's going to work sometimes, maybe not. I like the idea of focusing on the market that you're actually trading. Ocean Blue, do you find the pivot points indicator still useful as levels? Why were they useful for floor traders? Well, they're going to be useful when they're useful, and they're not going to be useful when they're not useful. Ocean Blue, it's really the only way I can answer that question, because there are going to be times when they're going to be ignored by price, just like any other indicator, just like any other level. The thing that floor traders liked about them was because floor traders were really the only ones that knew about them. The more people that look at the levels, that use those levels, the less likely they are going to be respected. Now that everybody has a trading platform and everybody can put those pivot levels on their chart, that takes some of the ability of them to be respected by price away from them. I would never suggest not looking at them, not using them, but understand they are kind of reference points that a lot of people are focusing on because they've been taught. Look at the pivot points. Look at this. Look at that. Pivot points are so popular, and the more popular they are, the less likely I think they're going to be respected. Now, they may be respected. Remember, any level that we're looking at on a chart, anything that we're looking at is not a finite level. It's more of a zone. So a pivot level may have a 10-tick zone on either side of it. So you got to, it's all in your ability to recognize the end of auction processes. If the market comes down to S1 and leaves excess down there, that gives you the opportunity for a potential cheap short upon revisiting that level. And if it holds, then you're gonna look good. But don't expect any of these indicator levels, trend lines, specific profile levels, pivot levels. Don't expect them to work to the tick. Everything is a zone. So, if you're using the motion blue, take it with a grain of salt that they're gonna be a zone. They're gonna work sometimes. They're not gonna work sometimes. It's all in your ability to recognize when the level has failed and just get out. And don't get mad. Don't blame yourself. Don't beat yourself up. There's so many questions and things here, and I apologize that I may not be able to get to them all. I'm gonna go speed round here for just a second. Avery says he'll never forget that book. I'm glad you looked at it. Tips on dealing with trailing drawdown. I can make money, but trailing drawdown eventually gets me. Trailing drawdown. Well, recognizing when you are in a drawdown is a big part of avoiding that trailing drawdown. Sometimes we just miss some small changes in the marketplace, stepping away for a little while. I'm talking about a day or two, maybe even longer if it's a bigger drawdown. Helps you come back and see the markets with clear eyes. We are so focused on what we're looking at and thinking. Sometimes we miss slight changes in what the market is telling us. Those are called nuances. And those nuances change from time to time. And those nuances there are going to be nuances that are going to say, we think the market's going to go this way. And another nuance is going to say, well, we think the market's going to go this way. When you see all those nuances stack up in one direction, then you're really on to something. But as far as, going through drawdowns, size down. If the drawdown continues, walk away for a little while, and not just an hour. Take a couple of days. Forget about the markets for a while, come back, sit down, do your homework, and you may see things more clearly. Paul, can you talk about VWAP and how to use it and when is it less effective? We appreciate you, Paul. So VWAP is something that I've had on my charts. I haven't had on my charts. My brother, who's an active trader, swears by VWAP. I don't necessarily see it as that useful. However, the last time I was looking at VWAP was a trending market. And every time the market came down to VWAP, buyers came in and pushed that market higher. So there is a time for VWAP and a time for not VWAP. Just like every other indicator, there's periods of time when they work, sometimes when they don't. Okay? Spy Rebel, my pleasure. How do you know support and demand zone? Well, support and demand zone for me are typically yeah, I can hear you. We're doing group coaching right now. All right. So a supply and demand zone, I call them areas of balance. No, he's not right now, JD. So if I were to do this, let's quickly look at the daily chart. Okay. Consolidation, this becomes a demand zone. Buyers came in, brought price higher. Bull flag, demand zone? No, supply. The supply zone now is resistance. Price moved lower. So consolidation, demand zone. We come down here. Now we can continue the move to the upside. So supply and demand zones are areas of consolidation above or below price. And that's one of the simple ways that I look at it to try and figure that out. Now, that's supply and demand zones is a particular way to look at markets. And there are going to be periods of time when it's going to work, and there are going to be periods of time when you're going to go, what the heck is going on here? That's just the nature of markets, right? I often hear successful traders say eventually it just clicked. What does that mean, and how to get the click? When every time I have said, I get it, it clicked now, I know what to do, I have been right before a major drawdown. You will never get it because the markets are dynamic. Once you get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. So when you hear a trader say, eventually it just clicked, I don't know what they're telling you. Maybe they're superhuman. But every time I lose my humility and understand that I am part of the market's environment, it is not part of my environment. I have to respect the market's environment, or the market is going to disrespect me. And every time I've said, I get it now, I got it. I know what to do. I stop doing my homework. I start thinking I'm God's gift to trading because, if you're in this for a while, there will be periods of time where you think you actually control the market. Well, you don't. And it's when you get to that and you lose that humility, there is trouble. The trouble is knocking at the door. All right. All right, I've got to get moving on pretty quickly here. There was something I wanted to say to everybody, if I can remember what it was. I appreciate it. I apologize for not having the email address opened up here just yet. Hopefully by tomorrow, there'll be another coach here who's going to be talking. I'm going to be here on Mondays and Wednesdays. There will be another trader here, another coach here on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't think we're going to be having group coaching on Fridays because who is sticking around the afternoon on Friday? We're just going to, just kind of do it 4 days a week. I hope that you've enjoyed it. I hope that you understand that this was just a little bit of the things that we're going to get into and the things that we're going to look at and the things that I'm going to learn from you and hopefully things that you're going to learn from me. This is going to go on, I'm hoping, for as long as I can possibly do this. And I look forward to having you all here and having you all improving. If I can be a part of that, that makes me very happy. So take some time, think about what we talked about, think about the things that we all have in common. The fact that none of us like to take losses, but they're just so important to take and learn to expand those muscles that when you see something and you've got a good trade on, you're able to get a little bit more out of that next one and get a little bit more out of that next one. And nothing is going to be even. Success isn't a straight line. It's a really wiggly line that goes in all over the place. But if you're better at the end than you were when you started, there's a degree of success. And that's what we're looking for. So blessings to you all. I look forward to seeing you back here on, I'll be back on in a little while, but as far as group coaching is concerned, I'll be back here on Monday. There'll be another professional trading coach here with you tomorrow. And enjoy, ask questions. And, especially when it comes to me, test me. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I know something that I don't. One of the things I love about this is I'm going to learn as much as you. And after 30 years, that should tell you something. There's so much to know and so much to learn. Blessings to everybody. We'll see you again soon.
Have me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Gosh, I tell you, we are blessed to have a guy like Hoag leading the way and shining the light on our darkest issues of trading. And it's good to have John here. So remember, every Monday and Wednesday, we'll be back here again here Monday at, I believe, the same time. We'll do that same time, 12 o'clock, high noon, where you can kick back, have your lunch, and enjoy it. But right now we got Rob with us. Hello, Rob.
Hello. Yeah, I always enjoy listening to Hoag. It's just, I swear there's not a day or an hour that goes by that I don't learn something from that guy.
Now we got the same shirts on. Yeah. For some reason, the first thought of my mind with our shirts on, same shirt. The first thought, I don't know where this came from, but it was Oompa Loompa. It was the Oompa Loompas. I mean, they all had the same uniform. Yes, we are Oompa Loompas, but
didn't they all do that, like the Smurfs and the Teletubbies and Cabbage Patch Kids and all? We're dating ourselves now, but
a little different, but a lot of us are very concerned about what indicators, what charts we've got, what we're doing, what we're trading, how we're coming out of the trade and everything. But I'm sure that there's a lot of us that forget about health issues. Now, the topic today, and I'm really hoping that we can have some participation because I'm going to leave this open. You've got the Discord chat, correct?
I do have the.
Okay.
It's in the TopstepTV, the very last one in line. Discord chat will be monitoring that.
Okay, you'll be monitoring it, but I want to make sure that we get participation on what keeps you healthy and what you do to sort of diversify from sitting down behind a computer and actually getting up and exercising and moving around, getting that blood flow. I mean, it's not really healthy just to sit like, behind a computer and Jabba the Hutt and, drink spiked caffeine drinks all day just to keep you going. Eventually, it's going to hit you like a brick wall. Okay. I know that for a fact. What have you got there? You've got what, gin? You're drinking straight gin with no
straight water. Coffee in the morning, but water.
I got water too myself. So, healthy life habits are essential for traders, and to maintain their physical and, mental well-being. I've got a list here that I want to share with some of us. And like I said, I really want some participation here. And, going back to, if you like what you're hearing here, if you like what you're seeing, hit that like button, smash that like button, because the algos help us move these videos up into a broader audience. And by all means, if you want to subscribe, there's no cover charge. Just what is it, a 2-drink minimum or a 3-drink minimum? One of the two, but that's all. And remember, drinks are on the house. So, Robert, you're very fit. You were a bodybuilder at one point, and one thing that we need to remember, and a lot of traders, I've talked to a lot of traders where, hey, I'm taking an hour between trading, I'm running to the gym, or I'm taking a walk around the block. But regular exercise, okay, incorporate regular physical activity, whether if it's just in the living room, if you're just sort of doing some push-ups or stretching or whatever you need to do in your routine. Now, exercise, it does help reduce stress, improves your mood, and boosts your overall health. Even a short daily workout can be a significant difference. Robert, what do you do to sort of break up the day?
Well, there's a lot going on right now, but one of the things, if you didn't know, before I became a full-time trader in 2017, I ran a sports therapy practice before that for almost 10 years. IT company before that for about 17. But during that sports practice, we learned a lot about the body and movement, and the body's made to move. There's one thing, article that sticks out, just right hitting home with what you're asking here, Eddie. It was an article in a call. It was titled "Sitting is the New Smoking," and it just.
You know what, Robert, you're having. Why don't you do this? Why don't you log off? You're having some bad mic issues. Log off, come back in, and we'll see if that should fix it. I appreciate those for letting us know. Yes, Rob's sounding glitchy. It's better than sounding bitchy. Okay, I wouldn't want anybody out here being bitchy, but let me just go over some of what we've got here. Charlotte cell houses. I got a therapist, a nutritionist, and a personal trainer. I'm with you on that. I've got a nutritionist and a personal trainer trying to help me. I've got to the point where people are calling me Jabba the Hutt Jr. Just with this COVID and sitting behind a computer and staying in and having Amazon so easy to deliver things, it gets to be a habit. But we got your back, Robert.
Yeah, let's check this one more time. I'm gonna just talk for like little stream to see if it cuts in and out again.
Boys and girls?
If everybody can make a comment. I got a comment here from Mr. Toe in Discord who mentioned it. I didn't have any problem, but other people did. So let's make sure.
Robert sounds good. Much better. Thank you, my lovely people.
Excellent. Thank you for reporting everything out.
I was talking.
Great. Mr. Toe says perfect too. So
yes,
yeah, back in the day we called it was called "Sitting is the New Smoking." This is maybe 2012, 2013. It's an article, you can Google it, I'm sure. And it was basically the idea that when we sit down, we're cut in half and we're stopping a lot of the toxin stuff in the blood flow pinching off from our upper and lower body, and its gravity's pushing everything down anyway. We want to get the body to move. So the solution from the doctors at the time was very, very simple. It was take your phone, put a timer on it for 30 minutes, and just have it go ding like one time, just as a reminder, bing, and every 30 minutes, stand up for 30 seconds. That's it. That was one of the biggest things we can do. When you're making any type of change, look for the smallest change that will make the biggest impact. And that was it. After study after study, it's, hey, every 30 minutes, just stand up for 30 seconds. Now, this is when the standing desks came about, as we can see.
Right. And that works, too.
It does.
Sean says, Eddie, it's a major struggle with me. I try to move around when I can. Also cut back on caffeine and soda. I tell you, soda is pure liquid evil. I'm telling you, not good. I tell you, my doctors told me about this. Few of my doctors have. My nutritionist, obviously, he's like, God, soda is just so bad. It sort of tricks your, I believe it's your liver, which isn't good for that, and obviously your bladder,
and your brain,
too. Yes, too much soda, but a little bit here and there is not going to hurt. No Code Dad from Alaska says jujitsu for everyone. That's a little physical. I mean, if you're going to take a break during the day and go beat somebody up, I guess so. That would work.
It's very good. That's super. Yeah, that's super, the jiu-jitsu stuff, man. And congratulations. I'm a second black in American Kempo, just so you all know. And I'm with you on that. It's a little more combative than the jiu-jitsu. And that's something I'm lacking. And honestly, thank you for bringing that up, because there is one right up the street from me, and I am like this close. Once the Topstep TV got rolling and I had a couple minutes in the morning, that's on the next agenda, and I'll update you on that. All
right, Bruce Lee. Nighty Night says pickleball. All right, that's something new. Intermittent fasting. That's something I haven't tried. Cycling. Okay, get on a bike and do that. Reduce the stress at all times. Focus on happiness in life. And Nighty Night, you know what? I really like that. I mean, there's just so much darkness that we have seen recently that can, affect our physicality, affect our mentality. And it has to many, obviously. I mean, if you're sitting there saying, it hasn't affected me, then you know what? You're living under a rock. In relations with significant others. Mizzle says, I traded market open, then I go out and do yard work. It helps, honestly. I can see that. I mean, if you got a garden, gosh, that's beautiful. You're getting fresh air. You're moving up and down. You're getting that blood flow. That's a great suggestion, even if it's a little garden. Now, I know the wife. She's got. We started, I think, last year with 2 strawberry plants, and honestly, this year it's like an alien invasion. I mean, we've got probably a 12x6 strawberry patch, and that just happened this year. I mean, nuts.
Remember you posting that, Eddie? You post that internally, some pictures out there. It's super.
I mean, she used to bring in like 3, 4, and she's really excited about it. And then it was like, 5, 6, 7, 8 strawberries, and then 10, 15 a day. So, have something that you can take care of, and that sort of you put in and it gives back, like strawberries or whatever. Tomato plants are good too. Man, you get a lot of tomatoes. Let's see here. I think that's it here. We've got
it's all mind, body, spirit, right? You got to take care of the mind. That's just getting thinking and getting sharp, and also sleeping and resting it. Body is just keeping that movement going, and also being able to get it out of your system and be able to sit and focus without fidgets. I'm a fidgeter myself. And then spirit or emotions, you can do, whichever way you want to look at it. That is your outlook. And the other two kind of combine. You move around a little bit. Doesn't take a lot. Doesn't mean 2 hours in the gym. It's literally like Eddie said, up, get on a stationary bike, walk around your neighborhood. Sometimes it's funny. I live on a lake because it's a nice road right here, and I'll walk up and down the street. Yeah, right. The lake's right here in the main road. And walk up and down the road sometimes with a coffee, which is kind of productive, but it gets my morning going. And then, of course, we're here, and I need to get up a little bit more often than I can during the day, but I do eat a lot and drink a lot of liquids, so I am up and down when it comes to that. But mind, body, spirit, that is prior to trading. It will help.
Right,
trust me, believe me, it will help.
So you're walking up and down your street with a cup of coffee.
Yeah, it's funny, right?
you're living the life of a commercial, right? Folger's house,
So
flannel shirt on, and a deer in the background, but that's good, though.
I do. It was kind of funny. It was maybe about 2 months ago. I just happened to be jogging. It was a nighttime jog, and I had my Topstep shirt on here. It was at the end of a very long day, and I had my phone with me. I don't even know why. I just had it in my hand, and I just picked it up and I took a little selfie, little video. It's like an 8-second thing. People were like, "All right, Coach Robert coming at you, jogging Sunday night, getting ready for the market." I was just being silly. I sent it to marketing. I don't know what they did with it.
There you go. Adam's asking, what's your routine, Eddie? Jumping jacks, squats? Well, actually, I've joined a nutritionist one-on-one coaching, and there's a lot of, at my point, I need to start slow, so what I like about it is that I actually committed, dedicated to start. I haven't in years haven't did that, but that's something you got to do. It's something you've got to do. Let's see here. Paul Gonzalez says Coke stock's going to tank, Eddie, because I said that, right? Come on, we all know that. That was something we knew for years. That was not good for you.
Well, we're not going to say just
I'm a water
Coca-Cola.
person. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
All right.
Go for
Mizzle says I'm a water person. Truthfully and thankfully, never enjoyed soda. Well, that's a bonus that you've got. So you were going to say, Robert?
I didn't know there was another comment there. My apologies. Along with the soda, we didn't really specify Coca-Cola. It was just Coke soda, and more importantly, the high fructose corn syrup. And this is not advice, believe it. I am not a nutritionist at all. Just sharing some things. One of the very first things I cut on my diet was exactly that, high fructose corn syrup, and any product that had in it.
Here's something that actually hit home. Sean King, my wife is a nurse. Hello, wife nurse. She's working from home. God bless her. She overheard Eddie talking about health, and she rushed in my office and said, "Yes, you bum, pay attention." She didn't say bum, but I added it in there. Yes, you need to move. You know what? The thing is, she loves you very much, and my wife is constantly. After work, it's like, let's take a walk around the block. And I'm like, oh man, I'm ready to turn on the Xbox, and play video games. And she's almost got to drag me by my ear. Come on, let's take a walk around the block. It's for your own good. It might take 5-10 minutes, depending on, how big your block is. But this is something we need to do. Dan Trader, Topstep can have a lunchtime exercise group. Well, that might be an idea down the road. Have something where we can all log in and do some exercises that doesn't take up much time. Mr. Toe, I got a heavy punching bag hanging in my living room. That's nice. Another thing, a speed bag, a punching bag, a rowing machine, a stationary bicycle. This all sort of helps you. Let's see here. Code Dad says, Sean King, my wife is a nurse too. She works at Now, and I'm chilling. There you go.
Thank you for all the nurses.
Dr. VJ, how are you, Dr. VJ Shah? This is your ideal job. You are awesome. You are also too, Doctor. Very nice to see that you have joined us. How about this one? Get smarter every day. Now, here's one that anybody can do. We all got access to music, right? And dancing in secret in your living room. I honestly, I mean, the thing is, pull the shades down if you don't want nobody to see you, and turn that music up, jam that music, crank that music, and move. Whatever you do, however you dance, whatever you do. I mean, that's a great thing too. Is even if you're exercising with some music that you really love, it sort of gets that blood. It sort of kicks you in the butt to get you going a little bit more. I like that. I like that one. Let's see here. Oops, I went a little too far here. Oh, I did go too far. Boy. Okay.
What you doing? What?
Sorry about that. Walking's great exercise. Everyone, running, biking, going to the gym, lifting. This is from Michael 5 Aces. Helps the body create a good hormones and endorphins and serotonin. And even a dopamine. Now, dopamine, Randy yesterday was talking about the dopamines. Randy Howell, he's big in those dopamines. Let's see here. All right. Well, you know what? I want to move on. You know, we were talking about regular exercise and the activity routine. Make it part of your trading day. Like Robert said, put a time on your phone. Okay. Even if you just got to stand up, sort of, stretch. I do that too. A good thing I've got dogs that have bad kidneys. They're always like, hey, Dad, we got to go out. Can we go out now? And it's I get up and let them out. They do their thing. They're not outside dogs. They don't like it out there. They like to come back in and chill in the living room. They watch. They've got cable on and whatever they want to watch, they watch. So remember, it helps reduce stress, improves mood, boosts overall health. But here's the thing now: a balanced diet. All right, eat a balanced diet. And a nutritious diet. Fuel your body with the right nutrients and stay energized and focused. Now, I tell you, one of the things being on years and years on the trading floor, and I mean, sometimes it might sort of shed light on some of us here today too, that I don't got time to sit down and have a good meal. And that was like on the trading floor. You had maybe 10, 15 minutes, if that, and I'm going to use the word scarf down your lunch as fast as you could. And sometimes, I mean, obviously there wasn't any designer foods or, we weren't doing sushi and stuff. And I know, Robert, you like your sushi. We were grabbing greasy hamburgers, whatever you can eat fast. To get back on the trading floor. Same thing here. It's I usually try not to eat at my desk. All right. I try not to eat here. I try to go sit in the kitchen where I'm supposed to eat. And have something quick, but that's just it. It's quick. I know my nutritionist says stay away from anything processed. I mean, most of the stuff that we deal with is processed. What can we eat that isn't processed? Well, there's always fruits and vegetables. They should be a significant portion of your diet. Rich in vitamins, minerals, antitoxins, dietary fibers. And what they say is aim for a colorful variety to ensure a broad range of nutrients. So, just don't go out and buy everything orange or everything red. Or everything, mix it up a bit, get those nice colors. And best thing to do is, if you want it as a treat, keep it in the fridge. Nice little chilled strawberries or a chilled orange is much better as far as my palate goes. I enjoy that much better than something room temperature. How about you, Rob?
Well, I'm kind of on an outlier on this one, Eddie. I believe in the balanced diet, and as you said at the beginning, I did do some bodybuilding for several years. Right now, I'm carnivore. I just eat meat. It's been almost 5 months now.
You've been doing that for a while.
About 5 months, yeah. And I'm just finding it. And this is not nutritional advice of any sort. I'm just sharing what I do. That's all I do. Is I just eat. It's literally just eat steak and red meat, and I will have eggs along with it. So, and fish too, because I still have sushi. As long as it's an animal, a fatty type of protein, that's what I go for. I literally cut just about every single carb out. My advice on carbs: I'll have a glass of wine now and then, and coffee. Technically, it's a bean. It's a carb, but everything else, no fruits, no vegetables, no grains, no flours, no nothing. It's all just basically meat and fish. It's been working fabulous. Yeah, that's just what I do. That said, putting that aside, yes, get yourself a nice balanced diet. Talk to your nutritionist or whoever is best for you. I know there are some things, just diabetes or something. Make sure you're doing what is best for you, but definitely on the healthy side, definitely keep that food coming in, highly nutritious. Just gets that energy going, just to be able to get up, move it around, and it really does affect the brain and function that way. Brain, body, and mind, body, spirit. Yeah.
Well, Robert, you're focusing on one thing. You're trying to get your goal here, eating lean meats and so forth. Now, I did a sort of that's an Atkins diet where it's just meat. Keto. Now that's something else. Keto diet, eliminate all carbs, but our body does need that. So, it depends on what your goal is. Now, another thing too, whole grains like brown rice, whole wheat, oats, barley, they're high in fiber. Okay. Now the thing is, you want fiber because, in the morning when you're sitting on the throne, you need that fiber. Okay. And you don't want to mess. You want it contained, on the best way I can put it. So you want to make sure that you're eating fiber. Lean proteins. Okay. Now that's sort of like poultry, and any fowl, fish, tofu, beans. I love beans. Lentils, things like that. These are sources lower in saturated fat compared to fatty cut meats. And, at least you're getting your protein. You want that protein. Here's a suggestion: sitting at your desk. Nuts and seeds. Okay. Now, some of you might get some direction from a nutritionist or a doctor or somebody like that says, stay away from nuts and seeds. Okay. Check with your doctor first. Almonds, walnuts, flax seeds. Those are all good options. I know almonds are supposed to really be good for you. And I like a good almond. And I'm not talking almond joy. I'm talking the almond by itself. Good one. Now, one thing, low fat, fat free. We're talking about dairy products, dairy alternatives, almond milk. There we go with almond again. Soy milk, oat milk are good sources of calcium and protein. So I know the wife likes her almond milk. I like a good glass of 2% regular cow milk every once in a while, especially when she buys a box of Oreos. I mean, come on. You got to have milk with those. But I didn't say that. Come on, you got Oreos in there. Come on, everybody loves an Oreo.
I don't have any Oreos in my house.
All right, you shut. You shut.
Well, hey, go on the hey, on the milk side, Eddie, for those that I do have lactose intolerant also, so I can't have milk. But look, I'm 54. For 50 years, I didn't hear about this thing. There's another type of milk that is actually milk. I'm not talking about the lactate or lactose free. It's called A2, the letter A, the number 2. It's just a different gene of a cow that it's just, you have milk. It's full on milk. It's not lactose free or anything like that. It's literally just, it's a different type of casein, right? That's the lactate, the lactose in the milk is the sugar. There's milk, and then there's called A2 milk, the letter A, number 2. I can drink a gallon of that. It doesn't bother me. It's just a different protein breakdown. It's really weird.
Yeah. I mean,
didn't know about that.
I think as you get older, that lactose starts to kick in a bit. It's funny because every once in a while, I feel that way. It's like, oh man, am I lactose tolerant? Not right, but I guess it's in the size of consumption that you have. One of the things here, another one, healthy fats. Now, when my nutritionist talked to me about healthy fats, I had a giggle. I'm like, what? Healthy fats? And those are the sources of healthy fats like avocados, olive oil, the fatty fish, a can of sardines, omega-3. Those, it's funny. It's like, you like sardines? Ew, sardines. Those are like one of the most healthiest things for you. And
they're amazing.
Mackerel, sardines, salmon in your diet. One thing, though, is that I try to avoid is, when I buy sardines, I'm looking for the top brands because some of the other brands come from places I would rather not buy food from. I'm not going to name any, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Look for products that are, even if they're overseas, that are coming from people that we're allies with. Okay, let's put it that way. I know Chicken of the Sea. What I do is they've got this. If you like sardines, they got this Mediterranean sardine with black olives and roasted red peppers in the can. I think they're like $24 for like 12 cans or something like that on Amazon. Great deal. And it's Chicken of the Sea, a very, very popular brand of sardines. So, these fats are beneficial for the heart. And gosh, how many times a day does your heart stop when you're trading? So remember that and overall well-being. But hey, we've got half past and we've got our buddy Jay. Coach Jay is in the wings. He's in the green room right now. And let's see, I think. All right. Jay is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Jay. Where is he here? He's coming in here right now. There he is. Coach Jay. What's up, Jay? Oh, no mic. Your mic is you're on mute. All right, check. Up top.
I just heard him a second ago.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. There you are. There you are. I see that you got some things behind you now. You're not. You were talking about buying a plant.
I heard the feedback from last week. Decided to add a little bit. Didn't hire the interior designer like we talked about, but I decided to do my own spin on it.
That's okay. I could imagine that plant probably cost you $50.
Around
there. Yeah. Plants aren't cheap nowadays.
Right.
But welcome back, Jay. Jay's one of our all-star coaches here at Topstep, and you'll have the opportunity to join Jay in his own coaching room, do group coaching. But Jay, we've been talking about health, being a healthy trader. I mean, this is something that we sort of step over and pass by, and we forget. And the thing is, I am totally guilty about that because I've gotten so big and so out of shape. I'm lucky I can make it around the block, and it's my own fault for that. Now we talked to Rob. Rob does the triathlon, and he's a karate expert, and he parachutes and everything. Rob does everything. What do you do for physical trader health and mental trader health?
Yeah, for physical health, I try to work out at least three days a week. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 1. Just kind of depends on how that week goes. But I have found that, when I am in the gym consistently, I do just feel better in general. And then it kind of helps, translate to how I feel when I'm trading, right? When I work out in the morning, I have more mental clarity than when I don't, than when I wake up later and then just get straight to the charts. So I think it's good to have that, in the morning for sure. Not as active as Robert. I don't know how he does everything that he does.
Yeah, Rob. See, right when we blinked, Rob did like 10 push-ups and sat back down. See, be careful. Let's watch him. Like you got to watch the corner of your eye because he'll disappear like for a nanosecond. And 32 sit-ups in a nanosecond.
You're killing me, guys. You're killing me.
Yeah. We were talking just our last thing. We were talking about the good fats for eating, and Super Abound said Beach Cliff. And I think be careful there, Beach Cliff. Is that the one from Poland or the one from China? You got to be careful. If anything, dollar store food is probably not a good idea. Dollar General or whatever you're purchasing here in the States. Look at where it's coming from. All right, you'll make a big decision on that one. So be careful. 90-bit says Portugal, Italy for sardines. Those are good. I like those also. Mine come, I think, Chicken of the Sea comes from Poland. And those are very high quality and have been, since I can remember as a kid. So keep that in mind. But yes, healthy fats, salmon, mackerel, sardines. Get that omega-3, right? That's very important. Now, Jay, are you pretty hip with when you go shopping, get yourself vegetables and so forth and get proper things? Or are you like snack attack when you shop for food?
For the most part, I try to be pretty healthy. Fruits and vegetables, fish. I don't eat too much red meat anymore. I know that's not Robert's diet at all, but yeah, for me, myself, I eat it sometimes like every now and then, but more, chicken, fish and things like that.
Right.
Try to stay fairly healthy. I definitely don't cook as much as I should. A lot of Uber Eats and seamless orders, especially, getting busy during the day. It's easier, more expensive.
Right. I mean, because it's easy. It's easy for us to order out or to drive 6 blocks and pick up something through the drive-through window. But honestly, when Michelle has time to make something, or when I have time to make something, it's just so much more enjoyable when you can sit there and see your creation. It was funny last night. We had some chicken breasts that she put in the air fryer and didn't want to deep fry them, didn't want to fry them, didn't want to bake them, so she put them in the air fryer. And then she had some egg noodles with some vegetables. And I go, oh, okay, we got the chicken. It looks good. I go, but what's this? And she looks at me and she goes, it's my concoction. Like, your concoction. Well, does your concoction have a name? She goes, no, you can name it whatever you want, but it looks like noodles and vegetables. I'm like, okay. Which was very good. I mean, she put some garlic in there. She put some olive oil in there, and it was with peas and carrots and noodles, and it was okay. Okay, she's not here. She went to go see a play with her daughter and her mother.
Be careful.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I said we have the replay available on YouTube. Don't say too much.
We're not recording it. Oh, you son of a bean. No, but it was funny. I'm like, concoction. Gosh, I haven't heard that name since I was a youngster. But other things, lean meats, eggs. Eggs are so good for you. I mean, first thing in the morning, a boiled egg, or maybe a poached egg. Don't do the Rocky thing and eat them raw. That's really not good for you. And if you ask Sylvester Stallone, he actually did drink those eggs and got sick afterwards. So if you see in the movie where he just pounds the raw eggs, take a little time out, cook them, or do something with them. How about herbs and spices? That's something too. Like I just mentioned, garlic, ginger. Cinnamon. Cinnamon's good for you. And you add these to your dishes without relying on salt or sugar. Now, I know that they say that this sea salt or the pink salt is much better for you. if you got to use salt, spend another extra $1 and get that better salt for you. And obviously, one of the best things too. And Rob was drinking it earlier. And Jay, what are you drinking right now? What do you got in your cup?
There's just a black coffee here, nothing in it. Just a coffee and a water.
Water. Okay. Yeah. Key water. Keep yourself hydrated. Even though you're sitting behind your desk, water, staying hydrated is crucial for good health, mentally and physically. Drink plenty of water throughout the day. And I mean, obviously, hydration. It can affect concentration, cognitive abilities, and these are all really crucial for trading. So make sure, even if you're drinking like you got your coffee, I do that in the morning. I got my coffee here on my side, and I'll drink my coffee, but I always have the water here with me. And, wherever I go, whatever I do, I'm making sure that I have access to water or I am carrying water. It's the new thing over the past 20 years is make sure you got water with you. I see everybody walking around with a bottle of water.
Sure.
For the environment, instead of having these plastic bottles, get yourself a nice container. All right, a personal container where you can use tap water and you can fill it with ice cubes. But people tend to take the easy way and just get a bottled water. And, that's one thing that I'm sort of aware of, that we're putting a lot of plastic on this planet, a lot of plastic. So if you can use that tap water, that's probably the best thing you're doing. Is Robert, you got yours in a glass. JD's got his in a glass, and I got mine in a glass. So think about that. But, anyway, I just wanted to touch base on staying healthy. There's a lot more to talk about. We'll get to this some other time, but I wanted to bring Jay in. I know that we're getting a lot of coaching here today. Hoag just ended his segment with coaching. We had half of the podcast that we're going to finish off after this with Ben Lichtenstein, and he was talking about traders' emotions. But Jay, since we talked to you last, now I know that you're going to be, you've got your own Discord channel and so forth. And how are you going to approach this? And how, do you have anything set up for this yet?
We're still working that out. But I think, how we started where, this is how I'm looking at the market during the day, kind of just getting an overall feel of how everyone's doing for the day. For example, I didn't have my typical trading day today. I had a later start to the day, didn't really trade my normal times, but just kind of getting an overall feel of, when people are approaching the market, how you do so, and things like that, starting off that way. What I did in my chat today was kind of just post my analysis of the NASDAQ, even though I didn't trade it too much. Just, hey, this is what I'm seeing. And then really we're looking for, traders to interact, right? Like, do you agree with that analysis? Do you not? Do you have your own? What would you want to share? Do you have any questions? Not too formal, to be honest. We want it to just be open conversation.
Right. This is going to be a benefit where, are you going to be like just sitting in that room and then whoever wants to join you, or is it a certain time that you're going to be available, or how is this going to work?
So I'll be available in my chat from 7 a.m. Central to 10 a.m. So 7 to 10, 3 hours. You guys are on during, the opening call. 7? Yeah, that's right. 7. I'm in New York, so the conversion, I have to make sure I speak in Chicago time. So it's 7 to 10, and then I'll do 1 to 6 Central time.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So giving you a little head start to know when to hook up with Coach Jay. Now, Jay, I do know that you listen and you watch Topstep TV and stuff, and really appreciate you coming in and sharing comments and so forth. What are some of the things that you're really liking here, that what we're doing?
What I really love, to be honest, is the fast markets in the morning, getting to see traders trade. We get it other places, but getting to see the CEO of a company trade right? Trade live, and not just the highlights, right? We saw MP today didn't have a great trading day, and talking through it, right? It's the honesty of trading. We've all experienced it. We've all experienced losing days, and then getting to hear kind of, everyone's perspective on how they would go about it, right? Hoag saying, hey, maybe we just walk away for the day. Like, this isn't, but you see both sides, right? MP saw trades that he wanted to take and he's going to take them, right? And every trader has to deal with that. So seeing that live every day, I think is extremely valuable.
Right. Now, if Mike Patak was one of your traders, what would you suggest to him? Was there anything that you would sort of suggest?
I think after the right, that's a suggestion, but I'll go ahead and suggest something.
You go for it.
I think after the first trade, I think his first, if I remember correctly, his first trade was a 5 lot. So I would want to know like what his average sizes are. So if a 5 lot is normally what he's trading, then okay, but it may be over risk for your first trade of the day. I know he normally talks about liking to pad the account first, and then continue to take trades. So I'm wondering what would have been, was there a reason to go 5 contracts instead of 1 or 2 to start the day? And then, he talked about his daily loss limit. I think he said it was around $5,000. So, he did well with that, with cutting himself off before hitting that. So good job, right? A $3,000 loss may seem like a lot, but that's all relative, right? It's for your account. Now, for his account, if he's planned for having, a max loss day of 5,000, we don't want to see every day be a max loss day, right? Because to me, what that means is you're really not in control. You're just hitting the guardrail and stopping at that point. So seeing him stop before his max loss day, I think it was awesome.
That's good. Okay.
It means you're under control, right? We talk to traders all the time where we see trade reports where people are putting up some pretty big numbers, right? But then you see their trade report and every losing day is a max loss day.
Right.
That's concerning, right? It's because what that means, because we're cutting you off, right? Topstep is cutting you off at a certain point, $1,000 if you're in a 50K account, right? If you're getting cut off every single time, that means you're not necessarily in control of your losses. You're just trading until you can't anymore.
Right. And the thing is too, you got to give them a salute. Hogan, MP, they're putting trades on. Yep. And the thing is, it's probably not their best wheelhouse. I know that I myself, I don't like to trade in the noise, and they're sort of going right into battle for that. And, just to be transparent and show, what the possibilities are. So we're going to have good days. We're going to have bad days. Robert, what would you say to a trader that had like MP today?
I would exactly echo what Jay said, because I know the same thing as he mentioned. Just to reiterate it, MP likes to pad the account first. Don't know why he jumped in with 5 right off the bat like that, but we all have our own decisions. I would have liked to have seen him pad it. I love that he did 2 things. One, what Jay said, where he stopped, loss limit, I'm done. But then he also called in when risk manager Mick came on, and he said, fix my account. I don't want a $5,000 loss limit anymore and making me cut it off. Kill me at 3,000. That's what I want. So he took that upon himself and said, you know what happens if I got the bug? And I was like, oh man, this just went where I wanted to. And then decided to try to get in there for that one more trade and would have hit $5,000 loss limit instead of his 20. We say 3,000, but I think it was 29.80, 29.50. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So he corrected him online there. But those are the 2 great things. I absolutely, if I was working with him at that time, would say, we just got those massive numbers come out. Let this market settle down. It just opened. Give it some time, and now pick your spot and go in like that.
Right. And the thing is, too, the reason that he had jumped it to a 5 lot is because it was a request of our traders.
Right.
Right. We request from our traders, and they want to definitely make sure that, suggestions that are coming into us that we can do and we can fulfill are done and fulfilled. and wanted to see how that worked. And being transparent like that. I mean, how many company CEOs are joining the traders and showing the trades? There's a few, but there's not that many.
Not many.
No, not at all. So it's if you want to check that out again, join us in the morning. It's 8:00 Central. Hogan, myself, we do opening call. Some of the new topics, some of the hottest headlines, what's moving the world. We hit topics on that. We make sure we look and see what eco numbers are coming out, what any Fed speaking, or like today our EIA. Now that came out, and it was a big change of what was expected. They were looking at just a little negative, and it came out positive. Expect the unexpected. So that's one thing too that we have to watch, is expecting the unexpected. Let's see. What else we've got here? We've got Mizzle. Yes, by the way, yes, I know about that. So make sure that if you are getting somebody from Discord, okay, just give you a warning here. I know that we got a few asshats that need a little correcting, but we're never going to ask you for any money in Discord or YouTube, okay? That has happened a few times, so be very careful. If in question, all right, contact support or contact one of us, and we'll definitely give you the right answer. So, all right, be safe. So we've got inside of about 10 minutes, but Jay, I appreciate you being here, and
yes, always.
You've got that room coming up in Discord. Robert, you going to have your own room in there?
Yeah, they set it up for me yesterday. I had a couple of comments coming in there, and I'm usually a late guy. If anybody's seen me in Discord, I'm usually on late at night. Pretty busy in the mornings, and wrap up stuff in the afternoon. I do a couple things outside of Topstep as well, and I have a little bit of light time. Talking, let's see, Central would be around 8 or so Central time, and I'll usually hang out in Discord for a couple of hours, and I'll just go into the coaching area instead of just hanging out and banging out in the lobby like it goes like crazy. So yeah, I'll be there with a little more structure to it. And I did this before. We had to take a little break starting all the TopstepTV stuff and rehearsing and getting it all ready. It took a little bit of break, but I always like to hang out late at night and we go over some different thoughts and strategy and philosophies and trading styles. It's really fun.
Cool. All right. Excuse me, gentlemen, I'm going to let you go early. I know that you got some other plans going on, but really appreciate the participation from our traders today. I mean, a lot of good sharing of ideas. And, they say, which is sort of corny, sharing is caring, and caring is love. And that's about it. We're all in here, doing our best, learning from each other. And whether it be somebody showing you the ropes on the charts or somebody showing you ropes on, different plays and showing on strategies, or just logging in today and talking about nutrition, what's good for the mindset, what's good for the physical. Get up and move around. And if your wife is a nurse, you are lucky SOB. Or your husband is a nurse, you're a lucky lady. It's good. It's good. And if you've got questions, I'm sure that as we work together, we're like a team. We're like something else sounds corny. It's like a family. I'm looking every day. I come in here and I'm on the YouTube chat, and I see the same names, and it's like a new class. When you if you went to a new school, or for freshman year, and all these new kids that you don't know, and maybe a couple you know from here and there from the neighborhood. But I mean, this is really neat to get acquainted with a lot of people. I know John knows a lot of you. All right, from group coaching, from Make Hoag Money. But, you know, this is something new for me and Robert and Jay. But it's a pleasure to see that a lot of us step forward and participate and give good suggestions and give positive advice. And most of all, I tell you, when we get a troll in here, I'm very happy to see how this pans out, because a lot of you do trust and love Topstep, and we respect you for that, and we thank you for that. You know, we work very hard to be transparent. We work very hard to show that we want to see you succeed. And obviously, you know, I mean, free coaching. I mean, Jay's not doing this for free. No, okay. I mean, we're making sure our coaches are happy, and yes, they are getting U.S. currency. You're not getting green stamps or discount coupons, are you, Jay?
No.
Okay, all right.
Very
so,
appreciative of Topstep.
Malachi says Coach Jay is the best.
That's my brother.
Jorge in Discord. Jorge says thanks for the healthy tips, Coach Jay.
That's my brother. So Eddie, I can't get off. Malachi is my younger brother. If I didn't correct you with saying his name, I'm gonna have to hear it once I get on the call. So Malachi, thanks for joining. Thanks for tuning in.
All right.
That's awesome. I did want to say before I hop off, I will be doing group coaching tomorrow on YouTube, I believe. So from 1 to 2 Central, send in questions if you have them. We'll talk to you guys in the Discord chat as well. And the last thing I want to say to all of us, right, be patient with yourself with this process, right? Trading is an ongoing process. It doesn't stop until you decide that you don't want to trade anymore. But especially if you're a beginner and you're in the learning phase, just understand that you're probably not at the position that you're going to be at 2-3 years from now if you just stick with it. Right. I think a lot of times people come into this with the expectation of I'm going to make money right away. And we don't do that in any other career. Right. You don't go to med school for a year and assume that you can do surgery. Right. So the same thing with trading. Right. Don't assume that you're going to make money consistently when you're brand new to this. Right. Trust the process, continue to learn. And, you know, that time is coming for you as well.
Cool.
Exactly.
Well said. And I tell you, I get a kick out of you saying, "Hey, Mizell's my brother." All right, how transparent was that? You could be like, "Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, man." You know, but no, we're transparent. We're not going to try to hide anything here.
Right.
So cool. All right, so we've got just a couple minutes, Jay. I'm going to tune in tomorrow. So you're at high noon Chicago time, right? 12 o'clock Central, high noon till 1?
I think it's 1 Central.
Is it 1 Central?
I believe it's
okay,
1 Central.
We're going to look into that, but we'll make sure that you guys know about it. Coaching with Jay. So cool stuff. So thanks,
awesome.
Jay.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good rest of your day. Talk to you soon.
All right. You too. All right. Let's see here. Dale was asking about something about the DLL. I think you can do that once you are funded in the live funded account. Okay. I don't think they could do that just in Trading Combine, but Michael and Hoag are trading live. They do have live accounts, so that can be done there. But I think in the Trading Combine and the XFA express funded account, I don't think you can do that because they are simmed. Okay.
Right.
So sorry that you can't do that, but you know, I tell you, watch it's, you know, we're trading here, and trading is like, I mean, you've got to watch what's going on. It's like taking care of an infant. I mean, you can't take your eyes off it unless somebody else is watching it. And that's what I'm saying with trading is like, you know, you can't put a trade on and go make some spaghetti or something, or, you know, and come back. Oh, wow. Oops. you've got to watch. You got to be there for it. So, Avery White says, "Hi, Robert. Let's see here. We've got another minute, and we're going to bring Hoag on here for some. I think we're going to do some story time. Talk about that. Just have a little fun." And the rest of the day. So, but Robert, I appreciate you coming on, and find out when we're on next. I mean, we, like Hoag said, we got a lot going on here. We're sort of trying to piece this puzzle together, and it's going to be changing every day. So, I apologize if you didn't get to hear Ben's. The remainder of Ben's podcast. I will make sure that at some point we'll get that on in its entirety. If you want to hear it fully, it's on Podcast Addict.com. And you can just go to Google and just limit up podcast and you'll see those. And it was done around 2019, February 22nd. And if you heard the name Ben Lichtenstein, he's the flash crash. Maybe we should play that one day. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, put that on the list.
Yeah, we'll put that on the list. All right. Well, Robert, thank you very much. It is top of the hour. And we do have podcasts on our website also. The one I think, though, JD, that those are the ones I did. I don't think they're on our website anymore. I think they kicked me out. Get out of here. Yeah, get out of here. All right.
Get out of here.
But we do have those. So, all right. All right,
Awesome.
Roby. You have a good night, partner. East Coast, baby. And
Absolutely. I'll be on later. Thanks, buddy.
We'll catch you later, man. Take care.
Always a pleasure.
All right. Bye-bye. Badger Trader. Guess what Badger Trader did? He just passed the combine. Way to go, brother. Passing the combine. Let us know. Hey, I was reading in here. I forget who it was. Was $200 away from passing the combine, and they sort of rushed it. Who was that? Somebody posted it here. I tell you, if you are getting close to passing the trading combine, this is where you are stepping on eggshells, okay? This is where you've got to make sure you're not pulling out the big lumber. And I'm talking about the home run bat. Okay. This is where, hey, I'll take a $50 trade. Hey, I'll take a $75 winner. Hey, I'll take a $125 winner as you sort of inch up to that. What too many traders have done is if they're $400, $500, $300 away, they're looking for that one trade to get them over the top. And what's happening? It's going against them. All right. Some of us get there, but others, it's going against you. All right. They're either losing money. And this trader said, now they're 200 away from passing the combine. Now I'm $1,000 away. All right. And that, you know what? I got to say props to whoever that was, if they're still listening, big props, because that's something a lot of us wouldn't even put up there. All right. But like I said, we're a team, we're a family. We're all in this together, and we're going to learn from each other's mistakes. We're going to learn from errors that we have. We're going to learn from winners we have, and what works and what doesn't work. And I'm glad to have that all of you here with us. So it is a little over 2:00. Who do we got here? JD, you got us. We got Hoag in the wings. Okay, we're going to give Hoag a few more minutes here. And let's see here. Congratulations, Badger. The way out said, I did that too. I was 500 away a couple of weeks ago. Then back-to-back hit daily loss limits. Was way too impatient in forcing trades. It's, it's, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but, when I was a kid, we used to have it was called Kitty Land. When I was a kid, it was land for kids. had rise and everything. And, every, once in a while, maybe every couple months or so, or a month, my dad would take me and my little sister there. And it was just so exciting to get your little ass in there as quick as you could. No matter what it was, and just run in there and be like, okay, I have no idea where to go, what to do first, but I'm here. And that was sort of the same analogy as I'm saying is, we're rushing too fast. Is Kittyland a Costco now? You know where Kittyland was, right? It's a Costco now. That's a shame. That's a shame. Did you know that one of the rides at Kittyland is now at Great America? You didn't know that. They have the wooden roller coaster ride is now at Great America here in Gurnee, Illinois. So if you do that, it's Jack. Jack, I live right near there. Okay, well, you're not too far from me. Right on North Avenue, right? North Avenue. Cool. But the thing is, we want to get to that destination as quick as we can. And a lot of us must have good patience getting to that point. But once we get to that point, we freak. If my dad said, hey, if it's Tuesday, hey, if your kids are good, Saturday we'll go to Kittyland. I can't get in the car Tuesday and wait until Saturday. No, patience. I go through whatever I got to do, go to school, be a good kid, follow the rules, whatever you got to do. And then that time came and, we hit the parking lot and opened the door and he says, go ahead, have fun. After some tickets, but it's the same principle. We want to get through this as quick as possible. And that's where we're making our mistake. So be very careful. Be very careful. Let's see here. What else do we got? Jenner B says that was the third time funded, fourth time is a charm. All right, whatever it takes. Scott H says the first combine I blew up was 2880 in 3 days. I blew it on the 6th day. All right. Was that a funded account or a trading combine? Tiz said I had a reset today. I had one trade, got me 15 points on a short. Okay. Jenner B said I got funded Thursday, blew it today. All right, Jenner B, see, props to you, my friend. We do this. Michael Patak talks about, losing $30,000 3 times. It's a learning tool. Okay. It's something that, we want to make sure that we can share with people experiences. That's like when you go to a restaurant and hey, don't go there. Oh my God. I was sharing my bread and butter with a cockroach. There's advice that you're going to give somebody, share somebody. And that's what we're doing here. Whether it be good or bad, that's what we're doing here. All right. You know what? It seems like we've got some technical difficulties with the Hoagland. It's coming. We could switch over to chart. Oh, okay. Doesn't look like he's coming. So he's having some issues. Sorry, technical issues, not physical or mental. What we're going to do is we're going to bring back Ben Lichtenstein here for about a half an hour. And then, of course, hopefully John will be up for turn those machines back on before we go here. Let's see here. I was trying to pass. Tiz says I was trying to pass the finish line and didn't even have a setup lined up. All right. We're excited. We're stoked. We're way in front of ourselves. Jenner B says after your first payout, you break your account if it reaches the starting balance. So wait for your first payout and get your balance a bit higher. Yes. The thing is, too, the thing is, make sure that you're keeping something in there. All right. Obviously. you want to make sure that you've got something to fall back on in case you do have a bad trade. And that's what Michael did. Michael had 2 good days, Monday, Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. And thank goodness he had those 2 good days, because we don't know when we're going to have a bad day. We don't know when we're going to have a good day. And what happened was, I think he's pretty much, he's still a little ahead for the week. But the thing is, he's still trading. Trade for tomorrow. We talked about that. So what we're going to do here, Drone King says, I passed my first 150 combine and blew it. Oh, do we got the Hoagland? Did you, we got a little duct tape and some Gorilla Glue. Did that get fixed? I hear you giggling. All right. Well, I was just going to put on the podcast. We had, from the government. Well, they're proof in the pudding. He's here. Okay. So that goes the story. There you are, Johnny. Oh, John, we just had Robert and Jay with us here. And we were talking about a healthy trader. A lot of us forget about that. I mean, we're worried about our indicators and market movement and data and what's my P&L and where should I put my stop and this and that. But we forget about what needs to go up top and what needs to go inside. Physical, mental, exercise. What's good for me as a trader? And John, we got together here at Lake Lawn. And, I am just the biggest I've ever been in my lifetime. And just recently I've said, enough of that. Got a nutritionist, doing one-on-one coaching with the physical aspect. So, I mean, this is something that I said, okay, enough is enough. And you've got to do that at some point. But, how are you as far as being healthy?
Well, I eat too much, drink too much, don't get enough exercise, that kind of stuff. No, when I got hired at the prop firm, and they put me in the S&Ps and started working with some trading psychologists, and it was part of the regimen that they gave me was, I had to get healthier. I've always been a little bit heavy and never been a pick 'em up easy kind of guy. And, part of the reason that I was having a difficult time paying myself was based on self-esteem. So in order to combat that, they told me that, you remember the World Gym across the street from the Merc?
Yes.
Down the basement. I said, you're going to join that, and you're going to be there 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. And, you're going to get healthy. And so I found a friend of mine who was a big workout guy. And, so he got me started. He spent like a month there working with me and, getting me, up on what to do and all that. And, I lost, 80 pounds. Was there 5 days a week, 2 hours a day. They even had spies there. If I didn't go one day, they knew.
Really?
Yeah. So I think, it is, of course, very important to anybody to of course be healthy in anything that they're doing. Of course, you and I are getting a little older. I know I could be healthier. I think, Eddie, you feel like you could be healthier. We should really be doing things about that. But you get to be at my age, it's a little harder to get moving, So I try and get to walk. I've been trying to lose a little bit of weight. And it was I was really healthy for a long time. And you know, the reason I think that is so important, especially for newer traders or traders that don't have much experience, is one of the things that one of the old guys told me when I walked on the trading floor for the first time with my shiny new badge. A lot of the old guys said, learn to take a loss, which is of course extremely important. But one in particular stuck out to me. He said, congratulations, hope you do well. Remember, you can make anything you think you're worth.
Break that down. What does that mean, John?
If you don't have a very good value of yourself, esteem, whatever it is, you're never going to take that money out of the markets. You're only going to pay yourself what you think you're worth.
Mm-hmm.
So in improving my self-worth, I improved what I was allowing myself to take out of the markets.
That's wise.
Words
of the wise.
It's been, that was 30 years ago, 31 years ago, pretty much. And, I've stayed very healthy for a long period of time. Probably, at 59, I'm not as healthy as I could be, but I still feel pretty good. I sleep pretty good.
Right.
I probably smoked too long, but that's something I have to deal with.
Right. I mean, that's one thing too. Myself is that's one habit. It's very hard to break. I mean, I think that's the only habit that I have not. You tend to stop at times, and I know there might be a lot of us here that vape, that actually smoke cigarettes and so forth, which obviously isn't good. But I mean, that's just such at least for me, a very, very hard habit to break. And obviously it's not healthy, chemicals upon chemicals. But then again, look on the ingredients on some of the food that you buy, and all these names of things that you have no idea to save your life. What the hell is this? What is this? They're putting this in there. How do they do that? That's like you don't know what they're putting in foods and stuff. And it's funny, John. It's like some of my favorite soda is grape soda. Okay, grape soda. Well, obviously there's no grape in there. Okay, artificial flavoring. Now, my question
is, I think it's among the most sugar. Like grape and orange soda is like the most sugar.
I would think so. That strawberry popping. But what I'm trying to get at is the artificial flavoring. How do they go about getting this artificial flavoring? Saying, "Oh, hey, this tastes like grape. All right, let's put some purple dye in there. We'll carbonate some water, and whatever you just made in that vial over there, pour it in, and we'll
see if it tastes like grape.
Tastes like grape. Yeah, we'll name this grape soda. Same with, and the thing too is, it's like if you had a grape and you had the soda, they don't taste anywhere near what they're doing. But they've tattooed in your mind throughout the decades and the years you've been living that this is grape soda. This is what grape soda tastes like. I've even been like, hey, wow, this tastes like grape soda, but it's not. Same with, like you mentioned, the orange soda. Sometimes they will have real fruit juices you'll see on there. But what's funny is it's not oranges. No, it's like an apple juice or something to that effect, where they've chemically changed its DNA to make it taste like orange.
Right.
So yeah, be aware of what you put in it. And it really came to, turning on the light for me was my nutritionist, who sort of ran all this past me. Not the grape soda thing, but look on a label. And one thing is, he's really cool. And we did a podcast with him. His name is Hector, Dr. Hector. And we did a podcast here years ago, I think around 2019.
Dr. Lecter?
No, Hector, Dr. Hector.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dr. Lecter. No, and and it's what he says is, hey, if you ever got a question, take a picture of the ingredients and send it to me, and I'll let you know. But I mean, that's just it. We don't look. We look at a can of soup. I love soup. I love canned soup. But look at the ingredients. It's like, oh my goodness. I thought this was beef barley. Well, it's beef barley and a lot more. So, things like that holding us down. And, something. But, John, we had a busy day today. Going to be back tomorrow. Taking a look here at tomorrow's Thursday already, right? Yeah. Today is hump day.
That's flying by.
It is. And honestly, I got to say, it's very enjoyable. And, before you got on, I was talking about like all the new people that I'm meeting each and every day. It's like I'm a freshman at high school. Now, a lot of these people from Make Hoag Money and group coaching and so forth. I know maybe just a handful of these people, some people here and there. But what I like is when I'm seeing the same person logging in and making comments and maybe helping this person and answering what we're talking about. That's pretty cool. And I'm getting new to this. But when we had the old broadcast, gosh, I knew just about everybody that popped in. Some of them have joined again. One of our OGs, Hoop, Hoop, was with us at the very beginning, and he used to be on the trading floor. That was his badge, Hoop.
Yep.
Hoop. But it's good to see. But tomorrow, I'm looking here. The only thing that I see here is initial jobs tomorrow. That's an early one. So before we fire up the machine, we'll have initial out at 7:30. Core retail sales month over month August 7:30. PPI. Claims. Oh my goodness, we've got a lot going on. PPI and retail sales for August month over month at 7:30. Wow.
And don't forget net gas.
The Widowmaker. I gotta do that. I gotta do the Widowmaker natural gas. Oops, sorry.
And quadruple witching on Friday.
Yeah. It's giving us excitement. Somebody's going to turn the blender on tomorrow around 7:30. I tell you that. I'll be watching that. Also tomorrow, the Euro ECB press conference at 7:45. What else we've got here? Business inventories, retail inventories, anything that we can sort of experience. Fed balance sheet. No, that's later on. That's after we're done. So just a reminder, you know what? If you're a trader, get your ass up out of bed early. Do your thing. And then sit. You don't have to trade it, but let's sit and watch it. Log in early. And see what the market actually does. Now, John, let me ask you, can a lot of these numbers sort of X the other one out? If one's going to make a market jump and the other one's going to make a market sink? Because we've got, everything at once. core retail sales, jobless claims, PPI, retail sales, they're all very important numbers.
And you've got the ECB Fed meeting release 15 minutes before that. So we'll see what happens with that. But jobless claims, we get those every week. They're important, but I think the PPI and the retail sales will be probably the ones with the greater weight in affecting the markets tomorrow. So I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Just be ready. I mean, if you do have the time, you don't got to take the kids to school, or if you take the kids to school early, remember family first. That's one thing here. Make sure you get everything done that you need to do in the homestead before you log on and start trading. So we'll do that. But otherwise, we've got coming up here in about 5 minutes, we do have turn the machines back on with Jack.
Mm-hmm.
One thing too, Jack is our producer. Jack, I think some of you know him, aka God, or the Supreme Being, the voice that you hear, and the person that you don't see most of the time is Jack. Otherwise it's me in the background, sort of throwing comments at a dartboard. But Jack will join you, and it's good to see that he's taking part in this also. So cool stuff. But otherwise, I think anything else you want to add, Johnny?
No, I think everybody's heard enough from me today.
Hey, you over there, why don't you just relax? No, never enough. You read those comments. A lot of good things here, and you got a lot of fans there, Johnny.
Well, I'm a fan of a lot of people, and like I say always, the goal is your success. That's what we're here to do. Is try and help you find your way to the success you're looking for. It is not easy. It takes time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But we have high hopes for all of you, because any of you can do it.
Right. And, all of us here at Topstep we've got the same goal. Share the knowledge, share the education, share the experience, and, good or bad, we're here to direct you forward. And, we'd never suggest anything or tell you anything that's going to pull you back. But, the thing is, too, John, we've got a lot to offer. We've got a lot to share. But it's up to you, the trader, on, if you need change, if you want change. And I'm not talking the change in my pocket. I'm talking about the change from spinning your wheels to actually getting some awesome grip on those tires and moving yourself forward. So we're here for you. And I'm glad that you're here with us. And Johnny and me will be back here about 8:00 tomorrow for opening call, and we'll see what these numbers do. But coming up here, go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
I said, we will be here.
Well, about 2 minutes here. We're going to close it out with turn those machines back on. So,
give me about 5 minutes. I got to take a look and see what these markets have done, and
all right, we'll do that.
Get my thoughts together. But we'll finish up with turn those machines back on. A little reflection at the end of the day, and be back tomorrow.
All right, folks. Thank you very much for being here this afternoon to keep me company. I hope I kept you company and shared some valuable advice. So see you tomorrow morning, but stick around here. Turn those machines back on in about 5 minutes.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, John. Take care, Hoagland.
Good afternoon, everybody. Topstep team, futures family, and Jack How are you this afternoon?
Hi.
Good to see you.
I'm doing great, man. Actually, right now, it's the first time you're seeing me where I'm not actually producing this right now. We got JD on the box. We're training people. It's going to be great.
Very nice.
Been a long few days, man.
Yeah.
For you too.
Yeah, you've been really the kind of master of ceremonies back behind there, taking care of everything. And what a fantastic job you have been doing.
Oh, shucks. Well, thank you, Mr. Hoagland.
I mean, there's so much to know, so much to learn, so many switches, so many buttons. You have done a fantastic job. I want to make sure that everybody knows that.
Well, as a favor to me, why don't we break down these charts?
Sure. Yeah, and then we can get ready for tomorrow, right? All right.
Right on.
So S&Ps, we had the CPI numbers come out today. Oh, I had a puppy over here moosing me. Hi, Lacey. But my dog is the center of the universe. Her name is Lacey, and many of you remember her from the market prep and Make Hope Money. She's apparently needs something and needs it right now, so she's moosing me. But we're going to get through this before would you stop?
When I was over there at Hoag's house a few months ago, I remember it was like that scene from Airplane where I was sitting in that rolling chair and Lacey was pushing me around the room.
Yeah, she wants what she wants when she wants it, right? Dan knows Lacey. Dan Trader, thanks for saying hello. All right. So we can't forget, and I haven't let anybody forget, we're still in the teeth of rollover, and whatever happened with CPI and everything else today, we stayed range bound. That was, kind of the main hypothesis. We were probably going to extend outside of yesterday's range, but we didn't really go anywhere, did we? So we're still in the rollover range. We got PPI tomorrow. There's more information tomorrow and quadruple witching on Friday. Then we'll have about 2.5 months in the equities without having to worry about rollovers. So just looking at what we did today, I took the 3 trades today, largely while Michael was talking and showing his screens. I had 2 small losses, and then I caught a nice short. So I'm positive on the day, which is always nice, and we'll see what we can do tomorrow. Again, tomorrow with volume and open interest, all of that is going to be blurry, and we're going to just have to trade what we see on these charts. Now, look at what the 30-minute chart did here. So, we had the 730 numbers, the knee-jerk leaving excess below the market here. The market opened, looked to get into that low of excess. If you're looking at this and you should be, that's our overnight low, right? But that's a bit of an anomaly created by a lack of liquidity and a knee-jerk from a number. Really, the low for the day last night should have been here, which would have provided a pretty decent opportunity for a long up against that level later on in the session. This is the 9 to 9:30 bar before we got that opportunity, but we did see the market turn around, and it ended up really truly being the best trade location of the day. Wasn't Michael long at that low in the NASDAQ at one point today, but he got nervous and got out of it. But we don't know what's going to happen. It's very easy for us to say, well, he should have held on to that one, because now we see what has happened afterwards. So, it's in the moment, things get a little bit dicey, especially, he was trading a little bit bigger today. So, well, tomorrow is another day. Anyways, look at what this market did. It rallied in it, and it held this level, which ended up being value high, close to value high from yesterday, but couldn't quite get there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 even highs up here. That's usually not a good sign. That, to me, that's a weak high. And during the group coaching today, I said there's going to be a whole bunch of stops up there. So I don't want to get short here. I want to see what the stops do. If there's continuation, go with it. If it fails and comes back in, we're probably going to look for an opportunity for a short, which ended up actually being the second best trade location of the day. This is not the trade. This is not the short that I got, but it sure turned out to be a very nice opportunity for those that looked at that. You think about this, Jack, and everybody, when there's an obvious level like this, I'm always cautious because this is like short time frame mechanical execution by short time frame traders. Hey, it stopped there before, let's get short again. Well, every time they got short up here, they got paid. This was my short. They got paid a little bit less on this one. They got paid a little bit less on this one. They got paid a little bit less on this one. Finally, we broke out the top. We took out all of the stops from all of those traders that were taking those shorts, and those were short time frame traders, but we didn't bring new business. The market went up there, popped, died. There was no business to be done up there. Therefore, we're coming back inside the range, offered the opportunity to limit risk against that high and look for an opportunity in the opposite direction. Again, full transparency, I did not take that trade. It happened during the group coaching session, so I was more focused on that than looking for opportunities. I made a little bit of money today. I'm happy with that. And look what happened. You know, the one you don't take is the one you want.
Now, was there any news this afternoon, or is that just purely exhausted right there?
Well, just kind of looking at this wire here off of actually Financial Juice. There's a couple politicians talking about AI. I don't really see anything that created a rotation like that. Just we got short here, we got taken out, we probably got long up here, and then things turned around. It's just rotational activity.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question, though. I should have looked earlier. Yeah, I didn't really see anything in on the news here that would have created a pullback like that, and it wasn't like it was real fast. I mean, this was an hour and a half.
It's also not a huge move either.
Yeah.
It's just we're kind of zoomed in right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you think, I mean, these are 30-minute bars. This is an hour and a half it took for this move to kind of finish down here. Pretty decent move, though. I mean, you could have got 20 points out of that. And you know what they say in Wicker Park. 20 points is 20 points. All right. Check out the NASDAQ. Got to go to the D's. Still rolling over. Check out the daily. So, I mean, what are we going to see any different here than we see in the S&Ps? Overlapping the lower range. Range-bound trade overall. Still blurry as far as open interest and volume is concerned. I just want to go right to the 30-minute because we've seen this chart before. Scale. There we go. So, yeah. So, again, the anomaly of this low, the knee-jerk, illiquid movement that happened when that came out, that's our overnight low, but the true overnight low was here, and that's where we ended up putting in our low. And man, Michael was long there, and it just got freaked out about it. Maybe it just took too long, but that again ended up being the best trade location of the day. The second 30 minutes, the market looked at the true overnight low, rejected, and there we go. So, and again, we had kind of a similar situation here. We've got, similar highs here, and every time those shorts took that, they got paid less and less. Mechanical short time frame selling. When the stops got taken out and we didn't continue, we come back in. There's our opportunity to go in the opposite direction. Again, I didn't take it. I was busy.
But
it's okay.
Lord's work.
Yes. I was busy. So now look at crude oil. It's almost like we're looking at the same chart, but in mirror image when we look at crude and gold. Now, crude, we know that the market's at high levels we haven't seen in a year. It's been moving higher. We added open interest and volume yesterday on the front month, which is the October, but we're in rollover. So we still added volume on this push to the upside, as well as an increase in open interest of 42,000. A lot of that, again, is rollover. If this wasn't rollover, I would be looking for opportunities to buy this market with anybody's money. Today, we had a bit of a pullback, which makes sense. Why? Rollover. Oh, I get so tired of it. I should probably take a look and see where the volume ended up between those 2 months, and I'll do that at the end of the reflection here.
Well, we got a little more of this because we got the quad witch coming up on Friday.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes that can be interesting, and sometimes nothing. But like you say, you gotta watch those big fat round numbers, because a lot of options pain may be happening that day.
Yeah, I'm seeing that 15,500 in the NQ as the most likely target, but take that for what it's worth.
Now, you're looking at, is that like the highest open interest at that level?
I'd have to go, as you go through the charts, I'll go check out what we got real quick.
Okay. All right. So crude oil, we opened, we pulled back. We did not fill this gap. Our weekly kickoff high, $88, is kind of the go, no go level, right? It was resistance, 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 resistance. Now a pullback to it offers opportunity. What didn't happen today? The market pulled back, but it failed to close the gap, failed to truly test this important inflection level. Is that indicating that this market is telling us that it is still strong? Again, we're going to have to depend on what we see on these charts, because the auction information is blurry due to rollover. I can't wait not to say that word next week at all. Not going to say that word because it won't be valid. We won't have to worry about it. But what doesn't happen sometimes is equally, if not more important than what does. We got a pullback that failed to fill this gap. Let me see this. Yep, there's the gap. There it is. All right. So it's a little bit off here. I'll fix that, but where is the thingy? There it is. There's the gap. Well, it traded to the gap, did not fill the gap. Dun, dun, dun. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. So we'll see if we have opportunity against these highs, against this level, against the gap. Somewhere in here is opportunity if price approaches it. Look at gold. Okay. Almost the same thing, but in the opposite direction. Take a look at the daily first. Stop with the scaling issues. So we broke out below weekly kickoff low. Look at our low right on that trend line. So tomorrow, if we find that we're breaking out below that trend line and bringing in volume, there may be a bigger move coming out here. We got to watch the dollar. Not making any promises or assuring anything is going to happen. Just from what I'm seeing, this area looks very interesting. We've tested down to our 200 session moving average, which is convergent with this trend line. something is awry here. Let's just say that something is awry. Take a look at the 30-minute chart, which looks the opposite really of crude oil. We broke out. We have tested the weekly kickoff level. We did not close the gap. And the market really just kind of, is it telling us the question? If you look at the acceptance of price over time, crude is accepting price at higher levels. It's spending time. Gold is accepting price at lower levels. It's holding below important inflection levels. How does that make it easier for us to take day trades? And that's up to you. Your charts, your time frame. All we're doing is basically saying the context is ripe for change and or continuation.
Yes, sir. I thought we were going to break out of that funnel today, but it's still coiling up.
Yeah.
I went back and found it. I think our most likely target, if you're going to play a little bit of like the options game for it, is there's a whole lot of activity naturally at 4,500
in the S&Ps.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the max pain for SPX, but I assume it's the same around there. But the biggest, depending on what it does tomorrow, actually the max pain point, so to speak, is 4,450.
Okay.
So we're right near. Let's see.
4,450.
Well, there's also a lot. I mean, it depends on what it does tomorrow and Friday morning.
Sure.
But 4,500 is sticky, but just a little bit more. The actual max pain points at 4,450. So
4,450 down
see
here.
if that changes tomorrow as people unload these and stuff like that. But those two numbers could get sticky, especially as we go into the afternoon on Friday.
All right. Good to know. We'll keep an eye out for that. 4,500 and 4,450.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
that the expert on this, and I'm sure we'll have her on soon, is Anne Marie is really into looking at option data to trade futures.
Yes. And there's also a participant in the chat. He's been in there today. I don't know if he's in there right now, but Joe Drinnen is also a frequent flyer on Make Hoag Money and the Market Prep, and he's also one that looks at the kind of the open interest, the high open interest at certain strikes in the S&P. So he's also one of those that looks at that. And yes, hopefully we will be having Anne Marie on soon. I should send her an email.
Just regardless, what a lovely person.
Oh, yes, one of the best.
All right. Well, I think that's it. You made it through it.
Yeah. Wednesday is done.
Wednesday is done. Well, thank you everybody so much for watching today. We'll be back at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Those of you who were leaving comments on YouTube, we love it. It definitely gives us things to react to as well, which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Dan Trader, Gears M, Vike Man, Mizell, LaFru. I'm Bill Phillips. I'm pulling a you, Hoag.
Mm-hmm. It's good. It's good. I loved calling everybody out when we were doing the prep, but there's a lot of people now, so it may take a while.
This is the time. The diehards.
Yeah, right. So,
yeah.
Well, all right. Jack, thank you for everything. JD, thanks for being there with us today.
And JD, if you're out there, as soon as Hoag gives his little off, you can hit that green button that looks like a Wi-Fi signal, and that'll cut the feed.
Mm-hmm. All right, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. Be kind to yourself. Do something nice for yourself. We work hard at this. You deserve it. And don't forget to be kind to others. Have a good night. Get some rest, and we'll see you in the morning.